A good thing, but clouds have really started clearing out in parts of Illinois, and we've got some thunderstorms, some severe storms with a lot of wind starting to form there on the other side of the state line between the Mississippi River coming into Effingham. Eventually we'll be reaching these storms into central Indiana over the next few hours. We got a few hours to go. We wanted to give you an update on what we're thinking for this afternoon and into the evening. We are starting our live coverage now, and we're going to be in and out throughout the rest of the day. Now, once the storms are really here, we're going to do what's called wall-to-wall coverage. We're going to be with you as these storms push across central Indiana. But we wanted to give you a couple updates. Time right now, 1:25. The pink color shows you the new tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock Eastern time. Got the thunderstorms still firing up to the west. We haven't seen a whole lot over central Indiana. We've had a stray shower or two, but those really thick clouds have kind of protected us for a while. But I think over the next couple of hours, we're going to start to clear out the clouds just a little bit more, and that's going to help feed these thunderstorms, going to help destabilize the atmosphere. The storms will go into that new air, and they'll start to get a little bit stronger. Once again, the big primary threat today will be some widespread wind, but we're not going to be able to rule out the chance for a spin-up tornado and also some hailstones, especially kind of in this early half. We're really thinking there's kind of two different time frames to really watch out for. Now, this is going to be part of a main line that forms. I know there's kind of two clusters. I think over time these will start to, this one will grow more and this will kind of feed into this one. We'll start to get a bigger line. You can see where the front is. It's trying to cross the Mississippi right now. But ahead of time, what's a little bit more questionable is that if we get enough clearing by the Wabash, I think we're going to be able to get a couple pop-up cells, and those could have a little bit of hail in them. They'll be super hit or miss, but we'll have those throughout the afternoon hours ahead of this line that's coming on in. Overall, things are kind of moving a little bit faster. So this front, no joke, it wants to just plow on through, and it's going to. But the faster it can plow through, the faster the severe weather threats are going to be done. So we really think the stormiest time period today will be between about 3 o'clock to about 8 o'clock. Now, we may still kind of have some lingering storms in eastern and southeastern Indiana by 9, maybe 9:30, 10. But I think by our 11 o'clock newscast tonight, we'll be in more of a recap mode, kind of let you know how things evolved across the state. Now, most people are going to get some heavy rain, some wind and thunder, but there will be pockets where there could be wind speeds 65, 70, and at a max of 75 miles per hour. That's really breezy. And then we could also have a few tornadoes, although it does look like the best rotation is in southwestern Indiana. Can't rule something out here. This is kind of similar to some of the complexes that we've had so far this March, where we had a big line come on through, but there was just enough spinning in the atmosphere that we had a few more touchdowns in southwestern Indiana. I mean, we've had some there towards Bartholomew County. We had that EF2. That was one of the biggest ones in Indiana so far this year. Orange County near French Lick, headed to Orleans, and a few more towards the Wabash, but we'll be watching very closely. But there's the next complex of storms that's definitely going to come on through. The question is if we'll have a few pop-ups beforehand. So we wanted to take a few minutes, go through a couple of things that we're watching this afternoon before we really get into the storm mode later today. So what you're looking at is, this is the map just showing you the watch itself. It does include all the way to Henry County and Rush County. So we're not included yet for far eastern Indiana, but I do think over time this could easily be expanded to the state line and through. I think they want to kind of take chunks at a time because these clouds are really messy. I went ahead and put some high resolution clouds. So where you see the white, those are showing you the puffy clouds from space. And then I put a black map underneath. So where you do see it's more black, that's actually where you have clear skies. So notice we're starting to clear those skies out a little bit. I mean, we've got some clear skies coming into Bloomington here next. We're about to see the sun come out a little bit. That's not good. But we'll be watching maybe a couple more cells take advantage of some of the clear skies and maybe get a couple pop-ups first. And then there's the line that's going to be coming on through. So far, nothing has really been able to pop through the clouds, so that's good. But now that we're starting to clear things out, we'll have to watch. We're still pretty cloudy in Indy, but I think that starts changing here quickly. Looks like we're trying to clear out the clouds right now for you guys. You guys know what I'm talking about. In Greencastle, Crawfordsville, Terre Haute's been trying to clear out a little bit. Not completely clear sky, but at least some sun breaks out there. But there's that line, big severe thunderstorm warning with that one. That's moving east by about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So these things are going to be moving quickly. We're going to get these things in, and hopefully we can get these things out of here. But we do have the clear skies. I wanted to show you that satellite. Here's Live Doppler 13. You do see it starting to come into view way off in the distance. But here at home, not a lot going on. Still cloudy, but sun breaking out to the west. We've had a few showers. Those are not severe. But we'll have to watch more towards Evansville if we get a couple more pop-ups. A few more updates for you. Storm Prediction Center has not necessarily upgraded the severe threat, but has rather expanded it. We're still at a level 3 out of 5, so we're not at the highest. This is not the worst severe weather event we've ever had for sure. But it is going to be probably a stormy afternoon and evening for us. The orange color means scattered to numerous. Doesn't mean everyone, but I do think everyone gets some rain and thunder at times. But not everyone is going to get a severe storm necessarily. Or if you're under that warning, not everyone's going to be hit equally in a case like that. So numerous thunderstorms, though, across the entire state. The only part of Indiana is Gary and Chicago Heights included just down to level 2. But it is going to be a stormy day coming in from the west and the south. This is live look in Indianapolis. I've been telling my team, kind of look around. And they're doing that. Whee, here we go. This is a live look towards downtown Indianapolis. We move the camera, you're going to see some stuff pop up there. But it's cloudy for now, but we're going to be able to watch some of these cameras. We're also going to be using some in-dot cameras throughout the day, especially from west to east as the storms come on through. But man, it's been cloudy. It looks dreary. It does not really look like a stormy day, but you guys feel the air. It's a little bit more, it's warmer, and it's a little bit more humid. I mean, we got dew points in the low 60s, so you definitely feel more of that humidity out there. And when you've got 60s for dew points and at least 60s in temperatures, you can get severe weather. So we've already crossed that threshold. Got a decent south wind too, up to almost 20 miles per hour sustained. So it's going to be a breezy day. And of course the thunderstorms will have their own winds as well. So here's a look at Future Track 13. But here's the thing. We have had a lot of clouds in eastern Indiana. We have not had too many pop-ups. So this kind of first round that we're talking about where we could get some pop-ups, we'll have to see. I think they're going to be super hit or miss. I think everyone's got a really good chance for getting storms with that final round that comes on through later today. But these pop-ups we'll watch throughout the afternoon. Those are the ones that, if they're individual, we call them discrete, they kind of have space between them. They could try to rotate a little bit. And as skies clear out in western Indiana, right over the Wabash, we may see a few more try to bubble up before that main line comes in. We've been watching that main line. It's starting to grow right now in parts of Illinois. But here's 4 o'clock, so here just about 2.5 hours from now. Storm's really marching through. It's not going to storm all afternoon, but I think there'll be a couple breaks in between. There's that main line. We're estimating 6, 7, 8 o'clock for much of central Indiana. Right along the leading edge, we're going to have a lot of gusty winds. But then notice, farther to the south, this is all kind of together. It looks a little messy. But if you look south and west, notice how there's just a little bit more spacing in some of these cells. The reason why is there's more rotation in the atmosphere, and that actually helps to organize thunderstorms, kind of keep them a little bit separated, so that they can spin more. The reason why we're talking about that is the tornado threat still looks higher to the south, but we could have some tornadoes across central Indiana. We'll be watching, but we still think that highest threat is to the south. They're towards Evansville, headed towards Louisville, Madison, maybe kind of clip in Washington there towards the south. But here's 8, 8:30, 9 o'clock. We've got a lot of rain and thunderstorms, some of these severe, and can't be ruling out the chance for a tornado warning on some of these. We'll be watching if little spin-ups take place along the leading edge. But we do think it will be just a little bit more intense farther to the south. But my goodness, we got storms all the way to Canada. I mean, this is a robust line coming through. It's a strong cold front. We're going to be down to the 40s for Monday. Here's about 10 o'clock. Rain and rumble still out there, but the severe threat is diminishing because generally the severe threat is mainly on the leading edge. So once the storm really hits you, you get 30, 45, 60 minutes of some crazy weather outside. On the back end for maybe a couple hours, you'll probably get some rain and some rumbles of thunder. Rain's still coming down pretty heavy. There's a good chance some of us get a good inch of rainfall, or maybe a little bit more in a couple spots, maybe a little bit less. Everyone's going to get something a little bit different. But then I think we take a breath there by 11 o'clock. You can tune in tonight at 11. We'll kind of give you a recap of what we saw throughout the day. So that's a general look. Temperature-wise, I mean, we're in the 60s, but notice how back to the west where there is more clearing, we've reached the 70s. And so we've got a little bit more of a juicy air trying to come in as clouds are going to be breaking here shortly. We're glad the clouds have held on as long as they have. It's helped out, but now they're going to start to kind of break a little bit, more sunshine, more destabilization. That kind of helps thunderstorms. So we'll watch that. It's also muggy. I mean, we're sitting with dew points in the 60s. So you've got all these kind of these check marks in terms of ingredients, but now we got to see how everything will play together. So generally, until 10 o'clock, we've got storm chances, but we do think that stormiest window, kind of roughly estimating, we've got a lot of folks tuning in across the state, but for much of central Indiana, 5 to 9. By 9, we're I think we're starting to cut things down, but we'll be tracking it all afternoon and evening. This is an evolving system. Every kind of storm that pops up interacts and kind of has a domino effect to other storms. So everything plays together. So we got a lot of dominoes to predict. So we're watching that. The highest threat will be a wind. That's a widespread threat. They could have gusts up to 75 miles per hour. We've got some windy air on the way. You know, if you've gotten excited with some of these warm days, you went ahead and bought a couple things to put on the back deck, you may want to make sure that they're good to go, they're secure, ready, because these winds are no joke at times. And then there could be some hail, especially in some of these first pop-ups. We'll watch that, but that's kind of a localized threat. There could be a few tornadoes, but I think most of us are going to get a lot of heavy rain and rumbles of thunder. But we're going to be live here on WTHR Plus. We wanted to hop on and kind of start things going, give you an update on what we're seeing. But we're going to be hopping back on throughout the afternoon as the line gets finally towards Indiana. Right now we're good. We still probably have another hour, but there could be some pop-ups there towards Evansville. Something to watch, but the storm chance definitely goes up later this afternoon, kind of over the next few hours. Here's a little bit closer look. This is kind of hour by hour for just central Indiana. Here's 4 o'clock. If we can get more of that clearing to continue, there could be some early aggressive pop-up storms. Some of them may be severe. Some of them may just be downpours. We'll watch them. But there's that main line. That's what I think most of us will get. So some of us get some pop-ups. They're hit or miss. And there's the main line. Let's go ahead and move forward to 5 o'clock. That pop-up range starts to get to eastern Indiana. So we've got a ways to go for Richmond and Winchester, Newcastle, a good afternoon in Connersville and Brookville, Liberty and Centerville. We'll be waiting a little bit more, but we'll start getting more pop-ups towards eastern Indiana, Greenfield included, and eastern Hancock, Rushville, about 5 o'clock or so. But there's the line. That's the severe one where we're probably going to have a lot of nasty winds along the leading edge. 6 o'clock, starting to get a little bit closer to Indianapolis. So 6, 7, 8 o'clock, we'll be really watching this line start to come on through. Winds on that leading edge, and then a lot of rain and thunder there on the backside. But by 8 o'clock, some of us in western Indiana, we're good. You know, we think about 8 or 9 o'clock or so. We clear it out in Terre Haute, Greencastle, Lafayette. The farther west you are, the faster you're going to be in with this storm and the faster you're going to be out. We'll be waiting a little bit longer in eastern Indiana. Here's 9 o'clock. You know, there could still be some variation to this. Don't memorize exactly where the brightest colors are, but we're going to have that line pushing on through 9 o'clock, starting to get out of here. 10, 11 o'clock, maybe slowly wrapping things up. Still some rain and rumbles, but the severe threats will definitely be going down. We've had to increase kind of the wind potential because that clearing has really expanded into parts of northwest Indiana too, and even parts of northern Illinois. So we've included that up to 75. That's not a guarantee that you're going to see that, but there's a chance. I think a lot of these winds will be 60, 65, 68. We'll watch. As the storm warnings come out, we'll kind of be able to give you a better idea on each storm, how gusty they are, and where the gustiest winds are going. But a large chunk of Indiana up to 75. A lot of golf ball sized hail could be possible in some of these cells, but you only have pockets of that, right? There's individual parts of the storms that can put down hail. Not all the storm can put down hail, kind of how the dynamics work, and maybe a little bit lower hail farther to the north. But then there's the tornado threat. We bumped it up just a little bit for the spacing. We've not necessarily increased the threat level. We're at a medium threat. But I really think it is farther to the south where we'll have a little bit of that higher threat. But there can't be ruled out the chance for a few tornadoes. Not everyone's going to get a tornado, but we'll be watching that leading edge. Because a lot of these storms that we've tracked throughout the March, it's been those tricky ones right along the leading edge of a line of storms. You get that mechanical rotation and something tries to put down briefly. So we'll watch that as well. So this afternoon, of course, we've got just coming in this afternoon. I tell you why I saw all these cars with, you know, Houston and Tennessee stickers there on the back. So we've got a lot of folks in town as we're headed into Lucas Oil. I mean, gates have already opened. We tip off here 40 minutes, 2:20 p.m. We're dry headed in. A little bit of peaks of sun there right at 2 o'clock as we're walking into Lucas Oil. But as we're coming out, there could be some stormy weather. So we'll be tracking that as well for Lucas Oil. But once again, we've got that tornado watch. The orange boxes show you where we've got new severe thunderstorm warnings as that line starts to move east right now. We've got the tornado watch. It does include Indianapolis, includes Hamilton County, includes Hancock County, into Shelby County. There you get to Johnson and Morgan. Hendricks County are included, Boone County up to Tippecanoe County, Clinton County. There towards the state line all the way through central Illinois, we've got that tornado watch. So don't be surprised if this gets expanded, but we really want to watch this system as it plays out first. The black areas kind of show you where we've got a little bit more clearing of skies. So we're going to start to destabilize the atmosphere, but it has helped that the clouds have held on for this long. So here's kind of the game plan, what we're thinking. I've got my weather team with me. We're watching these storms. We're constantly analyzing them, and we're analyzing the atmosphere they're heading into. As the storms get a little bit closer, as they're crossing the state line and coming into central Indiana, we're going to more have live coverage, and we'll watch these storms. We just want to kind of kick things off. We've got that new tornado watch that we wanted to tell you about. Who's all included in that? That goes until 8 o'clock if you're included in this kind of pink color. And there's that nasty line of storms trying to develop right now. Got a lot of wind already associated with those. So we've got new severe thunderstorm warnings. If there's any notches, that's when you have to kind of watch out for some rotation. So we'll have live coverage throughout the day. What we've got coming up next will be some radar. We've actually kind of enhanced it a little bit. We got some movements with it. We're going to show you different alerts. So it's kind of going to be a little bit of a loop. And as we get closer, we'll hop right back in. We'll continue this live coverage of thunderstorms coming in. It's going to be a noisy afternoon and evening. And nothing we can't get through. We're a hardy people here in Indiana. So we're going to be watching these storms as they come on through. And make sure you got a game plan in case a storm gets a little bit gnarlier for you. Also make sure devices are charged, you know, all the things you just want to kind of think about as we head into severe weather mode, because some of these gusty winds, you know, there could be some power outages. We had some power outages with some of these other lines that have come throughout March. So it's nothing that we're not used to. Make sure things are powered up and ready to go. We're going to be ready to go too. We're going to walk through those storms with you. I've got my team here. We'll have coverage here in just a little bit. Make sure you keep it here, keep it local. As always, we'll keep you advised. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Here we go. We've got some thunderstorms on the way. Tornado watches have been expanded. They include most of central Indiana and northern Indiana, southwestern Indiana. A couple different things are going on. The storms are just about to cross the state line. In fact, we've got our first severe thunderstorm warnings for western Indiana. Once you get into Warren County, Park County, Fountain County, Vermilion County, we've got the line of storms coming down in. We've got some wind speeds that have been gusting up to about 70 miles per hour with these storms, and they're moving 60 miles per hour to the east. These things are hustling. We think overall this complex is going to push north and east, maybe even skimming, getting close to Indianapolis, but this is really going to be north central Indiana. And we're watching another cluster of thunderstorms. He's kind of broken up right now, but they'll probably start to congeal just a little bit more over the next few hours. And then these will come in for Indy and south. So we've got storms on the way. It is warm, it is humid. You feel it out there. It's a little bit breezy too. So we're starting coverage throughout the rest of the afternoon and in the evening. We're going to go from state line to state line with these storms. What you're looking at right now is just the watch itself in the pink, and then we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings to the west. Now, already at one point today in parts of eastern Illinois, we had a tornado warning. This line has some rotation along the leading edge. So you're going to get some wind, but we're going to have to individually watch some of these. Now, they're just slowly starting to cross the line. A couple little rain cells ahead of the line, but the main line's still about 15 miles just west of the state line. We're also watching some scattered showers. These are struggling right now south of Bloomington. We'll see if they try to grow a little bit more as they march north and east, eventually towards Seymour and Bedford, and once you get into Decatur County, Greensburg, and maybe eastern Indiana. But we do think from Indy south, this may be our complex coming into St. Louis right now, and then that will kind of grow over time and start coming in at us. We've got team coverage throughout the afternoon. I'm joined by meteorologist Rob Ellis, meteorologist Sean Ash. We are here watching the storms with you, so we're going to continue to kind of monitor this line as it comes on through. But this is the first cluster just to our west. You really see that heavy rain, and some of these gusts, look how it just kind of surges to the east right now, coming down 74. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning that does include Warren County and Park County, and then Vermilion County included in that as well, Fountain as well. So they're towards Covington. In fact, in a moment, I'm going to show you one of those cameras along 74 near the Covington area that's kind of looking towards this storm as it's coming on through. Still dry right now in Indianapolis, a couple light showers towards Muncie, but more light showers, a few little downpours closer to the Bloomington area. We're taking a look at some of this velocity. This just shows you some of the wind speeds that are surging out. We've already had some wind damage reports already across parts of central Illinois. Now, we're still kind of far away from the radar, but we're kind of keeping a close eye there on some of the velocity. That was storm relative velocity that we were watching as the storms come on through. So looks like we've got a new expansion of some severe thunderstorm warnings. This is headed north into Benton County, Jasper, even parts of southern Newton County, kind of there towards 65. You're getting close to Fair Oaks there, well towards northwest Indiana. But we do think this whole kind of chunk slowly pushes to the north and east over time. In a little bit, I'll get you a storm track, but they're moving about 60 miles per hour. They are fast. This is a live look in Indianapolis. You're going to see the camera shake just a little bit. In a little bit, we're going to actually turn this camera to the west, and we'll be able to see a little bit more of those thunderstorms. But there's still a lot of clouds over us, kind of delaying the storm initiation for a while closer to Indy, but I do think eventually we're going to overcome things. My goodness, though, it is warm and it's sticky. You probably have noticed that too. In fact, I was talking with Rob. You know, we are warmer and more humid than the last couple rounds of thunderstorms that are coming on through. Nice stiff south wind, 15 to 20 miles per hour. All right, as promised, I want to show you some of these INDOT cameras. This is just next to Terre Haute, technically Darwin Road, I-70. You're looking to the west. You do see some more of those darker skies slowly coming on in, although I think the majority of these storms will kind of be just north of Terre Haute. We might get kind of clipped by some of them, but some of them will be more towards the north. Then we take you to Covington. So this is I-74 as you're headed to Danville, Illinois. Now, I know there's a lot of brush in the way. The cameras are meant to kind of focus on the roads, not necessarily the sky, but you can see the darker skies starting to come in closer to the state line. This is kind of just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the state line. But this is what we're watching. Cluster of thunderstorms to the west. These are lined up with gusty winds from north to south, moving to the north and east by about 60 miles per hour. And remember, we do have that level 3 severe threat for 99% of the state. Gary is the only place not included. But the reason why we've got this level 3, this orange color, is the threat for scattered to numerous thunderstorms. We've got a cluster coming in right now. It doesn't hit everyone, But we do think more of those clusters coming from St. Louis will be able to take care of Indy and to the south. So we'll probably get this wave to the north, probably coming into Crawfordsville, Lafayette, Kokomo, Peru, maybe even Marion, but more towards northwestern Indiana over the next hour to 2 hours. But between about 5 to 8 or 9 o'clock, that's when we think the storms near St. Louis will come closer to Indianapolis and Bloomington and Columbus, there towards Shelbyville, and eventually eastbound, more 8, 9 o'clock, Newcastle and Richmond. But we still got a ways to kind of watch that complex as it does develop. I'm going to go ahead and kind of look with you guys on, if we go back to the line itself. Once again, these storms, a lot of lightning. If you see some of the yellow strikes, those are really those powerful positive strikes. Those are the ones that really come down the ground in a big way. Really loud. Of course, there's just a lot of lightning in general. But these storms coming into Danville, I was showing you the camera right here on 74. And it was looking westbound. So we're starting to get some rain. It looks like we've got a couple of these clusters of downpours forming ahead of the line itself. Some right over Purdue right now, West Lafayette and Lafayette. We've got some of those downpours. And then south to Terre Haute, we've got a couple downpours danced around us. In fact, remember when we were looking there at Darwin Road, the sky was kind of dark to the south and west. That's that cluster. But the severe storms themselves are just about to start crossing the state line. So I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track, and then I'm going to start including the rest of the team. We've got storm coverage, team coverage all afternoon and evening as this line pushes on through, and they're going to watch that next line come on through too. So let's go ahead and kind of roughly time this out. I'm mostly concerned about the edge of this line. And so when we time this out, I'm not necessarily including the exact little clusters ahead of time. So let's go ahead and kind of time this out. We'll put about 60 miles per hour. So Rensselaer 340, coming into Purdue, just about 353. So here in, let's say 45 to 50 minutes, will really come into the heart of Tippecanoe County. Now it may rain before that. We're really watching the gusty wind threat with these times, but look ahead of the line. There are these little downpours that have formed up. None of these are necessarily severe, although we've got some new lightning strikes there in Tippecanoe County. So starting to get loud there right over Purdue. Purdue's right about here. So West Lafayette there, 352, 353 or so. And then Monticello, farther to the north, 404. But notice how the majority of the severe line coming on through stays north and east of Indy for now. We'll kind of see how some of these southern cells develop just a little bit over time. So what we're going to do is we've got team coverage. I want to go ahead and bring in meteorologist Rob Ellis. He's been watching this line. He was watching some of those lines the past couple of days, and we've got another one coming on through for western Indiana right now.
Yeah, let's talk about what to expect here, because a great job of outlining what we're seeing with this line. Now, Matt's been showing you that not only do we have this line, especially really for all of central Indiana, but all of those clusters of thunderstorms that he's been talking about developing out ahead of the line. These are the ones that we're going to have to watch to see if they do have the potential to become severe. The majority of the severe threat right now is located within this line. Behind that, he mentioned the possibility of storms that are down in St. Louis right now. Now, I know you can't see them on this radar perspective. The reason why is because I'm using the Indianapolis radar, but very quickly, if I switch over to the central Illinois radar, this gives us that high resolution data that we're looking at. You see that those storms do pop up. We can't see those storms from the Indianapolis radar, but we can certainly see them here. I think that has a better chance of arriving in Indianapolis a little bit later in the evening. In the short term, it's this batch of storms that we're going to be tracking, and also those individual cells that may develop out ahead of the line. Now look, it's gotten warm out ahead of that line. The line is certainly going to use that energy, but will we see some of these storms develop and potentially become severe? That's going to be one of our biggest concerns that we're going to be tracking here as we get through the next several hours or so. Let's dive in a little bit closer. Let's talk about some of these individual storms and what we're seeing. We'll also see if we can take a look at some of the storm reports that have been coming in. Here's what we're tracking. He mentioned Purdue, right over Purdue, seeing some lightning strikes. Yes, there are some. In fact, I'll put on the lightning for you so you can see that. You can see there have been a couple of lightning strikes here. Now, look, this, just like the last two events we've had, these are going to be extremely electrical storms. These are going to be producing a lot of lightning as they move through, in addition to the gusty winds. And we have seen some hail with these as well. Let me take off the radar again and go back to the Indianapolis radar, just because I do want to show you more of a local radar approach, especially when we're looking at the cell, say, near Lafayette. Coming out of Indianapolis, we're going to have a much better view. The problem with some of the storms that are just over the state line that are moving into Indiana is they are in a location where we don't get the best view of what's happening near the surface. So when we look at these, we are certainly able to pick up the higher intensity of the rain returns, the reflectivity. A couple of things I'm going to be watching as a meteorologist as we get through the next several hours. First of all, generally within these linear structures, we have the wind gusts, extreme wind gusts. We're talking about severe wind gusts, which would be 60 miles per hour or stronger. We could even see some 70 mile per hour wind gusts with this, and that has verified with some of the storm reports that we've seen back to the west. We've been watching those. That was a thunderstorm wind gust of 50 miles per hour that went through earlier just east of Savoy there in parts of Illinois. Again, the state line, just so if you want to orient yourself, the state line is located right here. That wind gust was 50 miles per hour, which is not quite what we're looking at for severe criteria. Let me move the map again just to get you a little bit closer. Again, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that right now is still in place. We'll be watching that. That is going to continue to push east. I have a feeling what we're going to end up watching is the entire line of storms end up going severe thunderstorm warn as it passes through. Now, because of that, we're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorms through the evening. But what we're going to keep our eye on are these little notches that tend to happen along these lines. Sometimes we call them bookend vortices if it's almost like a Boeing echo when it's pushing out ahead of the line of storms. Usually that means linear, strong, straight line wind gusts. But every now and then on the edge of them, you can get a little swirl. We've had a couple of those with the last two events as well, where we did see some spin-ups on the edges of those. That's all going to move east. Let me put the radar into motion so you can see what's been happening with it over the last hour or so. You can see overall, this is a northeast motion. So if you're in Indianapolis, will this arrive if we see a little bit of redevelopment farther to the south? That's possible. Let me turn off the lightning and just kind of put the warnings, take the warnings off here for just a moment to show you what we're looking at here. I do think that we'll see some of this line move through parts of the metro area, but there's not a lot of development south of here when it comes to that linear feature. What Matt was talking about were these individual cells that continue to pop up. We're seeing some of these farther to the south. We're seeing these near Bloomington right now, but of course right now they don't have any severe weather warnings with them. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, even though you do have the tornado watch that's in place. Those are going to continue lifting to the north and east. So if you're in Indianapolis right now, and I'd say really through the next hour or so, watch these storms. They may continue to develop. They may certainly impact your outdoor plans. They're probably going to at least bring you some heavy downpours. They may also additionally bring you that possibility of some lightning strikes. And if they continue to strengthen, gusty winds. Will they reach severe criteria? We don't have a lot of runway for Indianapolis, but back behind that, we could get some clearing skies enough that that next round that we were telling you about that's down closer to St. Louis, that's what we'll be watching as that next round moves through. So back to Indy we go, and then I'll hand it over to Matt again, unless Sean wants to jump in here. He's really keeping an eye on things and updating our social media and the website. Look at all of the reports back to the west. Let me actually look at that for just a quick moment here. I saw one report that popped up there near Champaign. Now keep in mind, you do tend to get more reports typically when there are more populated areas. It's that tree falls in the forest kind of a scenario from all of these multiple reports kind of clustered there. Several of these severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not going to query for me, but when we've been watching these, we've been watching some of the reports come in with 60 plus mile per hour gust. It's going to get my reflectivity there, but I'll move that off of the screen. Starting to see more of those storms continue to develop. Matt, have you been seeing anything that's been popping up as far as some of the reports as that lines move through that's told us that these are confirmed as severe thunderstorm warnings? In other words, are these verifying with what we're seeing right now with that line moving through eastern Illinois?
Yeah, we actually got some reports from emergency management just outside of Danville of some damage, but what we are looking at right now will actually be, you see that blinking right there?
Yeah.
That's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now issued by the National Weather Service. We got a lot of wind with this storm. We've got 70 plus mile per hour winds coming out the west right now. So you see this blinking right here. Don't be surprised if that also gets extended into Indiana. These storms are crossing the state line. Yeah, you got some junk ahead of time with some downpours, but it's right in there. And in fact, I do think we have a couple cameras we'll be able to pull up here in just a moment. But I think I've got one there. Yeah, here's Covington. So this is where that thunderstorm is coming on through. You can see the wind picking up a little bit, heavy rain starting to come down. You're kind of looking at the state line there from Covington. They're going down 74. And then I think I've got a camera. Let's see if we go back maybe one towards, all right, northwest side of the Purdue campus. We're at Sagamore Parkway, Cumberland Avenue. Got some downpours around right now, but these storms are kind of right around the Lafayette area. But I want to go ahead and get back to some of these storms that are really crossing the state line closer to Danville right now and Covington. So that blinking, once again, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's coming in right now. So let's go ahead and dive into that storm. I'm going to do a couple different things with you guys. Let's go zoom in just a touch. By the way, the warnings are kind of lined up the Indiana side too. The wind itself has now just crossed the state line coming in to Vermilion County, Warren County, Fountain County. We're kind of in the mix of that too. So here's Covington. That's where that camera was. But look at all this lightning. That leading edge of the wind is right in here. We can turn on the wind too. I want to go ahead and put some of the velocity. You see this bright color? You see it really coming on through. And what we're going to have to watch though, Rob, will be kind of how it's not just one uniform line. We're already starting to see kind of a surge just to the south coming into Vermilion County, and then another surge. Now, rule of thumb, doesn't always work this way, but what we'll watch will be the northern end of some of these surges. We've got two. Look at that wind. Now, granted, we're kind of looking a little bit higher up in the atmosphere because we are using the Indianapolis radar. But my goodness, look at some of this wind that's coming on through. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning with that 70+ mile per hour wind crossing the state line. There will be chances that these winds in spots could reach 75 miles per hour. But you've got the two sections right here, kind of the two bulges. It's on the north side that we'll have to watch. Not really liking this one, Rob, that's coming into Vermilion County.
And explain to people while you're there, you know, this is a problematic area for us in Indianapolis.
Correct. We're so far from the radar that when we're looking at it, we're really seeing the bulk of the storm is actually taking some jet stream wind too. And so it's a little bit stronger than maybe was exactly at the ground, but sometimes you can translate this down to the ground. But since we're a little bit far, you're gonna see a lot of these bright blues. I mean, that's showing you winds probably getting closer to now 80, 85 miles per hour, but not everything is quite at the ground. But we can still kind of get a sense. We'll be near the surface, we've got two kind of gusts of winds, two surges. It's that north end, because what happens is you surge the wind east and it kind of wraps in around itself. So something that we'll have to watch. We'll be watching kind of here towards Warren County and then right in here towards Vermilion County, just south of Danville. So this would be west of Indy. These storms are moving north and east. We could get clipped in Crawfordsville. We'll probably come into Covington here in a moment. I might be able to show you that camera again in just a second. But the wind is that primary threat. I do want to show you what it looks like with some of the hail. Go ahead and turn this on. What you're looking at right now will be the green colors just showing you heavy rain, but where we're trying to pick up on some of that hail right now is in those purple colors. So we've got some of that hail, could be up to about an inch in size right now. They're crossing the state line for Vermilion County and then also towards Warren County. So the Perrysville area, Eugene, so far western Indiana, not quite to central Indiana just yet. Here's Covington. We've also got some possibly hail just north of you guys to the north and west, kind of towards West Lebanon. Attica would be next. These storms are coming headed towards you guys.
And Matt, one of the things I've been noticing while you've been tracking there, and Sean has really keyed in, and I don't know if he's ready to talk a little bit about it.
Sure.
But, you know, sometimes with those bulges of the strong winds moving out ahead of this, every now and then it can be the precursor to what we see when it comes to tornado genesis.
Exactly.
Every now and then on that, but kind of between that, on that north end.
Yep.
Sean, I don't know if you've been looking at that more specifically where it is. I didn't know if you had any more information.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's what I just tweeted out is I would treat this line, if you're in Covington, Petersburg, Kingman, Perrysville, West Lebanon, Attica, I would, based on the damage reports we've had with it in Illinois and on the rotation that's now showing up in between Georgetown, Illinois, and nearing Perrysville, I would treat this like a tornado warning.
And let's be honest, some of the strong winds that we could be seeing there can be low-wind EF0, EF1 tornadoes.
And you can get that in between scans too. I mean, you can easily get some sort of tornado, kind of gustnado type of event there on that north side. So the two areas that they were watching, once again, specifically, when you're looking at that north end, you've got a little bit of the bulge there coming in just north of Danville, right in here. I'm going to circle this area that, you know, what we're looking at is that wind speed itself surging 70 miles per hour, but where it starts to collapse in on itself, the best chance for that wrap-up, brief-up tornado, that spin-up, would probably be just kind of near the center to the north. And then the other one is just south of Danville. But in a second, I want to go ahead and just track this storm out, push it deeper into Indiana. You're looking at Lafayette, Purdue, West Lafayette, Crawfordsville, even Lebanon, Kokomo, Frankfort. You're looking west, you're like, okay, I see the clouds starting to get darker. When's it going to come on through? So we'll watch those north ends. Don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning. We're just kind of watching that circulation slowly form there on the north sides of those. But what we'll also be looking for will be just general wind speed. I mean, even with these, if you get a 70 mile per hour wind gust, 75, you're talking about EF0 status of a tornado just kind of blowing on through. Sean's got storm relative velocity up there. Sean, you're looking at that one that's really just south of Covington right now?
Yep. Yeah.
So what he's looking here.
Southwest of Covington. Now keep in mind, these things are moving 65 miles per hour. So you're seeing a radar snapshot that likely, when we get a new update, that spin's going to be over Perrysville.
Correct.
Moving toward Veedersburg, moving toward Covington. Covington, you have gusty wind right now. There's no question about that. We will see if we continue to get more 70 mile per hour reports like we've had out of Illinois. We've had some damage, at least some tree limbs down in Danville, Illinois. Again, moving northeast quickly. There's the radar update. So this is just the beginning, friends. This is going to be a pretty long afternoon. That this lead line of storms, and let me put a path on it, track on it for you, moving northeast roughly at about 65 miles per hour here. So this will likely, at least the core of the strongest wind with this, likely bypasses Indianapolis. Close call on the southern flank. We'll see how much development we get. It's going to be in Peru. You've had some thunderstorms, but we're talking about the line itself. I'll put the lightning back on. That gets it in Purdue before 4 o'clock, roughly around 3:50, give or take. Crawfordsville at 3:50, Monticello at 4 o'clock, Frankfort about 4:15. Again, moving at about 65 miles per hour.
So Sean has that whole thing highlighted. Rush of wind with these storms, gumming over the next 40 minutes, pushing it to the north and east. The specific notch that we are kind of keeping an eye on, we'll have to see, we're still higher up in the atmosphere. It gets tough when we're to the west this far. We're talking about Newport, 324 here in just about a minute. Covington, 332 or so, probably just south and east of you guys. There's Veedersburg, 337, Waynetown, 447, then New Richmond, 353, and just after 4 o'clock towards Clarks Hill. But then I want to show you kind of what Sean was showing you with that whole line itself. I'll go back to kind of just the normal radar looking.
Looks like they've extended the destructive into Lafayette now.
They get it? Okay.
Yeah, you'll see it pop up here shortly.
Come up. So what Rob's talking about, you see that flashing here, and we do have the severe thunderstorm warning coming into Park and Fountain and Warren counties, but destructive warning going to be extended right through Tippecanoe County. So in Lafayette, West Lafayette, Purdue campus, you need to be on the lookout for this. Let's go ahead and kind of put this whole line. I'm going to get roughly the leading edge or so and do about a mile or two or in advance, just so we have a little bit of an extra lead time. And I'm going to put a couple more towns on here. So just a second. We're going to go ahead and populate a few more folks as this line. There we go. All right. So what we've timed out is the leading edge of that storm. You see probably now the wall cloud forming, or the shelf cloud forming. That's that big, long, dark cloud. And then there are certain sections of this storm that are going to really gust, but everything is very windy. So just timing out the arrival of the severe part of the storm. We got some downpours ahead. The arrival time, Fowler, 3:31, Attica, 3:33 here in just about 10 minutes. Rensselaer, 3:44. But like Rob was saying, we're going to get that there. It's coming in just a second. I can see it on another one that we have down there. But Lafayette, it looks like until 4 o'clock, we're going to get that expansion for this warning. It actually includes parts of Warren County and then northern Fountain County, that new warning that's going to come out here in a moment. Rob, I'm going to have you kind of take over because I think your radar. has it popping up.
And by the way, they did update on the Weather Service's warning that it's northeast at 70 miles per hour.
Even faster.
So they're moving any faster, and you can kind of see that a little bit. If they're able to pull up my computer and switch to the chroma key version, we'll show you what we're talking about here, because we are looking at the warning really pushing out ahead of this. So what we're looking at here, and I don't know if they're going to be able to switch that to the other camera movement, to the other camera key shot.
Hey, Rob, a tornado warning is going to come out in a moment.
Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pause our coverage here so we can go live on the air. As we do that, stay with us. We're not going anywhere. We just want to make sure that we're able to update that on our system here. Bear with us. Weather Center. We're looking at a new tornado warning that's just been issued here. Let me show you what we're tracking. That tornado warning is going to continue moving to the north and east, and we may have to switch to a different computer here. I know I'm going to throw you for a loop, but the reason why is it's not updating the tornado warning in this particular box. If we're able to go to the other box, that box will show us that information about the tornado warning, because we do have the tornado warning moving just up from the storms that have moved out of Illinois. Those storms moving out of Illinois continuing to move to the east at about 70 miles per hour. Those storms are moving very quickly. This is going to include areas east of Danville, Illinois, not Danville, Indiana, Danville, Illinois. This is going to be moving towards Lafayette. It does not include Lafayette itself, although I believe it may clip the southwestern corner of Tippecanoe County. We're also, in addition to that, looking at extremely gusty winds. These extremely gusty winds are going to be moving in with this system, and because of that, as the system continues to race to the north and east, we're going to see the storms likely impact almost all of you north of Indianapolis because of those strong winds that are trying to push through. Let me put the radar in motion just to show you what we're tracking. There's the tornado warning that we're watching. This moving to the north and east, and by the way, Sean Ash and Matt Standridge here are still watching what's happening with these storms. If someone has an actual tornado warning direction and speed, if they're able to provide that information, just feel free. In addition to the tornado warning that we currently have, and let me set this, stop this motion here, because you can see the entire line contains some extremely gusty winds. The tornado is one of the little notches right there, and I'll move the map so we can see it a little bit better, and then we'll dive in. Because what I want to be able to show you is that not only is this producing some rotation, but there's some extremely gusty winds. So really what we've been trying to tell you here is that even if you aren't in this exact location where we do have that bit of rotation, and when we talk about rotation, we're talking about these areas of reds and greens that are real close together. That's not necessarily what I want you to pay too much attention to. And the reason why is because while the rotation may be right here, and I want you to treat that seriously as well, that's moving to the northeast at anywhere from 65 to 75 miles per hour. The area within that line, farther to the north, producing some extremely gusty winds. We're talking winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour. So even though you may not be in the tornado warning, I don't want you to think too much about that. If you're anywhere west of, say, Crawfordsville right now, or even in Crawfordsville, especially if you are in Lafayette right now, Attica, Covington, these are areas where extremely high gusty winds are going to be moving through. Also with that possibility of rotation that's continuing to the north and east. And Matt, feel free to jump in here because I believe you're going to have probably more information on the specific tornado warning.
Yes, just reading the tornado warning, kind of what the National Weather Service put out. We've got straight line wind damage already near Covington with this storm. And now we've got the rotation now with this. So you've got gusty winds, and then you probably have this kind of gustnado type of feature that's coming in from the south and west. So at any time already on the southeast side of Covington is where we could possibly already have this. Are we able to, let's see, get this to, I believe, links 4 in just a moment? We'll be able to pop that up. I'll be able to show you. All right, so here's what we're watching. We've got that tornado warning. Right now, nothing confirmed on the ground, but at any time, There could be a touchdown just outside of Covington especially, or in Covington is also included. But this extends to the north and east right through Attica. And then this storm itself will be coming towards Lafayette. Then you see all the flashing colors too. We've got destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for Tippecanoe County, and then back to the west for Park County, Warren County, and Vermilion County due to winds that could reach up to 80 miles per hour, just going off with the National Weather Service, what they're estimating with this radar. So let's go ahead and kind of time where we think the actual rotation roughly is, and then we're going to time out the windstorm itself, because everyone's getting hammered by this storm, but some folks have a little bit higher threat of just plain old wind, and then we've got that rotation to track too. So let's go ahead and take a closer look. I'm going to reset this real quick, but we're going to time out the rotation, which is just about in this area.
And Matt, Weather Service is actually putting straight line winds in excess of 80 miles per mile.
80 miles per hour.
Yeah.
You just heard that from Rob. 80 miles per hour is what they're estimating with these cells. So they're moving 60 to 70 miles per hour, putting out 80 miles per hour. That 80 mile per hour threshold is when you get that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go ahead and time this out. Push it to the north and east. I'm going to clear this for a second. We're going to make it a little bit wider. And we're going to time out the rough rotation area, moving to the north and east. It's going to move in about 65 miles per hour or so. So we've got the severe thunderstorms with a lot of wind, up to 80 mile per hour winds pushing east. But when we're watching specifically that rotation with this tornado warning there for parts of Fountain County and coming into Warren County, we're looking at extending this towards Lafayette and Purdue, 357, 358 here in just about 20 to 25 minutes or so. So this is something that we'll be needing to watch. Then let's go ahead and just time out the storm itself, because we've got 80 mile per hour winds, which can easily just be its own EF0 tornado with these wind speeds just packing a punch here coming right towards Tippecanoe County. Here's Crawfordsville. We're probably going to get clipped there towards the north and west of town too. So let's zoom out. And we're going to time the leading edge of this line as it marches east. Yes, we have that tornado threat, but we also have a very destructive wind threat pushing on through. So these storms are moving now about 70 miles per hour at a top speed, 65 to 70. Let's go 70. So just the wind itself coming into Purdue, 342, Lafayette on the other side of the river, 344, Crawfordsville, 349. We may also get a warning here shortly. Monticello 352, Frankfort, Clinton County 409, Logansport 411. Guys, these are moving fast. Peru 425, and here in about an hour, because they're moving so quickly, they're towards Kokomo and the Tipton area.
Hey Matt, one of the things I'm noticing is that it looks like there's a secondary circulation just southeast of,
let's go ahead and pull that up,
of Covington. Maybe southeast of Covington, southwest of Petersburg. It's almost on the edge of the polygon, that southeastern edge of the polygon.
Yes. So what he's watching, we've got a rotation here. What happens with this kind of line? When we got such strong winds surging to the north and east, you can get multiple vortices to form. So what he's watching is another rotation kind of in here.
I'd say a little farther south there. I'd say really where that brightest spot there.
Right in here. Coming towards the Petersburg area, we've got I-74. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. Ergus just got an update too.
Yep.
We're talking about this rotation right in here, but there also could just be some general rotating air farther south along US 41. But we're really watching the rotation just coming into the Petersburg area, and that's why we have that tornado warning and that surge here. So while we're watching the Petersburg area, you need to go ahead and get in your safe shelter. Make sure you get into the innermost room of your house, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as we've got that rotation here towards kind of the southern edge of this tornado warning. But there could also just be, as you surge this wind forward, you can get other little tiny vortices in this. There's a little bit messy because we're looking higher up in the atmosphere, but everyone included in this tornado warning. So from Covington to Attica, you need to make sure you're in your safe spot. But it looks like the most enhanced rotation, here's Petersburg right here, coming into town, and this thing is moving 60 to 70 miles per hour. We'll be crossing I-74 shortly right near the Petersburg area, and then coming up towards eventually into Tippecanoe County.
Unfortunately, we don't have a great traffic camera past Covington. The next one's going to be Crawfordsville, but I think we're going to have to go to Lafayette to see those once that arrives there. Hopefully it weakens.
Right, and you can see it even a little bit here just on normal reflectivity. So you've got a surge here to the south, but then we're also seeing some rotation coming into Petersburg right now. Therefore, the tornado warning, once again, that goes until 4 o'clock, so 25 more minutes of this tornado warning. It may need to be extended or even expanded a little bit farther to the south, but we've got that rotation right over the Petersburg area. Do you got rotation up?
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, you see it tightened up a little bit.
What I wonder
you
if
got
they're-
shear? You want to go ahead and show?
Yeah, let me show a couple things. One of the things I'm curious about, Matt, is are they going to, because this is so close to where we are with the radar, the polygon for the tornado warning, I wonder if the Weather Service is going to extend that a little farther to the south. Now that they've switched over to this radar, let me zoom in a little closer and just show you what we're looking at. And Matt's been doing a good job of showing you where that rotation is, but you can almost make out a little bit of a hook signature here. We see it in the reflectivity, but if we go over to the velocity, let's say, I'll start with base velocity because it does look a little bit better on this computer. You can't see it as much there. Maybe the storm relative velocity or perhaps the latest scan looks a little bit of an improvement. And by the way, you also notice there's a couple of things happening here. There's a couple of flashing boxes. We told you about these earlier if you were watching our stream. That is because we do have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, a little bit of excessive wording, not excessive, but additional wording from the National Weather Service that even outside of this tornado warning, which it looks like there may even be a little bit of additional rotation trying to develop. Matt was talking about those additional vortices that could develop. These are the areas that we could be tracking, but that flashing box, which includes Lafayette, this is where we could see those winds in excess, from what the Weather Service has been saying, Matt, of 80 miles per hour. And the storms themselves are moving about 60 to 70 miles per hour. I mean, this is a really unique situation that we're in, just how fast they're moving.
Yeah, and that kind of helps make that wind threat even worse. If the storms are moving like that, you can easily just put out a little extra wind, and now you put that together and you've got the destructive kind of wind with that severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, the yellow flashing destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, they include coming into Park County, Montgomery County, Tippecanoe County, Warren County, due to the up to 80 mile per hour winds that are surging across the state. And then, of course, we've got the tornado warning for Petersburg. We just got a new scan. It looks like the heart of the rotation there on the southeast side of town. That's kind of near 136 coming out of town. There's got Suzy Q's there on the southeast side of Petersburg. It's roughly where the rotation is. However, since this thing is moving so quickly, you already kind of need to look a little bit more towards the north and east. We've got Fountain Central High School, which is right here, right along 136. So anyone around Fountain Central High School will need to be watching. This rotation's coming right over the school district right now. But there could also be little gustnados on some of these. There's a lot of kind of messy rotation, but the heart of the rotation coming right now over Fountain Central High School and then pushing to the north and east. And then we're going to be talking about coming into the Putnam County area and north in Montgomery County. Here's Crawfordsville, Waynetown. We're just outside. We think the heart of the rotation will probably go just to your north and west, crossing over 74 in just a moment. It'll go over US 136 in just a second, right over Fountain Central High School, and then cross over 136, then cross over 74, and then coming into Montgomery County. This tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock. And then, of course, we've just got the wind itself. So let me go ahead and just kind of show you, not necessarily storm relative, we call it just velocity, just the heart of the wind. Look at this wind surge just coming right through parts of Fountain County and Park County. High speed winds here, up to 80 miles per hour, surging eastbound, coming eventually towards kind of Greencastle to Crawfordsville, and then the Lafayette area where we do have that severe destructive warning. For Lafayette, let's go ahead and time a couple things out. I'm going to go ahead and put a time of arrival. We're going to, let's see, let's put clock time. And I'm going to time this out. Let's see. So here, just in about 12 minutes or so coming into West Lafayette. Lafayette itself just a minute or so later. Let's go back to the storm, the rotation right over Fountain Central High School. That's going to move north and east. Going to zoom out for just a second, and then we'll zoom back in. They're moving so fast. So what we'll have to do roughly here, and kind of time this out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to populate a few more folks. We're in rural parts of Fountain County here. There we go. All right, so Waynetown 342 here in just about 2 minutes. So Fountain Central High School is about here. Waynetown is just over the county line. Waynetown will be watching some of that rotation. Linden 353, Clarks Hill 403, Mulberry 409, and Carrollton closer to 430. Now we're getting deep. We kind of pass even there towards Clinton County. I want to go to Lafayette. Let's go ahead and time things out for Lafayette. So once again, what we're showing you is velocity. I'm going to go back to storm relative. It kind of shows a little bit better. Maybe just a touch weaker in this next scan. Watching that rotation here east of Petersburg. Fountain Central High School is about here. So it looks like it's slowly clearing Fountain Central. We've got Waynetown just to the east, just a hop, skip, and a jump down 136.
And they're really
Got the county
eyeballing
line. Sorry?
Hillsboro as well as
Hillsboro?
the next community.
All right,
yeah, I know you've been
Hillsboro,
talking about it.
You're going to be right next. Hillsboro is literally just past Fountain Central. Hillsboro is about here. So Hillsboro, you've got Waynetown a little bit farther to the east. Then we look up north towards Mellett. This would be just north on 341, which is right here. So the Mellett area, we'll be watching that coming in here just within the next, could it be just a couple of minutes now because this thing is moving so quickly. A little bit messier there on some of the rotation, it looks like. I'm going to go ahead and expand the view again. I'm going to go back to just the speeds itself because it looks like the wind is just about to come into Lafayette. Now, at this angle, it's a little bit harder to register some of the gustiest winds. But coming into Lafayette right now, let me go ahead and zoom out for a second. Well, sometimes it's hard to draw these storm tracks because you have to put in 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, you need a runway.
Yeah, you need a long runway. So I know it's getting kind of wonky here, but coming into West Lafayette here in just about 4 minutes for that wind. Crossing the river about 346, 347 or so. Battleground just to the north, 353. And then even towards the Dayton area, this is rough. I mean, I would have to redraw this to get exact, but generally about 355. So here in just under 10 or about 10 minutes or so, 10 or 12 minutes for that storm as it's coming right through Tippecanoe County. I think, Rob, I've got a camera up. This is that northwest side of the Purdue campus. This is Sagamore Parkway, Cumberland Road. You do see that darker sky. They're just off in the distance right now. Do you have an update on that storm as it's
Yeah,
come through?
let's quickly, because I'm really curious about the cameras too,
Yes.
and I'm wondering if you're able to find any more. I looked a little bit, and really there's not a good camera network until you get to Lafayette. So if we can, let's go over to the other computer. I know there's going to be a camera shift here when that happens. Couple of things if you're just joining us. Let me first talk about that. We do have the tornado warning that is in place right now. That is our utmost concern, not the additional destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have this tornado warning that is going to stay with us that is just clipping the southwestern part of Tippecanoe County. In addition to that, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. Ones that are flashing, that is the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. What does that mean? Well, it's a little bit of additional wording for the severe thunderstorm warning that tells us that this line, and by the way, notice how this part of the storm has really advanced out ahead of it and is now pushing through Lafayette. Then farther to the south, you kind of have this little bit of a notch in what kind of appears to be a bit of a hook echo. We often look at that when we talk about what to expect with it. I'm actually going to step out of the way so I can turn on the hand tracking here just to get that moving. I want to show you what's going on with some of the rotation that we're looking at there. Thank you, Matt, for allowing me to do that. One moment, just want to get the hand tracking going. Thank you, sir. Because this tornado warning is just for the rotation, but we've been talking so much about the strong winds. I don't want that part of the forecast or that part of what we're expecting to really be left behind. So here's our tornado warning. Again, I just want to get the info there until 4 p.m. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning, the additional severe thunderstorm warning is also going to go until 4 p.m. If you are in and around the Lafayette area, just consider that those winds are going to be just as strong as what you may see in a weak tornado. Now, what Matt was showing you and what I really want to dive in a little bit closer on is some of the rotation that we're looking at, but also he mentioned something that I think bears repeating here. In addition to this little bit of rotation that we see right there, and I'll remove some of the stuff on the screen so it's not quite as jumbled for what you're looking at. When we look at these bright spots of green, that's where we're looking at some really strong winds in one direction. And then when you see the really bright reds, which you're not seeing as much of a signal, it's strong winds in an opposite direction. It implies a circulation here. And what's interesting about this particular tornado warning, especially as I zoom in just a little bit, get a little bit closer here, right over Wingate, he was talking about Mellot here, we're talking about Hillsboro. It's now past that area, but probably seeing some gusty winds move through. This is the area where we're watching the circulation, potentially some gusty winds in addition to the circulation. What I'm curious about is what is the Weather Service going to do? Will they continue to extend that tornado warning perhaps a little farther to the east? I'm also looking at a couple of other screens off camera, so if I do that, if I pause for a moment, it's because one of the other meteorologists is looking at a couple of things and I can see their computer screens as well, and sometimes what they're looking at really will show you. One of the things that Matt talked about that I think bears repeating is that sometimes the view that we get in this area from the Indianapolis radar, when we look due west to these storms coming in from the west, coming straight at us, you get these really bright colorations. We can see the winds coming right at us. Once the winds get at a different angle from the radar beam, like the ones that are coming through Lafayette, notice how the bright colors kind of fall off. That's not to say that that part of the storm is weaker. It's just that we don't get as clear a view from the radar. We're actually kind of splitting some of the angle here. We're not getting as clear a picture of what's happening here. So even though these brightest colors, where the tornado warning is and where the severe thunderstorm warning is, the flashing orange box that you see, that's where the winds appear to be the strongest. When we get in closer, as the meteorologist, I have to look at that and go, hang on a second. What we're getting is maybe not the clearest picture of what could be happening as this approaches Lafayette. And Matt, if any of those cameras look impressive, just feel free to call them out because I'd love to see what's happening right there with some ground truth. Again, the tornado warning, we're still waiting on the update to see what's going to happen with this part of the storm as it continues pushing to the north and east, because at some point the circulation, which is looking weaker now, I'm happy that it's looking weaker, but that is going to escape this polygon because these storms are moving so quickly. The line itself may be moving at 70 to 80 miles per hour. Matt, what do you have?
Yeah, I want to show you a camera here in just a moment. You were asking there towards the Purdue campus, northwest side. Once again, that's not where necessarily we have the strongest rotations. Farther south near Hillsboro, it's past Fountain Central. But look at this wind coming in. This is just northwest of the Purdue campus. Sagamore Parkway, Cumberland Avenue, coming right into Tippecanoe County. Look at these winds, how much the trees are bending there, and then some of these lights there closer to some of the parking lots. And you also see the wind kind of, I mean, this is just a good thunderstorm coming on through with gusts that could possibly reach 70 up to 80 miles per hour, because we do have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's been included for Tippecanoe County. So this is, once again, northwest side of the Purdue campus. I'm going to go ahead and go back to a couple different things with the radar real quick. Zooming out for a second. Some of us tuning in across central Indiana thinking, okay, what's happening? We've got this cluster of strong thunderstorms, really big time winds. We've had wind damage reports in Illinois. I just checked with the National Weather Service. They're still trying to gather to see if we have any wind reports yet, but a lot of this has been in some rural area. I mean, we had that circulation kind of pass over Fountain Central High School. Now it's getting deeper into parts of there towards Park County and then coming into Montgomery County. But this is a nasty windstorm.
I believe they're canceling the tornado warning.
I think it just went out.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get resubmitted as the circulation moves north.
Correct. So what we may do here, I got Jack in the control room. We've got this line. What we're going to continue to do is have coverage on WTHR Plus. We're going to go ahead and hop off Channel 13. What we'll do is we'll cover tornado warnings here on Channel 13. But guess what? We're going to have all-day coverage of these storms on WTHR Plus, so head there. Let's go ahead. I'm going to step off to the side. We've got this cluster moving north and east. We'll be tracking it, but then more storms to St. Louis, coming closer to Indianapolis and Bloomington between 5 to about 8, 9 o'clock or so. So we're going to go ahead and reset. Jack, I'll leave it up to you, but thanks for joining us here on Channel 13. Continued coverage is on WTHR Plus. All right, thanks for joining us. Once again, how this kind of works is we're going to continue coverage here on WTHR Plus, watching this big cluster of windstorms. We've got this flashing color, which means destructive, which means we've got nearly 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that could be possible. Not necessarily everyone gets 80, but we got 60, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Guys, this is a really gusty storm. So we're watching this. Anytime we get a tornado warning, what we'll have to do is pause for a second and kind of join streams with Channel 13. We've got the Texas Children's Houston opener there. So we'll continue that. But as tornado warnings are popped up, we'll have to hop on there as well. And we're going to watch this rotation. I think Rob said it well. In situations like this, when you have just so much wind bottled up in these storms, at any time you can get this surge that kind of helps create a rotation. So we'll keep a close eye. But for now, there are no tornado warnings, but a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. They stretch all the way from northwest Indiana, coming right through White County and then into Tippecanoe County, Montgomery County were included, and then Putnam County as well. Nasty line. It looks like the heart of this wind, though, you can kind of see the line's not straight, right? It's a curvy line. Where we've got this curve, we've got a lot of wind, you guys, coming into the Lafayette area, and we've got another surge of wind coming into Crawfordsville. Kind of see how it bows just a little bit. So therefore, Montgomery County, a lot of wind, and I believe we'll eventually be able to change some of these cameras. But right now, Lafayette, you got some windstorm damage? Are you looking at in Danville? Sean, is that you looking at some of that? Okay, he's got popped up. It looks like we had a report of a garage. John, do you want to talk about it for a second? If we can go ahead and turn to Lynx 1.
So within that, now we haven't had many reports out of west central Indiana yet. We'll see if that changes. But this is why they have eventually put that destructive thunderstorm tag on this. We've had a lot of reports in east central Illinois. So this is Danville, Illinois, of a garage destroyed there. That's one of the reports we've had. We've had multiple 70 to 80 mile per hour wind reports with that line as it barreled through, moving east, northeast. Here's just another report from, this is Vermilion County, Illinois, by the way. Tree branches blown down. That was 25% of the town. That was a while ago, though, when that report came in. And this is from an earlier report. So bottom line, and we'll see if we get this. I do want to show you while we have you here. So these are the power outages with the line.
Sean, let's go ahead and switch to Lynx 1. If we're able to go to Lynx 1, I think we'll be able to show these power outages that Sean's talking about.
Yeah. So we've got thousands without power in Champaign and Danville. We're going to see those numbers start to increase over into Indiana as we move forward here. So can't stress it enough. You should be treating this thunderstorm line, this initial line, like a tornado. You should be taking all your tornado precautions here. So it's over Lafayette now, Crawfordsville. We've been giving you the heads up, giving you the warning there. And Bainbridge, Ladoga, Rochdale, you should be treating this line right now until further notice, all up and down this line. You should be in your safe spots. Lowest level, away from windows, away from trees. We've got an expansion of the severe thunderstorm warning now that includes Delphi, Flora, Rossville. That goes until 4:30. And we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that go up into Cass County as well. So this is line number 1. Line number 2 beginning to take shape here over central and southern Illinois. And that's what's going to impact the southern half of the state. That one will likely have a higher probability of producing tornadoes. We'll tackle that down the road, but just want to let you know how that's playing out.
Yeah, Sean, one of the things I noticed, and Jack, if you're able to pop me back up at Chroma Key with Lynx 2, one of the things that the National Weather Service had put out there was moving to the north and east at 80 miles per hour. I mean, we've had a lot of storms race through here that quickly, but 80 miles per hour, that's a little bit of a shock with this line of storms. And what I'm showing you right here is I'm switched to a little bit of a different product here. I'll remove that just so we have it off the screen. Where you're seeing the brightest greens is where we are picking up the heaviest winds, where the radar is indicating that there are the strongest winds. However, I don't want you to let your guard down if you're north of Lafayette, because I still think it could be producing some strong gusty winds there. We just don't have them showing up because of the orientation of the radar. When the radar beam is able to look directly into the storm, it can see it pretty easily because they're coming right towards the radar. Once the radar beam coming out of Indianapolis, once you hit it at an angle, you're just not able to pick up the direct winds towards the radar. So again, I just want to keep explaining that because when you look at this, you may be thinking that the strongest winds are only here, and that is not the case. The other thing I want to do is I want to go back to the reflectivity. The nature of these storms has maybe changed just a little bit with the appearance on radar. I'll put this into motion because, one, they're moving very quickly. I mean, they have moved so far to the north and east just in the short amount of time. But one thing that we saw, and one of the things that the National Weather Service kind of keyed in on, is that this first area of the line really got racing out ahead of it. The bottom part of the line did as well, and Matt was talking about there were two areas that were kind of pushing out ahead of it. What that allowed it to do is to get a little indention here, a little spin up that happened. That's where the tornado warning came out. Now, thankfully, it is what we call occluded, and we don't have that same issue. Now, once we stop this, this line is likely still producing some extremely gusty winds in those areas that are right underneath the line. In fact, I'll move that off of the screen and I'll take this away as well. What we're probably seeing here from Monticello to Lafayette, even though the radar isn't showing the strongest winds there, that's where I think we actually could see some of the strongest winds. This bow echo, I mean, it almost does look exactly like a bow. It's a textbook example of what we would see. It's why we have the additional thunderstorm warnings out ahead of that, even to Logansport, not only from this line here, but also from the line back behind it. And I would suspect that some of the strongest gusts are there just north of Lafayette to, say, Delphi, and then an additional batch near Crawfordsville. And I know we have a Crawfordsville traffic camera. I don't know if we've taken a look at that recently, but wouldn't surprise me if we also have some really gusty winds moving through there. I know there's not a lot of traffic cameras here except for maybe Covington to Crawfordsville. Matt, if you do have anything that shows up, feel free to jump in at any point. Farther to the south of the line, a couple of things we want to watch here. This is likely producing those strong gusty winds. To the south of that, there is the trailing edge of this line. We will also keep an eye on the bottom end of this line. One, because that's the one that most likely will clip the metro area, the northwest side of the metro area, say from Brownsburg, Avon, Lebanon perhaps, as this part of the line moves north and east. It's going to run out of space at some point. Will it just clip Lebanon, maybe Zionsville and Brownsburg? It's possible. We'll have to see if it holds together. All indications are these will likely hold together. And then also a couple of little cells out ahead of this. I got to tell you guys, I'm a little concerned about these little cells that are popping up out ahead of the line. They are starting to concern me just a little bit more. We'll watch those. In fact, let me dive in closer and just talk about those. And again, Matt, if you have anything that pops up, just feel free to yell it out at me.
I've got a camera in a second. You track that, and then I'll show a camera.
Fantastic. All right, so here's what we're tracking. The good news is I'm not seeing any rotation with any of those cells. I just want to be able to see that line just a little farther to the north here. Areas back behind this still dealing with gusty winds even after the line moves through. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. Gusty winds right now probably about to cross, moving right through 36, likely approaching Ladoga here, Newmarket, 231, US 231, south of Crawfordsville. Very gusty winds approaching. Rochdale to New Ross as well. You're under the severe thunderstorm warning. And then continuing to the east, North Salem, Liston, especially to Pittsboro, I think that line is at the very least going to be able to survive, and probably you're going to see some of the strongest winds move through. When I put the reflectivity back on, you'll be able to see this. Even though there's a lot of muddled mess in here, there's one cell out ahead of the line, but it's this line right here. This is likely where the strongest of the winds are occurring, and we just got the new scan that came in. Until we get a little farther to the south, this line trails just a bit, but it is still included by the severe thunderstorm warning that right now includes not quite Greencastle, but maybe the northwest side of town or to the northwest of town. Doesn't include Coatesville, but in this area, I'd watch it as well. And then also Danville, good chance that you may see at least northwest of Danville the part of the line move through. Now, Sean was talking about this a little bit earlier, that's just one part that we're watching. This is the first line. Then there's the second line that may redevelop or continue to develop, and that one could also have a tornadic potential. It's why we have the tornado watch that's in place for most of western central Indiana and a good portion of eastern parts of Illinois. We're watching that secondary line. What you see flashing on the screen, if you're just now tuning into us or you have perhaps missed that, is what we call a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Just a little bit of additional wording there that says that not only are these severe gusts potentially as high as 60 plus miles per hour, but they may go a step further than that. Because these storms are moving east at 80 miles per hour, we could potentially see some gusts that are much, much, much higher than that. Watching this entire line, as I said, if you're in the metro right now, if you're in Indianapolis, if you're on the northwest side of town, I'd certainly watch this first line as it moves through. If you're maybe south of Indy, maybe you're on the south side of town, I think you're probably going to miss this line as it moves through. That next line, though, I want you to make sure you are staying weather aware today. Keep it tuned here. We're going to, of course, have coverage throughout the entire afternoon. Matt, what are you seeing with some of the cameras and things that you've been looking at?
Yeah, if we are able to pop up links 4 in just a moment, I'll be able to show you what it looks like in Crawfordsville and then in Lebanon. So this is a live look in Lebanon. You can see the stronger thunderstorms to the north as they're racing to the north and east. They're closer to Tippecanoe County and then towards Clinton County. A little bit of wind there in Lebanon, too. This is very close to the new Eli Lilly district that's going to be coming up, the LEAP district there. This is a live look in Crawfordsville. The wind is settling down, but we've got a lot of heavy rain coming down in town. That leading edge of the wind is now on the east side coming into Smartsburg, and they're right at the interchange with State Road 32 and I-74. Let's go back to the radar. A couple things. I want to show you a wide view because we keep getting a couple questions. I was just checking the live stream, asking, hey, I'm in Indianapolis. I'm in Greenwood. This thing, am I good? Is this just going to blow on through the north? Am I good? Well, we think, just like Rob was saying, north side of Indy could get clipped, but we're not done in Indy. Look at all these storms that are coming on through, all the severe thunderstorm warnings, even a new tornado warning a little bit east of St. Louis. This cluster is likely to come in for the southern half of our area. So if you're watching and tuning in from Bloomington and Columbus and Greenwood, we got a ways to go. But we do have some new severe thunderstorm warnings that we need to get to. Here's a look at all the alerts. It's messy, you guys. The pink color shows you the tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock. That does include Indy. And then we've got all these warnings. Once again, the flashing, that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's for the Lafayette area, Tippecanoe County. But we just had a couple additions to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go ahead and kind of recap those. What I'm going to do is pull up.
Well, while you're doing that,
yeah.
We had a gust of 47 in Lafayette, but that's the highest I've seen so far.
Okay, 47 miles per hour there in Lafayette. We got that gust report. Thank you, Rob, for that. All right, new warnings coming out. I'm going to time some of this out for you. We're going to take some time doing this. Up towards Carroll County and in Miami County, we are under now a severe thunderstorm warning. Then you get into Clinton County, Clinton Prairie, Frankfort. We're under severe thunderstorm warning. That storm's just about to come towards Clinton Prairie, and then Frankfort is just going to be in the next, let's say, 15, 20 minutes. Then we get south into there towards Clinton Central, and then once we get into Boone County, we're also under that severe thunderstorm warning now. So Lebanon, south to about Whitestown, we're kind of cut off, and then northwestern Hendricks County, we're included. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of these individually and time out some of these storms. Right now, we don't have any tight circulations. Right now, this is just a lot of wind, kind of a wall of wind coming on through. A little bit of hail. When I've been looking, we have up to about quarter-size hail in a couple of these, but mainly this is a wind threat pushing on through. So let's go ahead and start with the southern one, and we'll work our way to the north. These things slightly decrease their speed just a little bit, especially these southern ones. They're moving about 60 miles per hour to the east. At one time, they were moving closer to 65 or 70 miles per hour. These things were hauling. What I'm going to do is highlight the very leading edge. I'm not necessarily highlighting the individual downpours that are ahead of the line. We really want to talk about the line. That's where the wind is. But we do have some of these pop-up cells that'll give you a quick downpour before the main line comes on through. So let's time this out. 60 miles per hour. You do see how it does include northern Hendricks County. That includes the Brownsburg area. It includes north into Bethesda and north to Pittsboro and Liston for Hendricks County. And then we extend northeast into Boone County and Hamilton County. So let's go ahead and pop up a few towns now. We've got the track on. Go ahead and, actually I got to clear this out real quick. I got to redraw it. Hold on just a second. All right. So what we're going to do is time out that leading edge. Do about 60 miles per hour. So there we go. I'm going to pop up a few more towns. The list is going to get a little long, but let's get as many folks as we can included in this, and then we'll kind of work our way to the north. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over so we can see just a little better. All right, here we go. Bainbridge, in about 3 minutes. That includes Thorntown as well. So we're talking about Boone County. They're in Lebanon. closer to about 421, so here in about 15 minutes. Here's Roachdale. We're just about to get that now, but Bainbridge is just a little bit farther to the south and west, more towards Putnam County. Zionsville, we're kind of on the edge of this storm. We're going to get clipped by this one. We're talking about Zionsville probably closer to about 430. Not everything's showing up here in just a moment. I'll be able to expand it just a little bit more, but Whitestown 431, that would be about the same for the north end of Brownsburg, Kempton 432, and Sheridan 435. What I can also do is we can do kind of this individual approach where I'll go ahead and what we're going to do is kind of run this down. Sorry, I'm editing the line here.
And I have been watching the gusts, Matt, just to see what's been popping up. So far, 47 is the highest I've seen, but there's not a lot of sensors that intense line has hit.
We're in a rural area for sure.
Yeah, so there's not we're not sampling it, so to speak.
So, okay, to the southern end, here's that storm coming in for northern Hendricks, into Boone County, and then Clinton County. I'm going to go ahead and get this track in. Kind of do it manually here. So let's say coming into, this would be about Liston and Pittsboro, here about 423, north end of Brownsburg especially. I think this mainly stays kind of north of the Kroger, north of the theater, kind of going north towards Connection Point and Cornerstone and north into Bethesda. But this would be about 430 or so. Then we get into Fayette, which is just north, about 430. Lebanon, closer to 435. I know the angle of the arrow is not completely perfect, but I would say about 430-ish or so for the Lebanon area. And in Zionsville, we're not included in the warning yet, except unless you're the very far northwest reaches of Zionsville coming into Whitestown, about 421. East side of Lebanon, about 440. So this thing's moving. It'll be here shortly. I'll go ahead and move just a little bit farther north and we'll kind of do the same thing over again. Let's go ahead and move forward a little bit to the north. Now we've got a couple downpours coming into Thorntown. But the heart of the wind is going to be here. Actually, the radar just updated, so let me go ahead and redraw that. This thing is moving.
I'm also trying to get you a camera right along Interstate 65, southeast of Lafayette.
Whenever you're ready, I'll go ahead and try to pop that up.
Yep.
About 412 for Thorntown, Kirkland, here about 429. Sheridan, getting closer to, I need to move over, 435. So we're about 30 minutes coming into Sheridan. There for parts of Hamilton County, Kirkland, 429. And let's extend this out just a little bit more. There's the heart of Hamilton County. I think if you're living in Carmel, this is going to be close. If you kind of just extend this out, eyeballing it rough, the heart of the storm is going to be north of Carmel, but it could kind of eclipse the Art District just a little bit. If you're in Westfield, though, which is about here, and then to Cicero, Arcadia, that's where we'll have to watch. I think Noblesville, LaPel will be kind of next, as we're going to get clipped, but just kind of timing it out for you guys a little bit farther to the east. For Noblesville, about 450 or so. LaPel, just after 5 o'clock. Carmel area, especially north side of Carmel, about 444. Fishers, it's going to be close, but estimated rough time would be about 450 or so. Sheridan, 442. Arcadia, 454. Tipton, about 457.
There's a couple of cameras along the interstate if you want to pull those up. Nothing intense at the moment, but what I want to mention is that looking at the way this line is oriented, Matt, with the cameras there, this is going to come in from, I believe they're both looking north.
Okay, this is NDOT 1. Is this is 65?
Yes, this is one is close to Lebanon and one is going to be much farther to the north, maybe closer to Lafayette. But you know, these winds are going to come in out of the west and they're going to be pretty strong.
Yeah.
That's a crosswind.
The wind's not even quite here yet. Or the storm's not even quite here yet. You do see a little bit of the rain. We got some downpours around us, but we already have some of that wind there. That was the one. This is the Lebanon rest area. This is very close to the new Eli Lilly campus. And then, Rob, you had the other one.
The other one
State
is
Road 28.
Yeah, it's more like the Frankfort exit.
Frankfort exit. All right, you're looking there for Frankfort, home of the hot dogs. Got some rain coming in, downpours, and that wind starting to move the radar or move the camera a little bit. I can show you the radar. If we go back to that for the Frankfort area coming into Clinton County. We've got Clinton Prairie. And we've got Frankfort, that line of storms coming on through. We can show the velocity too to show you some of these winds. If I zoom out, it looks like, Rob, it gets tough looking at kind of the northern side of this from the Indy radar for sure. See how it kind of washes out with the colors? It's not as, the bright greens. It's a radar problem that's kind of tough. We'd have to pop up another one. But I want to show you that wind that's coming right into Putnam County, Montgomery County, and then Boone County will get the heart of this. I think if you were in Liston and Pittsboro, Brownsburg, we could get clipped by some of that wind, but the warning picks up there by Pittsboro The Tri-West area, the Northwest Hendricks County School Corp area, if you're included in there, you're going to get some wind, and then it really picks up into Boone County. And then Frankfort County, we're going to get some of this too. Look at the lightning too. See these yellow ones? We kind of have a distinction between, positive, negative strikes. You remember the science class going all through all that, but the positive strikes are the big daddy lightning bolts coming down, and we've got some of those crossing into Clinton County. And then farther to the north, gets a little bit tough to see, but we do have that wind and even some hail in some of these. If I let's put on the hail tracker. Looks like we've got some maybe decent sized hail coming into southeastern Tippecanoe County. This is south of Dayton. Here's 65, kind of crossing there by Clark's.
And that's exactly where that camera was. It's very close.
That one?
It's very close to that point. That is NDOT 2. It's what our frame is, NDOT 2.
NDOT 2. Let me pull up NDOT 2.
Actually, maybe different on your screen. That's the Lebanon one. Sorry, it's opposite on my computer.
You're good. All right, this is what he's talking about. State Road 28. This is where we could have a little bit of hail. At any time along this line, you can at least easily get some pea-sized hail. But there are certain places where we've seen a little bit, some larger hailstones, about a quarter inch or so could be. We haven't seen the monstrous hail with this system yet. Those may be a little bit farther to the south and west with some of those breathing rooms for some of those storms. But we're watching down 65 with that wind and a little bit of hail coming in for you guys there near the Frankfort exit. That is I-69. Rob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out for just a second.
Yep.
And then if you want to dive in on some of these storms that are moving east, and if you look closely, it's outside of central Indiana per se, but we've had some tornado warnings in northwest Indiana. This is that cluster that started as just one storm in central Illinois and now is blown up with a lot of wind. Now we don't have any severe destructive warnings right now. Those are when we're estimating we could get gusts up to 80 miles per hour. A lot of these windstorms now producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So that's pretty decent coming right through Lafayette right now and then to eventually Carroll County and then north of Kokomo into Miami County, Carroll County. We're going to be getting that Peru. So watch out for you guys just to the north. Boone County, we're included in a warning in Hendricks County. But the one thing I wanted to do before I toss it to Rob is we've got more storms firing up to the south and west. You're thinking, hey, I'm in Greenwood. I've got maybe a sprinkle, or I've got a sprinkle there coming into Newcastle, Muncie, Richmond. Hey, what's going on? I see a little bit of clearing every once in a while. We've got more thunderstorms to go to the south and west. A lot of these are starting to congeal together. Maybe if they can do that, eventually you'll kind of lose a little bit more of the supercell threat. We've got supercells. Look how there's individual storms to the south and west. But we're going to watch these as they eventually cross. So there's really two parts to watch. We've got this northern batch that's just going to barely clip us there towards Traders Point and into Carmel and Westfield, Cicero, all the way north to Noblesville and Kokomo. Marion, we'll get that. Muncie, we could kind of get clipped too, just kind of extended this to the north and east. They're moving 60 miles per hour. So, they're going to be at the state line here by 7 o'clock easily. But then it's these storms that'll be our second round that really hit Indy to the south. So kind of different areas have different times. This is a very dynamic system. A lot of wind there, Rob.
Yeah, so a couple of things I'm watching. And look at the wind gusts that we've seen today. Now, Lafayette just came back down to 32 miles per hour, but it was up to 47 miles per hour. But very close to that, where that bright red line is of thunderstorms, we're looking at a Frankfort wind gust only to 25. But when this line comes through, I'm going to be curious to see what we're actually going to have as our wind gusts there. Current wind gusts, again, across the area, we do see a 40 mile per hour wind gust for Crawfordsville, but the max they've seen is that 40 miles per hour. I'm going to watch this part of the graphic very carefully, and also I'm keeping an eye on those cameras. You can see the lightning continuing from the Lebanon rest area here right along Interstate 65. A little farther up the road, there's your wind and rain. Just as Matt said, look at the cars that have pulled over. We're seeing cars pulled over, and you can see the sheets of rain that are really kind of battering these cars. And look, as the cars go through, how much wind is pushing those. Looks like a lot of people are trying to exit as well, just because you can't drive in these conditions with those strong wind gusts coming through. Now, it's hard to tell from this vantage point how strong those wind gusts are. It's why I want to get sampling. I like to get actual observations to see what we're looking at. I was telling Matt about this. My biggest concern is that because this is a crosswind, and look at the sheets of rain coming down, you can see the spray of the wind kind of blowing some of the rain here. There's a lot of northwest bound traffic, and with a crosswind out of the west or perhaps southwest, that means that we could have the potential for those gusty winds to push some vehicles. I get concerned about semi-trailers, to be honest, because it doesn't take but about a 70 to maybe 75 mile per hour wind gust to push a tractor trailer over. Haven't had that reported just yet, but something I worry about when those winds are coming directly across an interstate like what you're seeing there. And you can see some of the vehicles have pulled off the road because it's just impossible to drive with this. I'm going to stay on this for just a moment, just as it looks like some of the winds continue to kind of buffet that camera, that NDOT camera. If you're tuning in, this is Interstate 65. This is very close to the Frankfort exit here. I'd say very close to Clark's Hill, close to Lebanon. As you would exit there, you can see a couple of exit ramps, an on-ramp and an off-ramp. The winds continuing to push through. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, what I'm also going to be watching is the current conditions. You know, will Frankfort, and I don't have it on this graphic, but will it gust higher than, say, the 47 mile per hour wind gust that we had a little bit earlier? Now let me dive in and talk about the radar, because what I want to show you with the radar is where the strongest of the winds are currently.
A quick update. We got a storm report. I'll get you right to that. Storm report there in Vermilion. Highway 63 closed because there are trees down blocking for an extended time. That could be closed.
Highway 63.
Highway 63.
Okay, so again, what's happened is the line has evolved quite a bit, and over the last hour, we've seen this line kind of take various shapes. Let me actually put it into motion first so you can see the last hour or so. We may even go back 3 hours. When this was moving across the state line, it had a lot of energy with it. We had two destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. We also had a tornado warning. It is now, I would say, weakened compared to what it was, but we are still dealing with a line. This time, a much more linear feature than kind of the two bowing features that we had a little bit earlier. Having said that, let me see if I can go in and find that storm report that we were talking about there, and I'll put this into the current conditions so we can get the latest reports to pop up. Several of these have popped up. Let me see if I can go down here and see if I can get that one. These are thunderstorm wind damage, Vermilion County. We're looking at trees down. This is just to the west of Perrysville. We also had a couple of reports here. Let me actually move the map before I query that. A couple of these south of Crawfordsville. We're looking at some trees down in Montgomery. We've got even more trees down that's near Newmarket right now. Farther to the south and west, there's one storm report there. A report from Rockville Fire Department of looks like some hail, looks like some small hail, not quite severe. Severe would be an inch in diameter. This was reported at maybe penny-sized hail, but also a couple of reports here near Lafayette, and I'll see if I can go through those. 3 trees blown down. This is in Tippecanoe County. This is just to the east and northeast of Lafayette. Thunderstorm winds measured at 70 miles per hour by an anemometer at that site. So we are starting to get some of these confirmations from some of the local storm reports that this line is still producing severe winds, and winds that are maybe even up to 70 or perhaps 75 miles per hour, depending on which part of the line. A couple of things I'm noticing here, and I'll remove that from the screen so you don't have to see that. Starting to get a couple of more what we saw in the beginning. This may be kind of going through a little bit of a cycle here. These little kind of finger appendages that push out ahead of this. That's an indication that we're really getting some of those strong winds at the surface pushing the line forward. And I think as long as we continue to see that, Logansport, Frankfort, past Crawfordsville now, I think the worst is past you, but you're probably, many of you may be even watching on your phone because the power may be out. Farther to the east, when it comes to Indianapolis, and I know you're saying, is this line going to reach me? When I play the radar, when I put this into the last hour, you'll see that because of the nature of how the storms are moving to the north and east, this may clip parts of the northwestern metro. We're talking Brownsburg, we're talking Whitestown, Zionsville. We're looking at Westfield potentially getting, maybe on the northwest side, getting the storm to move through. We do have the new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll pause the radar just so you can get the information on that. The latest, I should say, severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to go until 4:45. Does include Boone County, also includes parts of northwestern Hendricks County. Farther to the north includes Frankfort, where likely seeing those storms move through. You just had those cross Interstate 65. Now it's continuing to push to the east and northeast at around 70 miles per hour. At least the line was moving that quickly earlier. At times, some of these storms are moving east at 80 miles per hour. That's going to really have a lot of energy for these winds to continue pushing through. Let me take that off real quick just to pause the radar yet again and dive in a little bit closer now that this is getting into some areas of the metro, or at least close enough to the metro that we're able to dive in and get a little bit closer. I'm also going to look at the radial velocities again just to see what we're tracking here, because the line is likely producing some gusty winds, but it's also getting into an orientation where I may not have the best view of it. If we get some rotation, I'll have a view of that. Thorntown right now, likely seeing those gusty winds come right across Interstate 65, north and west of Lebanon, just past Lebanon on 65 if you're coming out of Indianapolis or watching that. Then farther to the south and west, Ladoga here. I mentioned North Salem and Rochdale earlier. I said that you're probably going to see the storms move just through your part of town and then likely continue to the north and east. But I think south from there and the storms really kind of fade out. So if you're in Bainbridge, Greencastle, Coatesville right now, I think you're not going to see this round of storms move through. But as I move the radar to a wider view, this line of thunderstorms is one that we're going to have to continue to watch from Terre Haute and points into southern Illinois. That line has the potential to bring us another round of these strong storms. And by the way, just one quick note. Notice that while this does form a line, the storms are much more cellular in nature as opposed to this continuous line, which usually is indicative of gusty winds that's pushing across parts of, say, Lafayette, Monticello, up to Peru. We're going to continue to see that move on by. While I'm wide with the view here, let me put this into motion so you'll be able to see what has evolved over the last hour or so as this cross the state line continues moving very quickly. If you're, say, Kokomo, I think you're going to have another maybe 30 minutes before this moves on by. With these moving so quickly, it's going to be out ahead of you before you know it. And I'm just noticing a couple of things on radar. One, there's another tornado warning that popped up to our north and west. This is not in our viewing area. This is in the Chicago viewing area. Actually, I think it's just outside of the Chicago viewing area. But we're starting to see that there are these little notches embedded within this line. And also a couple of storm reports that have been popping up as well. Let's see if we can query a couple of those. I just want to see what that large storm report there is reported. 3 trees blown down. That's the one we had a little bit earlier. And again, seeing a cluster of these also to the north and west. These are near Remington. Private weather station reported 71 mile per hour wind gust. So we definitely we're getting some ground truth to what we're seeing here when it comes to some of these storm reports that are coming through. Again, right now, 1 tornado warning out of our viewing area, but we are going to continue to watch this line. I said I was going to dive in a little closer and look at some of the storm relative velocities. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to make sure that what is happening to our north is not happening with some of the storms that are approaching the northwest side of Indy up to Lafayette and eventually north from there. The reason why is I don't want to see any rotations start to pop up in this line. You know, Matt said it earlier, and Sean was chiming in with this as well. You know, these storms are producing some strong enough wind gusts that it would be like a weak tornado, an EF0 or EF1. We're going to continue to have to watch that to see how many strong wind gusts. I had to pause there because I noticed some of the meteorologists looking at potentially some rotation to our north and west. I was trying to see where that was. This is over into Illinois. Okay. I was looking at Sean's computer because he's tracking some of the rotation there. In fact, let me bring you out just a bit to show you what we're looking at. In addition to severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently moving through our area, these severe thunderstorm warnings are just that, but they may be producing some rotation. The reason I'm bringing that up to you is because these are the ones that I think have a better chance over the next hour or so to make their way into the metro if they survive the trek. Now, the atmosphere is going to be changing by that point. Areas west and southwest of Indianapolis, once we get through the next couple of hours, will the conditions hold true? Will the conditions worsen? Will it be more favorable for the possibility of rotation, especially if we were able to get into a little bit of sunshine here and see more of these storms develop? In fact, you can see south of Indianapolis, some of the storms continuing to pop up. These are the areas where right now, let me get in closer to the metro, and I'm going to check back in with one of those cameras here in just a moment because it should be moving right through Frankfort at the moment, which I believe is where we have one of those cameras. Matt, what have you been looking at?
Yeah, I've got a couple cameras to show you. I've been moving the cameras a little bit, and we actually were able to move one of our, hold on just a second. I was actually working in the newsroom with some of our folks. Joe, great photographer we have. He's working on a couple things. He was able to move the camera in Indianapolis, and if you're able to bring up Lynx 4, this is what it looks like. We've got that new complex coming in from IU. So we've switched the camera around. We're not looking at downtown, but we're looking from downtown and looking kind of north and slightly northwest. I-65 kind of wraps around here. You got 38th Street out towards that area, and then the Speedway would kind of be behind here just a little bit. But here's some of that clearing that Rob was just talking about. A little bit, you see just a touch of blue sky kind of help destabilize the atmosphere. He's going to continue to adjust his camera. He's working there, try to get the focus just right. But you can look off in the distance. There we've got those thunderstorms coming into Boone County and western Hamilton County next, and then even northwestern Hendricks County. I've got a couple other cameras to show you too. 74 degrees, by the way. It is sticky. It's warm and it's sticky, and that's what we're being able to use. Pretty stiff south wind too. He's been trying to fight the wind on these cameras as well, but Joe's doing a fantastic job. I want to go ahead and show you an NDOT camera. We're going to be able to load that here in just a second. I believe this one is Brownsburg. This is right at Green Street, I-74. You've got the Kroger behind me. You even see a little bit of the wind with some of those Bradford pear trees. If you look to the north and west, we've got those darker skies. I think the heart of this storm should really hit the north side of Brownsburg, connection point and north, all the way to Fayette and Whitestown, and then into Zionsville, kind of clipping the Zionsville area too. So this is Brownsburg, a little bit windy. We're gonna get clipped by those storms. It's kind of see a lot of the plants coming to life there in the trees. I wanna show you a little bit farther north at the Whitestown Parkway exit. This is State Road 334. You're looking north, and look how dark the sky is getting. So that's what it's looking like. We've got some eyes kind of in the skies with some of these cameras coming in from NDOT. Also had a report that just came in from Tippecanoe County. We had some hail with that line that came on through. So let's back things up. Wide view, Rob's been talking about these storms to the south and west. They're coming at us for Indy to the south. We've got this cluster we've been tracking here for a while, clipping the north end of Indy and then up and down US 31. Carmel, Westfield, Cicero, right into the Kokomo, Peru, Tipton area. That's where this thing is headed next, coming right through Clinton County and northwest Boone County. But we got that tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock. New severe thunderstorm watch to the north. But we're going to be really watching this. Once we can get this complex out of here, we'll be done for the day. Cold front's going to come on through. We're going to drop our temperatures, but there's kind of two clusters to watch. This north one that's clipping Brownsburg to the north end of Indy, Traders Point, maybe even coming into Noblesville, Lapel there, and then Marion, maybe even Muncie kind of clipping. We'll have to see how close it gets, but this thing's moving a little bit faster. This cluster moving 50 to 60 miles per hour in some of these speeds, and then we've got these storms that are a little bit slower, 35 to 40 miles per hour.
We had a gust of 64 in Delphi.
64 in Delphi.
Yep.
So that confirms your severe thunderstorm warning. Where you have the orange boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings, where you've got speeds at least at 58 miles per hour. And we're hitting that threshold with some of these ground truth reports that Rob's got. So we've got this line coming on through. Looks like a pretty sharp edge there, coming right through northern Boone County, southern Clinton County. A lot of good wind there. I'll show you that in a moment. And then we got those cells, Terre Haute next, and then this complex will come right towards Indy and Greenwood and Bloomington and eventually Newcastle and Richmond. But I think for now, we just got some junk, kind of some scattered showers. Let's go ahead and time out more of these storms to the north. We'll take a couple different sections and kind of come on through. So let's go ahead and get into Boone and northern Hendricks County. I'm going to put a track on this, and we're going to take a look. These things about 60 miles per hour. I think I left it over. Oops, just a second. This was showing you some of the hail, by the way, that's coming just on the north end of Lebanon. Here's the new Eli Lilly campus. We got some hail there in the construction site, and then north into Frankfort, we got some of that hail too. Maybe up to quarter-sized hail, especially there in northern Boone County. This is tracking to the east. But let me go ahead and bring up just the storm itself, and we'll track this out. Let me go ahead and put storm track of, let's say, 60 miles per hour. Now, if they slow down to 55, it just gave you an extra couple minutes. But let's go ahead and kind of time this storm out. And we'll put it to 60. Close to 60, close enough, right? All right, Lebanon right now, that storm is coming on through. Although we've kind of lost some of the heavy rain intensity on the leading edge. It might be gusting out just a little bit, but we've got some wind coming on through for Zionsville, 447, Tipton, 447, Westfield, 452. I'm going to put a couple more towns on here.
East at 60 is for that.
East at 60
yep.
is the official? Okay, that's good. Good to know. Hey, Jack, say that again. You said you got NDOT 1? Okay,
Oh.
let me pull up N.1.
Yes.
Good call. Thank you, Jack.
So, Matt, this is what we were talking about with, remember I said, with those gusts coming through, I worry about semi-tractor trailers getting blown over.
Easily. So this is State Road 18, I-65. This would be that southeast direction. It looks like southeast lanes are closed, semi-completely tipped over there. Got state police there, tow truck.
Thank you, Jack.
So yeah, Jack, thank you for doing that. And keep an eye if you see any more like this. State Road 18. Do you know exactly what county we're looking at?
I'm trying to get you some information on it. I'll see what I can
Thank you, I
find.
appreciate it. But this could be an occurrence as these storms pass on through, tipping over these semis. When you get a gust that's hitting the flat side of that, right on the side of 60, 70, up to 80 miles per hour wind, you'll just tip it right over. So if you are driving, you got a taller vehicle, a high profile vehicle, you're gonna have to hold on big time. But we've got these storms just kind of rushing on through. This one's again for the, so you're looking to the northwest. These are the south and eastbound lanes kind of headed towards Indianapolis, where I-65 right now is shut down due to the
That
semi
camera
that's overtime.
is northwest of Lafayette.
Okay.
It's kind of near where once you get out of Lafayette, you get into the
Yes.
wind turbines.
Yep. Okay. Yes. Yes. With the Blinkens. Yeah. At night, looks crazy. So just south of those wind turbines, between that and Lafayette. So stretch of I-65 coming into Lafayette. So this is northern Tippecanoe County. We've got this semi-crash. So we'll watch that. We'll keep an eye on 65, but 65 is now going to be bottled up for a little bit. Let me go ahead and get back to the radar, where that's where the storm has already passed on through. So what Rob is talking about is in this area. And so there's still a little bit of light rain and still a little bit of wind, but the storms are now technically done in that regard. So back to that southern part of the storm, we're kind of going to take little sections and time things out. This is the storm that's going to kind of get near the close end of Carmel and Traders Point, very north end of Brownsburg, Noblesville, Lapel. I'm going to pull up a couple more towns here, populate a few more. Let's go ahead and all right, so Whitestown here just in a couple moments. Whitestown's about here, so we got that storm coming in very soon. 440, you hop onto the other side of the county line there in Sheridan. 447 for Tipton, Zionsville 447, Westfield 452, Noblesville just after 5 o'clock, and that continues for Frankton, there towards the Frankton-Lapel area. Fairmount, 510, in Alexandria there in Madison County, here in just 45 minutes. Guys, this thing's moving fast. This is on the northwest side of Indy. This is going to be on the northeast side here in just about 45 minutes. So that's a rough timing. Noblesville, you see there at 501. Carmel and there towards Cicero, 456. So just here in about 20 minutes for Cicero. Carmel, it's more going to be the north side of town that kind of gets clipped by this storm. Now, we got a couple more that are forming now to the south and west. These two clusters we've been watching are slowly trying to kind of congeal a little bit. You got this upscale growth is what we call it, when southern storms kind of feed into the northern storms. But let's go ahead and move up the line. I'm going to clear this one off. Let's go ahead and get more into Clinton County and come right there towards Tipton and then northern Madison.
I really think also in Peru, because the bow is so strong there, farther on the northern
Yes.
line. I didn't want to cut you off there going up the
Miami
line.
County.
But boy, that looks like the most impressive part of the line so far that I've seen.
Possibly a little bit of hail there. What he's talking about is this kind of curvature here. A good rear inflow jet kind of surging this storm forward. This is probably the windiest part of this line, or one of the windiest parts. We're looking at Miami County. And so that's that wind coming right into the Peru area, up and down. Once you get to, let's see, here's Peru, here's 31. So 31's already been taken over by some of the wind and rain, but Peru's getting it, going into Erie next. Remember, we had that EF0 tornado in extreme northern Miami County a couple weeks ago. That was confirmed. So we'll watch this surge through Miami County, and that'll head eastbound into Wabash County and kind of clipping even Howard County just south as we get to Kokomo. Howard County will be right here. So we've got there Wabash would be right next. So there's that northern storm. So let's go ahead and keep working our way to the north. I'm going to go ahead and get right through Tipton and northern Hamilton counties. Let's get a timeline. Coming right into Kokomo next. This thing's moving fast. So here's 60, kind of roughly right in there, 459, it'll work. I'm going to put a couple more towns on here as well. And let's kind of look at some of these. I know it's kind of blocking a little bit of the radar image, but work with me. We got Sharpsville 438, Tipton 444, Atlanta 448. There's Arcadia at 450 coming into northern Madison County, Swayze 450, Marion. We've got this storm coming in for us next. This will be Grant County, Gas City and Marion close to about 458, and Fairmount 503. Then I want to take you to that storm, the next one up to the north. They're all connected, but we're taking sections. Here's that storm for Miami County in Peru. This is the one that Rob was talking about. Let's do the leading edge, kind of time this out, going north and east. We'll estimate about 60 miles per hour again or so. I'm gonna put a couple more towns on real quick. Rob, you got something?
No, I was just thinking about the northern end of that line.
Yes.
I was actually zooming into the northern Indiana radar, and it's, I mean, really impressive when you look at it from there because it's approaching the northern Indiana radar.
Right.
The Indianapolis radar is kind of slicing this right down the middle, and it gives us a terrible view.
It's very tough for it to see, so we'll be able to switch in a moment. The timing of this storm, and he's specifically watching the northern end of Miami County. Remember, it's the kind of the northern end of these surges that we really have to watch. Any place can have it, but that's kind of a more of a prone place to look, kind of a good rule of thumb. North Manchester 448, coming into Andrews 456. 5 o'clock coming into Huntington and Lancaster. Roanoke 508, Warren 511, Fort Wayne will eventually get to the northeast side of the state there, closer to about 520. So this thing's going to be at the state line closely to 6 o'clock, maybe even 5:30 to 6 o'clock. So this thing is rushing to the east. So we've kind of timed out everything on this line. What Rob is talking about, I wonder if I can switch it from here. Do you have it already loaded up?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have it loaded up.
I'm going to switch to Rob. He's got that northern Indiana. He's going to show you that one that's coming in northern Miami.
Yeah, I mean, it really is the northern end of the line. It also produced a tornado warning just a bit earlier, and that had us concerned. Now that that line is continuing, look at how this part of the storm is racing out ahead of it. Now, I'll move the radar here in just a moment just to show you what we're talking about. But that radar is, there's two radars that we use, at least for a good portion of Indiana, to try to get a good look at these storms. The one we usually use is in Indianapolis because that's the one that gives us the best view of what's happening for most of central Indiana. However, once you get those storms into the northern part of the state, which is kind of where we are with some of our fringe counties, we can get a much better view if we use the northern Indiana radar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap to that very quickly and just show you when we go to the northern Indiana radar, you'll see that it's going to switch just a little bit. Watch when I click it here and you'll see the radar switch. It gets a little bit higher resolution here, but these storms are also going right towards the radar. The radar is located right there. And when I switch to the storm relative velocity, you're going to see these bright greens really show up. And that tells us that the winds are coming straight at the radar and they're very strong winds. A couple of things I do also want to mention to you. Let me go back to the Indianapolis radar because when I do that, we're going to get a good look at those storms that are moving not only through central Indiana that we're still watching moving through the northwest side of the metro, but we're also watching these storms that are moving through Terre Haute and farther to the south and west. They are showing some rotation because there is now a new tornado warning. This is in Illinois. This is not in Indiana, but these are the ones that could potentially move into our area if they hold together over the next hour or so. Also, I don't want to kind of let this pass by. I want to go back to our NDOT camera, and the reason why is because we've been watching this situation as they right this semi-truck that has either, now it's hard to tell whether or not this was blown over by the strong wind gusts or whether it hydroplaned and slid and then turned on its side. We just don't know. But we were seeing gusts that move through this area. This is on Interstate 65, north and west of Lafayette. This is right as you kind of get into the windmills, the wind turbines as you approach that part of northern sections of Indiana, not quite northern Indiana, but between here and say Chicago. If you drive that route, you've seen those so much. There's an ambulance on the scene. Looks like parts of traffic are moving. Let me see if I can get my orientation here. We are looking north and west. So because of that, looks like northbound traffic is moving through and southbound traffic is where the accident is located. If you know someone that's trying to travel southbound on Interstate 65, this is going to certainly cause problems. Good news is there are some side roads that you're able to take to get that to maybe find an alternate route here. Let's go back to the radar. I mentioned this, and I'm going to take off a couple of things here just to kind of maybe clean things up just a bit. Here's what I'm tracking. Here's what I'm going to be watching over the next hour or so. How much of this line holds together once these storms move through? Will this environment out ahead of it be enough to sustain and potentially keep these storms rotating? we'll still have to watch it. We still don't know. As Matt's been saying, look, the temperatures are warm. We've got 70s. We've got strong winds that are pushing out ahead of these storms. These few storms that have developed, we're not too concerned about. Those are continuing to drift, although if you are in areas where these quick little downpours may move through, don't want you to be caught off guard by that. They also may produce an occasional lightning strike, and as we know, lightning can be just as concerning from some of those smaller storms as the severe thunderstorms. The severe thunderstorm warnings now extending from Marion up to Fort Wayne as well. New additional severe thunderstorm warnings up closer to, say, Kokomo and Howard County, Tipton as well, and then the line continues south. The southern end of the line is certainly one that's going to clip the northwestern metro, but you can see where the tornado watch box is. The tornado watch box doesn't include necessarily everyone, but it's just enough that we're going to see most of the area at least have to deal with the possibility of severe storms. If you are in Indianapolis and wondering what to expect, I think you'll have an occasional pop-up over the next hour or so. However, beyond that, once we get into about maybe an hour to maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours out, these storms, or this line of storms, will likely be at least in central Indiana and close enough to Indy that we'll be watching it. As we've been telling you, we've been kind of adjusting our camera here. Let me see if I can go back to that camera. Let's see if this will pop it up. I'm not sure if it will or not. We'll see if I get lucky. There we are. Yeah, with somebody zooming in for me. Yeah. Some of the dark skies that are continuing to move into central Indiana. Now, we are looking west because, as Matt was pointing out, that's the new addition to the hospital complex. It's over there at IU Health, where we're seeing the dark skies because we are looking directly into those storms that are going to be impacting the northwest metro. We're talking Lebanon, we're talking Whitestown, we're talking Zionsville. Those are the areas where the storms will likely just clip you, just move through. But if you're actually downtown, I think you may see these storms stay away from you for now. Once we see this line move through and the next batch redevelop, that's where we're going to be watching. This is the next batch that I'm talking about. Because they're moving north and east, it's not like this whole line marches east directly. It's going to take a little bit more of a northeast. You can tell that because look at the orientation of the tornado warning that's right now into parts of central Illinois. This one is kind of pointed towards Terre Haute because that's the direction that they're headed. Matt, did you have anything new that's been popping up? I'm just going to turn off some of the features here of the radar. If you have anything, feel free to jump in here and tell me what you're looking at. I was noticing some of the wind gusts. We didn't have them actually hit the sensor, but we did see 64 miles per hour in Delphi. We saw a 70 and 71 mile per hour wind gust in Tippecanoe County as those moved through Lafayette. Some strong winds. Yeah, there's no joke with some of these winds. Meteorologist Sean Ash brought to my attention, we've actually got a camera there in Bunker Hill. So we're talking Miami County, just east of the Air Force Base. If we're able to bring up Lynx 4, this is what that looks like. This is Bunker Hill. We're just a little bit south of Peru. It takes picture after picture, so it's not necessarily live, but you see that heavy torrential downpour coming in right now to Bunker Hill and a lot of wind. Kokomo, we've got that storm coming in right now. We're super windy here on US 31. It's just on the north side of town. My goodness, it's breezy, and especially with those crosswinds like we're talking about. And we keep this camera. Joe's been doing a great job, our photographer Joe, and you're looking north and west. You've got 65 kind of wrapping there towards 38th Street, and there's the IU complex like Rob was just pointing out. But off in the distance, you see a little bit more, a bit of a shelf cloud, kind of the leading edge of that thunderstorm, that windstorm that's pushing on through for north of Brownsburg into Zionsville and eventually Westfield and Cicero. This thing's coming right for you guys. And then I believe this is that camera. It now looks like, Rob, they're diverting some traffic off on the interstate. But once again, we had 65 shut down there north of Lafayette. So real quick recap, we've got tornado watches until 8 o'clock. That does include most of central Indiana, but a lot of these storms have been Indy to the north. But I do think that's slowly going to be changing as this complex to the south and west. Meteorologist Sean Ash, he's been really watching some of these cells. Sean, when you have a moment, if you want to talk a little bit more about some of the cells, you've been diving deep and kind of analyzing some of these Illinois storms. Let me know when you're ready to talk about some of those. You ready, Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and bring up, let's do Lynx 1, and Sean's going to walk you through some of these cells because this is what's next. That's what's coming next.
And while we're at it, I want to show the visible satellite. So a couple of things going on. You see that damaging wind threat that you guys have followed from Champaign over the northern part of the state. That's mostly going to miss Indianapolis. We've talked about two lines, the second one showing up now, and we're going to be watching velocities very closely, like a hawk, from Terre Haute into southern Illinois. As I continue to do some analysis off camera, I will say the environment near and especially south of I-70 toward the Ohio River is going to be more favorable for some of these things to rotate here. I will say we've got thousands and thousands of power outages already within that first line that's moved through. Let's show you, do a little deep dive here. We're looking for radar rotation. And we've seen some here. Of course, the radar beam's a little farther out here, but some radar rotation near Terre Haute. And we've got this tornado warning that continues over the southern part of Illinois here. All right, so I'm just gonna basically draw this line. I've been doing a lot of stuff on social media while you guys cover our stream here, but this is the zone right in here. Includes Indianapolis, Franklin, Bloomington, Seymour, Bedford. Be really the next 4 or 5 hours as this line moves toward the east. We're going to have a combination of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, as we do expect there will be rotation within these cells here. So wind will be the main threat, but there's going to be a higher potential to get some rotation and potentially some tornadoes here between now and about 9, 10 o'clock here along the I-70 corridor and points toward the south, gentlemen.
And Sean, tell us about, sometimes we hear that a lot of people are asking about sirens, hearing the sirens go off, but it's not necessarily that there's a tornado warning.
Yeah, it depends on location. So here's the tornado watch, by the way. Sometimes what happens is that some communities will have a protocol where if there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued in a tornado watch, sometimes the sirens will be sounded for that. Each community has different protocol, so just know that. Now, we knew earlier, and I'm going to take the radar back up, we knew earlier and we tried to stress, hey, treat this severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning, just because we knew we were going to get widespread damage out of it. And you guys have been showing that, and these are the storm reports. Let me take the radar back a couple of hours here. So this is, you watch all the reports start adding up with this. And we got the flip semi there on I-65, and get an update on that one, by the way. Well, camera got moved on that, but we had the flip semi over northwest, just about 6 miles northwest of Lafayette, with that line that pushed through here. So, but yeah, tornado watch continues until 8 p.m., may be expanded, but these are, let me circle these again. This part of the line is what we're going to be watching real closely here in the coming hours. So we want you to be aware of this. Nothing immediate, Bloomington, Bedford, Columbus, and for downtown Indy.
And it's in the mid-70s there,
Yeah,
John. I mean, it's 74 right now.
Yeah, let me just pop this up. So here's radar with temperatures. There you go. Look at Lafayette, 56, rain cooled. 74 here in Indy, 74 in Bloomington. Not only that, but we've got, we've got dew points that are well into the 60s. So we've got juice, we've got wind shear, and we've got these pockets of sunshine. And real quick, guys, before I get it back to you, I'll throw up the latest power outages. So
wow.
Tippecanoe at 3,500. These will fluctuate some. 1,000 there around Monticello. So we'll likely get an increase on those. And then you got, you can see up to the farther northwest Indiana. But so we'll see these power outages on the increase. And real quickly, I'm sorry, I will get it back to you, I promise. Just wanted to show what kind of the future radar looks like.
Oh, look at that.
All right, so here's 7 o'clock. And this is why we're saying that secondary line's focusing more on the southern part of the state. Okay, so there's 9 p.m. And then once we get toward 10:30, 11 o'clock, the severe threat's over. We'll still have some heavy rain. We're still going to have some thunder. But the severe threat will be more aligned along and south of the Ohio River.
Yeah, Sean, I want to go ahead and we'll get back to the radar, but that really kind of paints a picture how some of our areas we're getting rain and thunderstorms now, and then slowly we'll be done, and then some of us south of Indy, we've got a ways to go. We're still waiting. I've been watching the streams. You guys have been feeding in some comments. We actually got one of those comments in from Gas City. So we're headed up to Grant County, just outside of Marion. Marion is one of those counties that issues that siren when there's a tornado watch with a severe thunderstorm warning. So you may hear some of those sirens, kind of like Sean was explaining, but we got some of those reports coming in from Gas City. Kind of get sometimes a little bit confusing, but we don't have a tornado warning going into Grant County into the Marion area, but we do have the tornado watch and severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, wide picture, we've got this cluster pushing on through, but that next line and wave is slowly approaching. It's a little bit slower. These storms were kind of hijacked the jet stream and move in 60 miles per hour. I was checking some of these wind speeds. They're estimating about 45, sometimes up to 50. So just a touch slower, but they may be able to accelerate a little bit more as they move to the north and east. I do want to go ahead and take a little bit of time because we've been waiting. Greenwood, Bloomington, Martinsville. We're thinking, hey, when am I going to try to get those storms? And we looked at Future Track. I do want to take a little bit more of a close look here to the south and west. And we're kind of going to use the storm warnings in order to get kind of the angle right. But we're going to go ahead and estimate a couple of these. Once again, the exact time, don't pay attention to the exact time, but kind of get a rough estimate on how these are going to move eventually closer to Indianapolis. So it's a little bit tough because we're kind of at an angle, right? This is what Rob was talking about, how we're going to move at an angle. So it kind of looks a little bit wonky when we're looking at some of this. So when we come into Brazil, about 4:52, we may be waiting another, we could get clipped on the west side of Indy with some of these cells to the west. They're closer to Terre Haute and Harrison. We might get clipped a little bit deeper into Brownsburg and into IMS. They're on the west side of Indy, maybe 5:30 or 6 o'clock or so. And we could even get clipped closer to Indianapolis within about the next hour. So we've got another hour to go for at least the Indianapolis area, and that's going to be kind of clipping us just a little bit. I'm going to extend this out a bit more. We're going to extend this out more than an hour, and I know we're kind of getting out there, but we have had a lot of questions. Hey, I'm in Greenwood. When are we going to get some storms? So this will give us maybe just a little bit more clarity on when we can expect some of those. So kind of extending this out. We're talking about Martinsville, maybe close to 6:12. So we still got about an hour and a half to go. Greenwood, 6:19, about an hour and a half as well. Greenfield, 6:22. New Whiteland there, Newcastle. That's getting way to Henry County. It may be, at least another hour and a half to 2 hours before we really start getting in on some of this action. Now, I'm talking about these storms. There could be more pop-ups. We may see a couple more showers and a quick downpour form. That could definitely be the case, but we still have a ways to go. I just want to show you that it's going to take a while, but these storms are just slowly trying to cross the state line. We'll take a closer look at some of these storms to kind of get some more of our southern areas, talking more about Bloomington into parts of Brown County and the Columbus area there in Bartholomew County. So I'll go ahead and zoom in just a little bit there. This is a nasty notch there coming into southeastern Illinois. So we've still got a big punch ready to go later today. We've noticed a little bit more just rotation in the atmosphere in the low levels a little bit farther to the south and west. So we've been kind of thinking overall that the tornado threat would be just a touch lower to the south and west, and I think that's going to be playing out. So just kind of a very rough estimate, getting us closer to the Bloomington area. I'm going to kind of time this out. It's hard to get the exact angle right because I think that'll be adjusted as these storms get closer. So just kind of ballparking for us a bit. I'm going to put a couple more towns in, and then we're going to extend this out to about, let's say, if I do about an hour and a half. All right, so just estimating Robinson there towards 5 o'clock. That's on the other side of the state line. But then we really get into southwestern Indiana, Linton. It's going to be about 5:37 or so. Let me go ahead and clear this. And we're going to have to do time arrivals, I think, on this one to get that to fit. So we're looking at Bloomington. This storm, it could be might just go to the north. It's hard to say. But Bloomington area, we may be waiting hour and a half, about 6:30 or so, give or take. There towards Lake Monroe, 6:45. Get up towards Ellettsville, about 6:37. And we'll come into, I think, Brown County, about 6:50. So we may be waiting 2 hours for us in parts of Nashville and Brown County, Franklin, 6:18 or 7:18, 7:16. We'll see, and then towards Martinsville, maybe 7 o'clock. So we got a little bit of a ways to wait. I just kind of want to give you a rough estimate. Now, for some of us, like Sean was showing you in Futurecast, farther to the east, well towards Greensburg, Shelbyville, Rushville, into Richmond and Brookville. We may be waiting more towards 8 o'clock or so once this line comes on through. But right now, we've got the severe storms to the north. Rob, we've been tracking that one. That continues to come right through Kokomo and Tipton. You actually, what was that wind gust you had?
64.
64. I'll pull that up. And that was in Bunker Hill, Peru?
No, it was
area?
in Peru. Yep, Peru.
64-mile-per-hour winds with this cell. Once again, I know I'm using the Indianapolis radar. Once we get this far north, you really need to switch over to northern Indiana. But we're talking there towards Wabash County. Look at this lightning, too. This is probably the strongest part of this complex in the storm in northern Indiana, coming eventually into the Fort Wayne area. If you've got friends in Fort Wayne, family in Fort Wayne, they've got a nasty cell within the next 30 to 40 minutes. But for central Indiana, northern Grant County, the rest of to the eastern parts of Howard County, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. Tipton County, from Tipton east, we're still waiting on that storm. That storm's just about to come into Tipton right now. See how it's very close to the western side of town, coming through Kempton and
I think those kind of finger structures that you're pointing out there, that typically when we see that on radar, I mean, that tells me that those winds are really pushing up ahead of it.
They're just surging. So you're going to see different parts of the storm kind of surging out. And so we've got a little bit more of a surge from Tipton to the north. So it's crossing US 31 right now. So here's Tipton, but just north of town is where we got a little bit more of that wind. That looks like it's already crossed 31, and there it's headed eastbound. I'll go a little bit farther to the south. Atlanta, Arcadia, we're going to be waiting next. We've got some of those storms, although the severe thunderstorm warning includes more Atlanta for northern Hamilton County. It does not include Arcadia. It doesn't include Cicero or Carmel or Westfield. We'll have to see if some of these storms get severe, but my goodness, heavy rains coming into Lebanon and the new Eli Lilly campus, and then coming up next towards Lisden and Pittsboro, extreme northwestern, Hendricks County, right around the Bruins there at Tri-West. We've got some of that heavy rain starting to come on through. Not as windy, but still windy. I mean, even without the storms, we're getting some winds between 20 to 25 miles per hour. That's the reason why we're in the 70s with some of the good south winds. But not severe at the moment, but there could be a lot of heavy rain and good rumbles and some good wind gusts with these storms, but the severe ones are to the north. I'll go back to kind of a wide view. Again, it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, Rob, they're coming into Sullivan County and Vigo County.
And I definitely want to talk a little bit more about that one that you're pointing out there, because that one I've noticed is starting to show a little bit more very broad rotation. That entire line, I know Sean has really been looking at it, especially the one with the tornado warning. These are strong storms that are starting to see some very broad rotation. And as Sean pointed out, they're heading into that environment that's very strong at the moment.
We can go ahead and, Sean, if you want to touch on any of those storms coming into Terre Haute, and then I'll put a storm track and we'll kind of plan these out as they go right down US 40 and I-70.
Yep. And Rob picked it up. Yeah, we've got, not surprising, okay, so let's, we'll show you the velocity here in a second, but you know, this is a long line that's beginning to ramp up here.
And if they're able to pull Sean's computer, he's on Lynx 1.
Yeah, Lynx 1, partner. So there's the, we're just showing you, there's a bunch of lightning. These things are going to be highly electric, all right? So it goes from essentially near Brazil southwestward. And then let's throw the velocities on, because this is where it gets a little interesting. It doesn't look like much right now, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Vigo County. This includes Clay City, by the way. This includes Brazil. So Clay County is involved. This goes until 5:45. But yes, rotation that is over Terre Haute as we speak here. And what we mean by that, and we just got a radar update here. So this is the spin. This is the circulation. Broad in nature, but within a few minutes, it could become something much more tighter. We saw that earlier along the line, that a potential tornado that went through Perrysville and Vermilion County. So we want you watching this real closely. Sealyville, Brazil, okay? So kind of this circulation going to come up 40 here, all right? If it holds together, Greencastle, Plainfield, down the road. And this is probably going to be one of several areas of circulation, Matt, within this line that goes all the way back to near Carbondale. So we got a long way to go here. Got another, I think we got another at least 4 to 5 hours, which the focus is going to flip. It's no longer north. Well, once we get behind this line, it'll be no longer north. You can see already dropping counties from the tornado watch. But Indy, I would say this line gets in here in about 60 to 90 minutes. So that puts it 6 to 6:30, and then on top of Terre Haute now. And so we want you, and we'll be watching it closely, but we're going to get more warnings out of this. We're going to get a variety of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings here between now and about 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and Sean, that official speed from the warning itself, Sean's looking at that one coming into Terre Haute. A little bit of rotation, watching it. There's just more spinning in the atmosphere once you get south of I-70. So this is one thing we'll have to be watching. But that storm that he's looking at, you see right there. One moment, if you want to switch over to Lynx 4 whenever you're ready, Jack, we can go ahead and see that speed is 40 miles per hour. I've been watching some of these storms, and the speeds kind of range between 40 to 50. So not quite to that 60, but that was also kind of attached directly with the jet stream a little bit more. So that's why they're moving a little bit faster. I mean, they're already getting in Michigan right now. These storms may be just a touch slower as they're coming in from the west. But here's a wide look. Let's go ahead and zoom in, and then we'll kind of get more of that timing. Sean was kind of rough balling it just a little bit on this line as it just charges down I-70 and National Highway 40 coming into southern parts of Indianapolis. Jack, to say that one more time. You got N.1? Okay, I'm going to pull that up, and then we'll get back to the storm in Terre Haute. Let's see. Where did I put that? Okay, N.1 right coming up. Hit play. All right, so this is Darwin Road. This is right next to the state line. So this is that storm that is coming into Terre Haute area. You're looking along I-70. Believe you're looking westbound as you head eventually to, eastbound, actually, sorry, eastbound into Terre Haute. This is on the west side, so we're kind of right there by the state line. So eastbound heading into Terre Haute, heavy rain, a lot of wind, but now we've got to watch if there's any kind of rotation that tries to develop. Say that again, Rob.
Looking at that storm, you know, the rotation is still broad and it's not very strong, but it's definitely rotating.
Right, and that could tighten up at any time. And so we'll have to watch scan by scan. And this is where it gets tricky with these storms, where a lot of these for this second round will have rotation. The question is, does it have enough rotation to put a tornado down? But it sure has a lot of wind, has a lot of lightning too. But right before we track it, as promised, I do want to show you some of this hail that's coming down that is coming into the south side of Terre Haute right now, crossing the Wabash into Prairieton. A lot of lightning too. The yellow bolts show you those big, powerful bolts definitely reaching the ground. Those are positive strikes. Those are the big daddies coming on down, coming across the river there and into Indiana. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to just reflectivity, and we're going to kind of time this out for kind of just pushing it down I-70 and US 40. I'm going to go with let's go with the speed of about 45. It's kind of ranged between 40 and 50. Let's just kind of estimate. Once again, it's whatever we put the number as is not going to be complete gospel. But I do want to highlight this part of the storm as it moves. Let's say about 45 or so, give or take. See Brazil about 517, so here about 15 minutes or so. And then once you get to Mill Lake there, 536. I'm going to put a couple more here on the map for us. And then we'll time this. I'll put it just a few more. Going down right down I-70 and US 40. So there's Knightsville, 518, Center Point, 524. Then we get into Cloverdale, 543, and Stylesville, and extreme southwestern Hendricks County, 553. If I move this forward just a little bit, now the storm will evolve a little bit more over time, but let's go ahead and push it out just a little bit deeper towards the Indianapolis area. I'm going to put about an hour and a half. See Plainfield about 610, southern portions of Hendricks County 610, Mooresville 614, Beech Grove, the Hornets there at 633, and then Greenwood, the Woodmen there about 635. That'll also be about Bargersville, Center Grove Trojans there about 630. So here in about an hour and a half, this will really be coming into eastern Morgan County and then into Johnson County, and it could even be coming in, we think, towards the Indianapolis area, especially south side. The heart of downtown, we'll have to see if we get hit with this cluster. This one's not necessarily severe. It's this storm coming out of Terre Haute that's just going to go right up I-70, come into Plainfield, go past the airport, and then come into the Indianapolis area. Once again, that's about 6:30 or so, but don't be surprised if you get some rain ahead of time if this starts to grow just a little bit more. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Going to get a wide view. Got a couple little cells. These are not severe, but if you do get a splash and dasher in Newcastle, Greenfield, watch for those. But this is the main line. Once we can get this out of here, we can talk about just kind of recaps of what happened throughout the day. But it's this line that's going to take care of Indy to the south. So Bloomington, Columbus here within the next hour and a half to 2 hours. That's when this line will start to come on through. Rob, do you have any details?
Yeah, I did. I actually did. There was a couple of things I was noticing on the radial velocities looking closer to Terre Haute. Now, as you've been mentioning, it's in an area where this is not the best view that we can get of Terre Haute. And let me kind of reset where I am. First of all, let me put on the radar just so you can see what the nature of this looks like. It is kind of a line that's rolling through Terre Haute. And Matt's been outlining that that's going to make its way towards Indy. This is what we're tracking. But there are two areas along this line that I've been watching, two areas where it looks like we're going to be seeing at least the strongest parts of the storm. Those are also where I've been noticing there is a little bit of minor rotation. As I switch to the velocity, there's one little very, very weak couplet right in here, I'd say, given the nature of where the radar is located, and then potentially another one located about right here. It's not this red and green together. It's actually, let me move the map just a little bit. It's this area right in here. So there's two areas, and what potentially may be happening here is as this whole line pushes forward, we had this happen with the last two events as well, these kind of bookend vortices where it's almost like pushing your oar through a water. If you've ever been in a rowboat, when you push it through, you get these little swirls on either side, and that may be one of the things that's happening. Now, I'm going to set this in motion, and the reason why is because I just want to look at it very quickly just to see what it looks like when we actually look at the how it's been changing over time, over the last hour or so. Because I'm a little concerned that as this gets into that environment that Matt's been talking about and Sean's been talking about, where the temperatures are in the 70s, we've broken into some sunshine, all the conditions are favorable, we may see this at least hold together, and we don't want to see that rotation continue. In addition to that, and I'm going to stop the radar there just so we can look at it, farther down the line, if that looks like an impressive view to you, some of the storms that are farther to the south that do have the tornado warning, that one is certainly showing some broad rotation. Again, greens next to reds, that's what you're looking at. But also keep in mind, we're way, way, way out from the radar. So this is well up into the atmosphere, higher than what we would see if we were just looking at the surface observations. But there are several storms here that we're going to continue to keep our eye on, especially that one near Terre Haute. Two that we're watching, really, it's part of one line, but two areas of very broad, very weak rotation. Now there's the new scan that just came in, still seeing a little bit of rotation right here, very weak though it may be, but that's the area that I'm most concerned about. Let's go to NDOT1 just so we can see what's going on there. Jack is letting me know. Let me take that. I think it actually may be NDOT2 from this view, but we'll look. Let's go to the other one just to see which one we're looking at. Looking at both, I'll go back to NDOT2 and then take a quick look at. We're looking at Spring Hill Road. We're seeing some pretty heavy rain come down there. We've also been noticing some of the gusty winds on many of these traffic cameras. And the heaviest rain is likely with some lightning as well, a good bit of lightning. Sean's been talking about how electrical these storms have been. And each time we go to one of these cameras, we usually, as the storm's coming through, we usually see a good number of lightning strikes. If nothing else, even if you don't get the gusty winds, this is going to impact your afternoon with very, very heavy rain. Let me go back to the radar and show you what we've been talking about with that little bit of rotation here. This is going to be north and east of Terre Haute. We've been talking about Interstate 70, probably going to stay north of 70, although we'll keep an eye on this. And as it does get a little bit closer to the Indianapolis radar, let me actually put the radar back on here. There's another look at Indianapolis. Boy, I got to tell you, let me step out of the way here. Look at how quickly the clouds are moving. Just a sign of that, the dynamics in the atmosphere of what's that lower level wind speed that occasionally with these thunderstorms we can bring down to the surface. You know, the winds aloft are pretty strong. As you can see, the camera is shaking a little bit. When you get those heavy downpours, it takes these strong winds and pushes them down to the surface. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of those lines of severe storms once they push through. Let me remove the cameras here and just go back to the radar because I want to talk about where we are with this line of storms. And again, I know there are still storms happening farther east of here, but this is the part that I'm most concerned about. And we still have the tornado watch that's in place through later this evening. This is the line, especially look at the intense area of rain and potentially some hail. There's probably some hail happening right now over Terre Haute. We're going to remove the radar just so we have kind of a little bit of clarity on the radar, and then we'll maybe adjust this and continue following the line. Bainbridge, we've been talking a lot about you. The first line did not impact you as much. Now we're seeing these storms impact areas farther and farther south. The reason why is areas to the north, you've cooled quite a bit. Where those storms went through a little bit earlier, and Sean talked about this, they've cleared out the tornado watch. The tornado watch is gone there because the area is cooled. It's stabilized everything as the line of storms rolled through. Now what we're watching is this line starting to come into focus a little bit, starting to become a little bit more linear. Now, that would be bad news when it comes to damaging winds. And by the way, there are multiple severe thunderstorm warnings along this line. The one that we've been tracking here, that's going to go until 5:45, and then there's an additional warning just north of the metro area for Tipton. That's going to go until 5:15. But as the line becomes more of a linear shape as opposed to these little clusters of thunderstorms, that would imply to us in general that these are damaging winds. If that line starts to get any kinks, or we start to see these cells become more supercellular, kind of out on their own, that's when we get a little bit more worried. They may start to feed off of all of this warmer air that's out ahead of this, closer to Bloomington, Indianapolis, and to maybe the north side of town, which has not cooled down quite as much as areas near Lafayette, where the temperatures have cooled down perhaps even into the 50s in some locations. It's still into the 70s for many of you, and with those strong gusty winds still moving through. Let's dive in again for the radar and just kind of take a look at a couple of things. I want to go back to the storm relative velocity. You see the line here. Let me change it to our other view. The storm relative velocity. I'll remove that severe thunderstorm warning for you. This storm is producing some gusty winds. The problem is the reason why you're not seeing any bright colors in this polygon is because we're looking at it from the Indianapolis radar, and we're actually kind of slicing it in half here. In other words, from Indianapolis, we're pointed right into the perpendicular part of the winds. We don't get to see them very easily. So still some gusty winds that are going there. It just doesn't show up as well from the Indianapolis radar. But farther to the south and west, as this storm gets a little bit closer, we will have a good look at it because it's going to be approaching the radar from the perfect angle, and as it gets closer and closer, we'll get a better and better look at it because we'll be seeing lower and lower in the atmosphere. Once you get out about 2 or 3 counties, you're looking up in the atmosphere a bit, and you don't have a good view of what's happening very close to the surface. Behind that, several more severe thunderstorms. Thankfully, the tornado warnings have been dropped, at least for this closest storm, and I don't see any additional tornado warnings farther to the southwest from there, at least on my map, as far as I'm moving through. So a couple of cells that we're going to certainly be watching, one that's over Terre Haute right now, and then one that's farther to the south and west. This one, very minor rotation. It actually looks a little bit better as I zoom in than what it did maybe earlier in the couple of scans. Still some very broad rotation right in here. Nothing, I think, to worry about when it comes to the next few minutes, but this may evolve through time, and if that changes, we'll be watching. Probably some hail coming down there as well. In fact, let me see if I can put on the hail just to see what pops up. Yeah, definitely showing some hail south of Terre Haute. We'll have to see if we get any storm reports from this that pop up in the chat. At some point, we'll likely see those pop up here. These are probably from the earlier storm that came through, but that was pea-size hail 4 miles south. This was as of 5:02. So this may have been from this recent cell that came through. That was south of the prison there in Vigo County. Let me step out of the way and go back to the computer, and feel free, Matt, if you have any new information, to jump right in. A couple of things that I've been noticing are the hail core that's popped up, and the rotation has weakened a bit with that one cell near Terre Haute, so I'm encouraged by that, but something I think that it's still going to be the most watched cell at this moment.
Yes. So we're watching that. I'm going to give a quick programming note. 5:45, we're going to probably pause this live stream unless there's a tornado warning. There's a tornado warning, we're going to stick with you. But at 5:45, we're going to take a break. I think it will probably loop some radar for you for a second, and then we're going to go into our 6 o'clock newscast. We still have a newscast at 6. If there are just severe thunderstorm warnings, we're going to cover them through the newscast. We'll have a couple of stories with Jenny. Just got an update from our producer, Melissa, about some of this. What we're going to be doing is, if we just have severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll have a 6 o'clock newscast, but we'll spend a little bit more time on weather to kind of show you what's going on. If there are tornado warnings, we're going to, what we call, just blow out the newscast. We're going to just show you updated kind of radar, and we'll live track any kind of tornado warning. So that's just a brief update. So for the team, 5:45, if there are no tornado warnings, we're going to have a quick pause. But for now, we've got to watch. There could be a tornado warning at any time with some of these storms to the south and west. You know, the rotations will tighten up. It'll start to weaken a little bit more. and we'll watch kind of each evolution here. But we've got still that cluster to the north. When you get into Grant County, Blackford County, even now western portions of Jay County, we're included in severe thunderstorm warnings because it looks like this kind of southern part is starting to gust out just a little bit more too. They're coming out of Kokomo, where Sean was actually pointing out, we've had some wind damage reports through Howard County. And so we're keeping an eye on those coming, that storm that came right through the Kokomo area. And I was checking the live stream. You guys have been great putting in some reports on what you've seen from your house. And we've had a lot of wind and heavy rain. It's been very noisy right through the Kokomo area. So I'm going to get back to the Terre Haute storm really quick, but I do want to give you an update here for northern Madison County into Grant County. So that would be Marion and Gas City, and then Mississinawa, Hartford City for Blackford County, and here's Portland, Jay County. We've got this storm coming on through. Some gusty winds with that. I want to put on some velocity. We're getting kind of far from the radar. It gets tough, but we do have some winds pushing out with this storm. Kind of hard to see. A little bit of lightning too. For hail, maybe a little bit of hail, up to about quarter size there around Tipton, and that could kind of move towards northern Madison County and southern Grant County. So between Gas City and Alexandria, up and down.
NDOT 1,
You got one?
it may be your NDOT 2, just showing the storm through Terre Haute when you get there.
All right, so in a moment, I'm going to show you the Terre Haute storm, but Summitville to Fairmount, Upland, Matthews, Gaston, there's a little bit of hail, a little bit of wind. We do have the warning that includes Grant County, not necessarily Madison County, but that would be, we're going to keep still an eye on you guys to the north. Here's back to the normal radar, and we're going to zoom back out. So far north of Indy, still have the warning for Tipton and Tipton County. That's going to move into Madison and might even clip northern Delaware County, but Muncie, we may be waiting, and Ball State a little bit more for some of this heavy rain that's coming through Lebanon, and that'll be next for Carmel and Westfield and Cicero. Some of this heavy rain. Morris and Geist will be getting the rain in probably the next 45 minutes or so. But now let's go ahead and talk more about Terre Haute. Before we really dive in the radar, Rob was just talking about, you said NDOT maybe one?
Both cameras are
both
in that
cameras.
area.
All right, look at this. Looks like you can even have a little bit of small hail. You kind of see it kind of bouncing around here. So a little bit of hail, gusty winds. My goodness, it's windy. And then heavy rain coming right down for right there at the county line of Vigo County and Clay County. So you're looking along I-70. I want to check out the other camera as well. We'll see what that looks like. So, all right, this is I-70 westbound there at Tabortown Street. So right around, once again, the Terre Haute area, big thunderstorm coming on through. This is a severe warned storm. Got a little bit of hail in it. Looks like we've got some more hail reports coming in and around Terre Haute, maybe the latest one near the airport. But you're looking along I-70, lots of heavy rain with this storm. This is the storm that's likely to come around the Indianapolis area, Plainfield, Avon, towards IMS, Motor Speedway, and then Southport, IU, Indy, and then University of Indianapolis. This will be our next storm that we'll be watching. A couple other cameras real quick while we're on kind of camera mode. I've been working with Joe. He's great. He's been watching these cameras. See that shaking just a little bit. We're watching. They're kind of towards Michigan Road, way off in the distance, kind of the Zionsville, Traders Point, North Brownsburg. A lot of thick clouds coming in. There's the storms just kind of skirting the very northwest side of Indianapolis. While right now you can even see a little bit of sunlight hitting parts of the new towers going up for IU Health there on the north side of downtown. But over time, what we're going to do, Joe's going to be on it here about 30 minutes. He's going to move this camera to the west, and you'll be able to see some more of those storms. We got a couple tower things, so he'll try to get it just right as best as possible, but we'll see some of those storms coming in.
And six
shortly.
reports from Vigo County. You were mentioning
Six
the small
reports.
hail. Six
Yeah,
reports
six
of small hail.
All right, so let's go back to the radar. We're going to go into the Terre Haute storm because this is the one that's headed closer to Indianapolis here over the next hour or two. I'll zoom in. We'll take a look at the radar. We'll also take a look at some of that hail. So, my goodness. One thing that is kind of a little bit of a giveaway on hail is how much lightning you have. It is loud, it is noisy right through the Terre Haute area, and those yellow bolts are the big lightning strikes that come on down. But this is a
shows
hefty
up
storm
well
coming into Brazil.
On
What are you looking
hail,
at?
on Hail Tracker, it shows up really well right
that
where you're
up.
looking. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna do a couple of things. You see some of that hail. Look at, okay, I'm gonna take off the lighting because it's just hard to tell. All right, you're looking there, east side of Terre Haute, right by the airport. Coming into Brazil next. Here's I-70. You've got Brazil. Okay, I'm gonna pull up NDOT 1. Jack's talking with me in my ear. He's got NDOT 1. We've got Brazil. This is US 40, National 40, meeting State Road 59. See some of that wind coming in Brazil. Brazil, you got some hail coming towards you. Rob, just roughly, do you have some of the estimated maybe sizes of some of that hail?
Yes, several of the reported sizes. Some were pea-sized hail, so there were several of those reports, but there were also some 3/4-inch hail. So I haven't seen any reports of large hail, but there's a lot of reports coming in.
Sure. Okay, so we've got a lot of smaller hail coming on in. Quarter-size hail is about an inch, so just under the size of quarters, maybe about nickel-sized hail is what Rob's talking about coming into right through Terre Haute, and Brazil will be next. I'll go back to the radar. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. But there's some of that hail coming on through. This is not necessarily showing you the size of hail, but the probability of some of this smaller hail that's coming through. I can go ahead and switch. Yeah, you see it right over Sealyville coming through I-70. Here's National Road, Historic 40. Sealyville, Brazil's going to be next. So if you have a moment in Brazil, the car's parked outside, you got a extra spot inside the garage, you may want to pull that in real quick. Not huge hail, but we do have some hail trying to be estimated. I think I can also probably...
Hey, Jack, if you're able, and I know you're in there listening, if you're able to put N.1 and N.2 on WeatherSlide and NewsSlide, just so we can see them here in the studio, that'd be super helpful.
That'd be great, yeah. Thank you for that, Jack.
If you're able to.
So I'm going to do...
Making Jack earn his money today.
That's right, Jack's awesome. All right, so we've got the hail and some of the wind. It's kind of broken into two different parts. We got two different downpours, but it's that leading edge that is the most severe part. Some of that hail coming right into Brazil right now. Sealyville just kind of behind there on US 40. But this thing's going to be moving to the north and east, right through Clay County and even Owen County. And then we're going to come into southern portions, Putnam County and Morgan County. We'll get this storm. Here's Plainfield. We're getting in view now. The storm's going to come right down I-70. Let's time this out, and then we'll take a closer look at some of those winds. I believe this is still, let me check the wind speed on that Clay County storm. Estimated winds around 60 miles per hour, up to quarter-sized hail, and we've seen at least nickel-sized hail. I'm seeing the speed of the storm still, well, it actually dropped to 40 miles per hour. I'm going to put 45 just in case it speeds up just a touch. So let's kind of walk through this Brazil storm, and we'll do about 45. We're just going right down I-70 coming in towards Indianapolis. So we're moving just a little bit slower than traffic here on I-70. This thing's moving. You see Greencastle, 537, Avon, 612. We're starting to get into Hendricks County. Brownsburg, we're probably going to get downpours in a moment. These are not severe storms, but we got a lot of heavy rain over Tri-West, the Bruins, Lisden, Pittsboro, Fayette, North Brownsburg from Connection Point all the way north into Whitestown. South side of Brownsburg, Kroger to downtown, we probably have another 20 minutes to wait. But the north side from the interstate north here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're getting it. But you get north right there near the railroad tracks on 257. That's where we've got some of the heavy rain that's coming on through. So Brownsburg north into Fayette, heavy rain now approaching. But once we get a little bit south, so Avon and the Speedway there in Hendricks County.
Hey, Matt, right where you're looking, it appears there's a little bit of a hook feature forming south of where the strongest return is.
Yes. Let me pull that up.
I'm starting to see some very minor rotation there as well.
Let's pull that up. So that would be coming in next with this
right there. Yep.
So once again, Mooresville, 614. So about 6 o'clock approaching northern Morgan and southern Hendricks County. All right, let's go ahead and go back to some of that rotation. That's what he's talking about right in there.
Yeah.
Just south of Brazil. So this would be very close.
Center point kind of area.
Yep. There's the Brazil exit for I-70.
Which, by the way, is really starting to pick up there.
It is. It is intensified, and kind of you can see just even the colors, how a little bit brighter they are. But this come right near the Brazil exit, and it's going to be moving northeast right along I-70 through Clay County, and then headed north into parts of Owen and Putnam counties would be next. So Kegels, Mill Lake there, just to the north and east. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. You can see State Road 59, that is the exit for Brazil. We've got that rotation. This was the scan a moment ago, so the rotation would probably be getting closer right over I-70 now. There by East State Road 42. You can go a little bit farther to the north and east. We've got some rural country out here, just south and east of Brazil. And then here's the county line heading into Putnam County.
Really shaking on I think that's N.1.
N.1?
Yeah.
What, is that the Brazil camera?
Yes.
Okay, let's pull the Brazil camera up, and we'll keep an eye on that rotation. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely seeing the
There it is.
traffic signal shade.
Oh yeah, look at that. Remember, just a moment ago it was dry. This thing's moving fast, but a lot of heavy rain, a little bit of hail too. Nickel-sized hail, maybe up to quarter-sized hail. And then, of course, there is some of that rotation south and east of Brazil. Not in Brazil. Brazil's getting a lot of heavy rain, and my goodness, a lot of wind too. So we'll watch that, but the rotation is just a little bit farther south into the, closer to the exit with I-70 for Brazil. Let me pull that up.
You know, and this is in that area that we so often talk about coming out of Terre Haute, where we don't have the best view of it because it's so far away from the Indy radar.
So far from the radar. We're talking about some rural country here. It's beautiful out here, just south and east of Brazil, kind of going along I-70. Some of these trees here that you hit I-70 as you're coming in towards Indianapolis. But that rotation right over the I-70 exit for Brazil. Here's US 40. Right now, US 40 is just getting a lot of wind. But the rotation is here toward the south and east. Now, we don't have a tornado warning right now, but what we do is that, you know, a rotation isn't just instant and putting something on the ground normally. It can happen quickly, but normally we will see a gradual kind of a strengthening rotation. Sometimes it's fast, but we're watching this, you know, it could weaken, it could strengthen, but this would be the zone of what any kind of further rotation would be from. It'd be here on the south side of Brazil.
Dime-sized hail in Brazil.
Dime-sized hail, and that would make sense if we pull up kind of the hail tracker coming into Brazil right now. Here's Sealyville, here's Brazil, got some of that dime-sized hail. So we've had reports from P to nickel to dime, so everything just under a quarter.
Also an inch-sized hail in,
You got an inch-sized
in
for it.
Terre Haute.
Okay,
Yep.
Terre Haute got that 1 inch. That's a quarter-sized hail. So we've got some decent hail. Once you get to quarter-sized hail, you start getting a little bit more damage. That's where you can get some cracks and maybe a windshield can get cracked, and then the bigger it goes, the more damage it would be. Pea-sized hail a lot of times is really noisy, but that's where the storm is coming into Brazil right now. Heavy rain, a little bit of thunder and lightning. Let me zoom out. All right, so I still had that storm track. That's the storm that will come in to Avon and Plainfield about 6:12ish, so just after the 6 o'clock time frame. Mooresville 6:14, and then Indianapolis would be about 6:30 or so. We do expect it coming into Indy about 6:30, so we'll watch that. It's kind of close to the end of the newscast. And anytime if this storm starts to rotate a little bit more, we will hop on and kind of just take over the newscast. We'll continue live coverage here. But once again, that cutoff time will be 5:45 if we don't have a tornado warning. So keep that in mind. We'll continue some radar coverage on WTHR Plus through the newscast. So we'll watch that. So back to some of that rotation. I just want to check it one more time. I think we got maybe a new scan.
It looks better. It's still there, but
Still
looks
there?
better.
Okay, okay. I'm going to zoom.
Let me rephrase that. It looks improved. It doesn't look as strong.
Right, right. So what he's saying, there's a little bit of a weaker scan. We love that. So, but still, it's just something to watch. Sometimes he's kind of teeter-totter, you know, a little bit. The weekend, they strengthen, and so we'll watch that. But that's just now kind of clearing slowly the I-70 exit for Brazil and headed up north next to 231. That would be before headed into Greencastle as you get into Putnam County. So here's Putnam County, and then we've got farther to the south, we've got Owen County. That's the next storm. I'll put the normal radar. What'd you got?
Just put on the storm reports, and you'll
Yeah.
see the cluster around Terre Haute. It's just
Let me
so
put that
interesting
on.
how many of those storm reports have popped up, anywhere from pea-size hail to an inch-size hail. So many reports as it went through.
This is what he's talking about. See all these little hail icons that have popped up. So this is your guys' reports. If you guys get these, let us know, and we'll be able to send them to the National Weather Service as well. But a lot of those hail reports up to 1/4 inch, or sorry, size of quarters, which is 1 inch in diameter. So some good hail there coming through Terre Haute, but now the hail is over Brazil, kind of marching down I-70, and we'll have to continue to watch the south end where there could be some rotation. There's been weak rotation at times, so we'll continue to watch that. I do want to zoom out, talk about our friends in northern Indiana. We still have that good thunderstorm coming through parts of Grant County, Marion, Gas City, Mississinawa. We're watching this. This is coming right into Marion right now, and Gas City. They're towards eventually Taylor University will be next with some of this heavy rain coming on through. Hartford City and Blackford County. Here's Jay County for Portland. And then you get farther north once we really start getting into Wells and Adams County, that more towards Fort Wayne. We're really going to be focused on Grant County and then Blackford and Jay County. But this is a line of some wind, mainly staying north of Madison. So this is Grant County, Gas City, Marion, and then head into Hartford City. Farther
Madison
south,
had a hail report, by the way.
Madison got one?
They did have a hail
All right,
report.
I might be able to pop that up here. Let's see if we can. Yes. All right. So you see Madison County to the south. There was just south of Elwood coming into Frankton, the Frankton-Lapel School District. We've got that hail report. We had some of these wind and hail reports farther to the north and west. With that wind sometimes, Sean, I'm looking at your screen. You're looking at some of those power outages to the north and west. Do you want to touch on some of those, what you're seeing here on Lynx 1?
Yeah, and so this is with that first, that Boeing segment that moved through here. Still have 4,000 in Tippecanoe County. Got 1,000 around Monticello. Let me get my pixel query function on here. So this line continues to produce high wind reports of over 60 miles an hour. We've had some damage reports. You see 300 there near Peru, 400 there near Wabash, and then even farther to the north, get some higher reports as well. So this is with that line that continues, that's over Marion now and heading toward Hartford City. Another thing that I found, again, very interesting, and what we're going to continue to see, once the line moves through your area, the threat of severe weather will be over. So Lafayette now, your energy's used up. You're at 58. The severe show is over. You still may have rumbles of thunder, but the severe weather threat is over. Peru, the severe weather threat is now to your east. Indy, we still have a little bit to go, and we're about to start to get into this between now and 6:30, west to east. 73 in Indy. Look at Terre Haute where it's 52.
Wow.
And as you guys have pointed out, they have just had a ton of hail reports. And that's what's moving into, which is over Brazil now, and then heading toward Greencastle. But 75 there in Bloomington, 70 in Columbus. So there's plenty of energy, there's plenty of juice, meaning moisture, and the wind shear remains ample to continue the severe weather threat from west to where the line is now to east. Now eventually the focus will shift south and southeast here, and I'll show you Future Track 13, and we'll show you the radar in motion, and then we'll show you Future Track 13 as we progress between now and midnight. Now, we will settle the atmosphere down, unfortunately, to get to the more stable side of things. We're going to have to go through some bumps here, and those bumps are going to be in the form of the thunderstorms that will have, at minimum, heavy rain and numerous lightning. In worst case, though, we're going to have still get some hail going. That hail core, by the way, is over Brazil right now as we speak. Going to be moving into Putnam County, so I suspect we'll get an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning a little bit farther to the east and maybe southeast as well. So, but if you're watching us in Bloomington, you probably have another hour and a half, 2 hours. Indy, the northwest side gets into this first, and then the southeast siders take a little bit longer, but by 7 o'clock we should have some action going on. And you can see, just look at the amount of lightning with this line of storms that we're still monitoring, by the way. We're still monitoring for rotation. Nothing, is screaming at us right now that says watch, watch, watch. But there's still spin in the atmosphere that's going to warrant us and keep in the possibility of
Sean,
rotation.
You were talking about the hail swath, and I just pulled it up on my computer. I'm hoping you're able to show people that are watching. It's interesting how the hail swath lines up with the number of hail reports.
Yep.
I mean, the Barron product did a great job of that.
Yeah, there it is. There it is, right over Vigo County, getting into Clay County there. Roughly along 70, and just north of 70 along 40. So all kinds, as you mentioned, a bunch. Just so many hail reports here, ranging from pea-size to near quarters with this.
And Sean, we can show you what that storm looks like if we take you to Putnam County. We're going to pull up maybe Lynx 4, and I'll show you some of these cameras. I want to show you before we get to Putnam County, this is what it looks like outside in Gas City. This is in Grant County. We've still got that windstorm that's coming on through. We are severe warned through Gas City Mississinewa, and Marion right now. There's that storm coming in. This is the exit right there along this US 35 State Route 22, but along I-69, and you're looking to the north and west where that storm's now coming on through. We're just about to get soaked in there in the Marion area.
Marion gusted to 45.
45 mile per hour gust then. Thank you, Rob. Then we're going to take you
new warning, by the way.
New warning?
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and put the radar up, and then I want to show you another camera from Cloverdale. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. I think it'll pop up in just a moment. So let me reset, go wide. I'll do a quick little lapse, kind of see these as they move to the east. Let me turn off that. Okay, so we've got this new warning. All right, this is the storm that we were talking about coming in towards Indianapolis. So portions of far northern Owen County and then really into Putnam County. So Greencastle, you're included in this storm, and then extends into far northern parts of Morgan County, just outside of Martinsville, I think, getting close to Mooresville and Monrovia, and then Hendricks County, we're now included. So real quick, we've got that storm coming into Marion and Gas City. That's the camera we are showing you. And then I want to show you the camera that is inside this severe thunderstorm warning, and look how dark these clouds are getting. This is a live look in Cloverdale. You're looking along I-70, and we've got that big storm coming on in. This has produced some hail. It's got some wind gusts, 60, 65 miles per hour. The hail's been up to about a quarter. We'll see if that adjusts, but it's coming right down I-70 and US 40 coming in from the west, coming in from Terre Haute. So you're kind of looking towards eventually Illinois. These folks are headed eastbound towards Indianapolis. We're going to get soaked here in a moment, but I do want to go back to the radar. Let's take a closer look at that new warning. Thank you, Sean, for highlighting that. It's this warning that is for western Hendricks County and into Putnam County. Here's Greencastle coming right in. That camera we were showing you a moment ago, that was from Cloverdale. And we were looking back towards this storm that's slowly trying to get out of Brazil. My goodness, in Brazil, we were hit hard with heavy rain and some thunder and lightning. But there's a storm coming into Greencastle. Here's Hendricks County. We finally got a lot of heavy rain surrounding us in Brownsburg. It is pouring right now in downtown Brownsburg, now coming in towards the Speedway there in Hendricks County. And then Avon, we got it kind of clipped there north of Rockville Road. And then Plainfield, we're waiting. We're waiting on this storm to eventually come on through. But this is the next one that's going to swing through Hendricks County, come into northern Morgan County. So here's Martinsville. We're just outside of this one, but we've got more storms to the south and west that we'll have to worry about. In Bloomington, you'll be included in those too. But I think you'll avoid these ones for now because we're all kind of at a slant. But Mooresville, Plainfield, Avon, and Brownsburg, we're kind of be probably included eventually in another warning downstream, and that would also get into Indianapolis. So just going to time this out. Let me get the estimated wind speed on this warning. Unless, Rob, do you know by chance off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, but I can pull it up for you. Stand by.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and get the track ready. And we'll kind of play it out going into Putnam and Hendricks County.
Putnam and Hendricks. Okay. This is going to be moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Okay. So let's time that out. 50 miles per hour. Get a rough estimate. All right. Now we're included in Indianapolis. Now the warning gets cut off in Hendricks in northern Morgan. Let's talk about some of these. Danville, 547 here in about 10, 12 minutes or so. Avon and Plainfield, we're going to get this storm. I know we've got some rain around Avon and really heavy rain in Brownsburg. That's kind of a separate storm, but this storm coming in will arrive here in about 20 minutes or so. Plainfield, here about 25 minutes. Speedway, once we get into Indianapolis, get inside the Beltway, that'll be about 6:06. IMS, 6:08. Butler, there in the north side of downtown, 6:11. Mooresville, 6:15. And then we get into Indianapolis. We've got the zoo, we've got Victory Field, we've got Lucas Oil in downtown, about 6:15 to 6:17. So we're going to be actively watching this storm during our newscast coming right over Indianapolis, about 6:15. That gives you 45 minutes before this storm that has some wind, has a lot of lightning, heavy rain, of course, but it also has some hail in it too. Coming in here shortly, here's Mooresville. We'll be waiting there closer to about 6:02, 6:03. I know we're not quite there yet, I don't think, on the listing. Oh, there we are, 6:15. There's Mooresville, 6:15. So coming into Marion County here eventually, 6:15, 6:20, 6:30. So got just under an hour to go. But really it's coming through Greencastle right now. And then it looks like some of the heavier, the stronger winds are just on the south side. Go ahead and take this off and we can take a closer look at this storm and maybe even pull up some of this velocity. Now, some of this is higher up, but we do have some some big winds coming right through parts of Putnam County right now. Greencastle, there along 231 between Cloverdale and Greencastle is where we have that. Coatesville, we're going to be next, and then we get into Hendricks County. Here's Danville County seat, then we head east into Avon. We're going to be next on some of this wind. I'm going to pull up storm relative. That's where we've been able to see sometimes a little bit more rotation, and I like how Rob said it, not necessarily screaming at us right now. Sean and Rob were talking about these storms for rotation per se at the moment. But we'll be watching this. It's had a history of maybe trying to spin just a little bit. But for now, just a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be the next one coming into Indianapolis. I'll go ahead and zoom out. Looks like we also got a new warning there south of Terre Haute. The reason why I'm going to pull that up and talk about that is because that's probably going to be more the storm that hits us eventually in Martinsville and then more towards Greenwood and Edinburgh. Columbus may have to wait for more of these storms to the southwest even more, but it's kind of like a stair-step approach. You get one storm, it goes on through its trajectory. You got to wait, if you're too far to the south, you got to wait for the next one to come on through. But Bloomington will kind of be watching this cell that's crossing the state line right now. Let me zoom in just to make sure, it's not doing anything too crazy, but we do have some wind. Let me pull up any kind of rotation on it either. It's just hard to say.
Matt, if you're able to, I don't know if you're able to pop, just where you are right now, pop off the thunderstorm warnings and see if you can pixel query some of those bright blue spots.
Let's do that.
Because I've been looking at some of those, and it's been interesting to see what some of them have been popping up and showing.
I'm looking at a lot of times 59 to 65. Let me clear out some of those again. We'll do that again. So what Rob's asking to do is he's taking a look at what does the radar estimate these winds to be. This is another severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be headed into Linton and I think eventually getting close to Ellettsville and Bloomington. So what is it doing now? And maybe what could it do in the future? So you got 60 plus mile per hour winds being estimated in this storm that's crossing over the river, the Wabash right now and into Indiana. There's the storm and there's the warning itself. I can go ahead and I am curious about some of this hail, and I think I can take off, the warning. Just kind of estimating maybe up to 1 inch hail in this storm too. I'll do the same thing for that storm that is eventually coming in.
The one near Greencastle also has that really bright signature.
It does. Let's highlight that. Let's take a look. So Rob, we're estimating about an inch, half inch to an inch. So nickel to quarter size hail. And that is right coming into Greencastle, especially the south side of town. They're on 231 to the exit, eventually to 70. So really, I think the heart of the hail is right there at US 40 and 231, and then coming into Greencastle. Got a new scan, maybe a little bit more hail coming out of Clay County, going right down the interstate. So we've got folks who are driving in this right now. Some hail there reporting. I'm also looking at your scan there. You've got some hail trying to come in right there by Greencastle and outside of Brazil there on US 40, and that's what we're tracking here. Let's see. So a couple pockets of hail, and then of course we've got the wind too. Do you want to talk about? You've got some.
I was looking at that same cell. I really liked when you highlighted and queried some of the winds that were coming in with these storms. If they want to switch over to the chroma key wall there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to look at. So let me orient you first. This is what Matt was showing you with those strong gusty winds. Now he was showing you a little closer to say Sullivan, but I want to show you where we are with say Greencastle right now. So I'm just going to query some of these same areas. Now he was showing you numbers that were, I believe, over 60 miles per hour. Where these strongest wind gusts are right now, 50 to perhaps as much as 56 miles per hour. And keep in mind, all of these areas where you see these brighter blue pixels moving through Putnam County, that is all moving east. And as this gets closer and closer to the radar, which is located right there, you see that little artifact of the radar, we call it sometimes, the little circle that shows up, that's where the radar is located. That is because as it gets closer, we'll get a better and better idea of how strong those winds are. In fact, as I set this into motion, you'll be able to see those areas of bright colors continue to move our way. Now they wax and wane a little bit. You do see some brighter colors show up. That's where the winds may gust at times up to 60 miles per hour. You can see those are moving towards Coatesville right now, Stylesville, and eventually into Clayton. Let me pause it very briefly just to show you. And this is exactly what we've been seeing on our NDOT cameras. I'm actually looking at one of the NDOT cameras near Cloverdale, and that one is showing a little bit of sunshine peeking through. Let me actually pull that one up just because I'm seeing it out of the corner of my eye. And thank you, Jack, so much for putting NDOT cameras up there for us in the studio. It very much helps us. Here's the first one. This is Interstate 74, but I actually want to go to NDOT 1 because what I've been talking about is watching this one. Look at the sun shining down through some of the raindrops here. Areas that are seeing some sunshine, now probably not Cloverdale because it's probably been rain cooled, but many of these locations are going to be able to use that sunshine before the next round of storms gets there, and that may potentially unsettle things just a bit. I hope that's not the case, but it's certainly what I'm tracking. Let me go back to the regular radar just to show you that line, because as we get into the Indianapolis area, this is where we're going to start to see this line of storms begin to move through. So we'll use the Indy radar because it is the closest one. We'll just go to the standard old reflectivity. Probably some hail. We're seeing numerous hail reports that have been showing up with this line of storms. I'll turn the hail reports off just so they don't show up here, and then also remove that radar. All moving to the north and east. Now, Matt's been timing this out, but I want to get in really close as the scans come in to show you where those strong gusty winds are happening right now. So I'm going to go back to that storm relative velocity product. The reason why is because as this gets closer, as I've been mentioning, you're really going to get a very good look at how strong the winds are going to be with this. Let me actually go back to the Indy radar here just to make sure I get the right one. Just want to show you what we're looking at with this relative velocity. Let me step out of the way and actually do it from the camera over here, just off camera. Stand by, stand with me. I just want to be able to get the product because I like the color table on this product right about here. Yes, that's the one I like. So let me just turn the hand tracking back on. And I want to be able to show you those extremely bright colors. What you're looking at here is measuring the wind speed from the radar. So these bright areas just past Greencastle, this is where the strongest line of those gusty winds are approaching the radar. I said I wanted to get in a little bit closer, so let me show you the area that I'm tracking right here. We'll get in close. Fillmore, Coatesville, we're talking ammo. We're looking at US 40. All of this moving east, and I'll just do a couple of queries here to show you. See a couple of the really bright pixels, 54 miles per hour. That's what we're tracking there. A couple of other locations that we're looking at. We'll go ahead and hit some of those and show you some of the other areas. I'll just query several of these. Near Fillmore, just to your south and east, we're looking at 50 mile per hour gusts. We're looking at 55 mile per hour gusts, potentially to your east. Approaching US 40, parts of 40 there could be in at least 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts, and all of that is moving east. You still have a bit of time before this arrives farther east, maybe into Plainfield, parts of, say, Hendricks County, but there's still a good bit of gusty winds that are holding together with this. And we may actually see this pick up in intensity. In fact, I think a new scan just came in and put 59 miles per hour as that line continues moving through. I'm going to put the radar in motion yet again, just to see how we can see the storms evolve over the last few frames or so. I'm going to take the pixel queries off and just zoom out just a bit. Look at the areas of blues as they approach Greencastle. They really had some gusty winds there just to the north and west. As this moves into Hendricks County, this is where we're going to be most concerned. And Matt, if you have any new information, go ahead and take that and let me know what you have.
Yeah, we got a pretty good view starting to come into Indianapolis. We can take links 4 really quick, and then we're going to wrap things up because it is 5:45. We've got a newscast here in less than 50 minutes, but Rob, check this out. This is what the camera looks like.
Oh, wow.
I know there's stuff, ignore this, but you're looking westbound, kind of north and west. Joe's going to continue to move this. He's been trying to get a time lapse of some of this, but this is that storm that is coming into Hendricks County first, and then Marion County. So we're going to track this storm during the newscast. We're going to let you know what we're seeing, the heavy wind, the heavy rain, a lot of gusty winds, a lot of lightning too. It looks gnarly out there. It's about to get really dark across Indianapolis. Arrival time to downtown, 6:15 to 6:20. So here in less than about 30 minutes or so, we've got this storm to track. We're going to wrap things up. We're going to get ready for our 6 o'clock newscast. We appreciate you sticking with us as we've been covering these thunderstorms. We're not done yet. Now a lot of it is Indy to the south with this next round coming on through. We'll have updates throughout the newscast. And then after the newscast, you can join us back here on WCHR Plus as we track the rest of the storms throughout the rest of the evening. We appreciate your time. In the meantime, if you want more radar coverage, you can't get enough of it, we still have that continuing on WCHR Plus. Then we'll have a loop of some different radar things and some watches and warnings for you to look at. And then we'll be right back on at 6:30. But make sure you tune in at 6, Channel 13, NBC. And we'll have more coverage of these storms. They're coming in, They're dark, they're gnarly. We'll track them as they come on through. Make sure you keep it here, keep it local. As always, we'll keep you advised. Yes, I think so. We're going to go ahead and start.
Yeah.
I'll start off
Yeah,
and then.
go for it. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Can you kill programming for us? Oh, sorry. I'm stopping someone's computer. That's my fault. I think that was you, Matt.
Oh, you're good. Hey, thanks for joining us. We continue our live streaming coverage here on WTHR Plus as a nasty line of windstorms pushes across the state. The primary threats are now south of I-70. We've got these storms coming into Bloomington and then eventually Brown County, Columbus. We've got very heavy rain over downtown Indianapolis, but there's this warning that gets us right up to 465 and extends south there through Mooresville into, let's say, Monrovia, and into Martinsville. So right now, just a quick recap. We've got this front that's on the way, cooler air on the way too. Guys, there's snow in Iowa right now. So this is a powerful cold front. The pink color shows you the tornado watch, and notice how it kind of gets eaten up over time. And plus, we also have had some additions to the tornado watch. We've got it now for Decatur County, and then south and east closer to the Bedford and Seymour area. We've got more included now as well, all the way south to Jennings County and Jackson County too. The severe part of the storm is right in here, coming in just south of Indy, right through Bloomington, and there towards Ellettsville, Brown County, Nashville, and Columbus. So we're going to zoom in a little bit, but I do want to show you, once this line pushes on through, you're done. Now, you may still have some rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder, but places like Lafayette and Lebanon and Kokomo, and even now Marion and back west to Crawfordsville and there towards Putnam County, Greencastle, we are now done from the severe threats. We still have some rain and the cooler air is starting to rush in. We'll take a closer look. Here's Live Doppler 13, Central Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning has been kind of modified, a bit extended to now include there towards Morgan County, western Johnson County, and then as we get into Monroe County and Brown County too, we're also included. So I'm going to head and get closer in. All right, here we are. I'm going to pause the radar too because it's going to move a little bit. Go back to no lapse. There. All right, here's Indy. Here's the watch, or the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning. We don't have any tornado warnings right now, just a tornado watch in the pink. But the warning goes all the way up to about Southport and then through the Bargersville area, Center Grove, Martinsville. That heavy rain's coming right through, blasting us for the Arties. Up and down I-69, the heavy rain's coming in, and Bloomington. It's already arrived there in Ellettsville, and Bloomington is coming up next. Hey, Jack, say that one more time. We've got Martinsville. Let's go ahead and pull up a camera in Martinsville as we're talking about Martinsville. Jack's been great. He's our director in the control room. This is what it looks like there, Ohio Street in I-69. See the storm coming in. You're looking northbound, so these folks headed north, eventually to Indy. But there's that storm closing in around us. There towards Mooresville and Monrovia, it's already storming. But Martinsville, we're just about next. This is a severe warned storm that has some decent winds. It could have gusts up to about 60, 65 miles per hour. A lot of lightning too. There's been a little hail, but right now it doesn't look like the hail is the primary threat. There's a lot of wind pushing across there in Morgan County for us, and then south all the way to Bloomington too. If you go the opposite way, you'll head towards the Bloomington area. Thank you, Jack, for that. So back to the radar real quick. I want to show you a couple different things as we get a little bit closer to this storm. I want to zoom in real close to, here's Monroe County. We're talking about you guys in Bloomington. Airport, Monroe County Airport just west, now getting some of that rain. The storm's just about to blow through downtown Bloomington and IU here in just about the next 2 to 3 minutes. Spencer out west in parts of Owen County, we're getting it. Here's Ellettsville with the heavy rain. And then here's Brown County, just to our east. We're waiting. Could get a quick shower first, but then Nashville will be watching this line come on through. We are included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but we probably have another 20 minutes to go before it gets closer to us. I'll zoom out a little bit more. We'll head south into Lawrence County there for Bedford. Now, this storm has been kind of nasty. This is something that Sean's been specifically watching. He's been watching these cells that form up before the line. There's been some rotation, but the thing is, this line comes through and kind of gobbles them up. A good thing, because if it didn't, it'd probably spin a little bit more. So Bedford, we've got a nasty storm coming in for us, but I do think this line will come on through and eventually kind of eat it up. We're looking at maybe, we'll have to watch this line as the wind pushes on through, because every once in a while there could be maybe a tiny bit of rotation. I'm looking at Rob's, I've got a screen for Rob too. And Rob, is that yours?
No,
Is that
that's Sean.
Sean, okay, Sean, you're actually watching that individual storm. Let me zoom in a little bit closer to it, and then Sean, if you have a couple notes about it. This is the storm that's separate. These separate storms are ones you have to watch because they can spin a little bit more. Sean, what are you seeing coming there towards northwestern Orange County and then headed into Bedford?
Yeah, Jacqueline, links one if you can, partner. So we've been talking about this area south of 70 would have some spin potential, and that's what's going on. Essentially, it will be a race against time for it, and you can see that green and red next to each other, moving in just east of Shoals along 50, and there's the latest scan, so it's heading toward Mitchell. Again, the rotation, but this will eventually get swallowed up, and what we mean by that, it's just going to get ingested into this line. But these lone cells, we'll have to watch. We keep a close eye on them because they will have a little bit better potential to spin. Otherwise, it gets sucked up into the main line, and then we're just talking about a long line going into southern Marion County, down into Bloomington, and there we go. We just got a new warning, by the way, new severe thunderstorm warning that includes that cell. Yeah, so Lawrence, that goes until 7:15, just for that cell. In addition to the rotation, we're also going to get some hail potential with it too. So the hail core may slide over Bedford, and we may get up to quarters or larger with it.
Yeah, and Sean, we've been seeing a lot of hail with these, even downtown. We've been seeing some reports of hail. Jack, if you could, I'm gonna take the chroma key here for a moment and just talk about what we're seeing on radar. Several things that we're watching. First of all, there's the entire line, and then those two additional cells that we're tracking a little farther south. These are the ones that we're going to keep our eye on. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to those. I also want to talk about some of the hail cores within these. Sean was talking about the hail core. That one's starting to show a little bit of minor rotation, as both Matt and Sean have been indicating. This one approaching Bedford, likely going to continue moving north and east. One of the things that's been interesting about the entire line, and I'll zoom back out so that you can see it, is most of these storms have been moving relatively, let me rephrase that. Most of the line has been moving relatively slowly to the east. Now the storms themselves have been racing north and east, but because the line's not moving very much, they've kind of choked themselves off as far as tapping into some of that warmer air mass. That's not the case with these two lone cells. They are out on their own, and they certainly have a better environment to work with. This is what Sean and Matt were talking about, kind of ingesting that cell. Will it have enough time to do so? What we're also seeing is that because the line isn't moving very much, there's a lot of heavy rain that's coming down. And as we get later into this event, this may start to transition into less of a severe event. There's still going to be some severe concern, but more of a flooding event, especially as some of the heaviest rain right now is moving right through Indianapolis, especially on the south and the east side, as we're seeing some of those very heavy returns. I'm going to try a couple of things here. I've never done this at the chroma key, so we'll see if this is going to be able to work. I'm going to try to put on some of the 3D radar here and just do a slice. Since we're talking about hail cores and looking at a lot of hail, we'll actually slice through this and see if we can see some of those hail cores. I'm going to have to tilt the radar, so bear with me. We'll see how this works and if I'm able to actually zoom into some of these 3D slices, because what I want to be able to see, and as I get in a little bit closer, you'll be able to tell what I'm looking at here. Once I move this kind of slice back and forth, you'll be able to see some of the hail cores that we're looking at. For example, you can kind of see some of the brighter purples in there. I'll zoom in a little bit more so we can get a better view of that. This is right over Southport, let's say, maybe just on the south side of downtown. You can see some of the returns that are up into the atmosphere quite a bit, and that gives us a look inside the storm. So there's likely going to be some hail that's falling inside the 465 loop with this cell. Let me move this just a little bit more. We'll see if we can find any more of those hail cores. The other thing is when we're really close to the radar, and I'll show you right there, The radar has multiple scans, but what we're also tracking is that once you're very close to the radar, you can see it only goes up this high in the atmosphere. So I can't see higher than where that scan is, but I can see that there's likely some very heavy rain and hail, and I can hear the heavy rain coming down here at the station. Let me take you farther to the south. I'm going to move the radar a bit, and then we're also going to move that slice a bit just so we can talk about some of those storms that are now approaching. They're north of, say, Martinsville, between Martinsville and Mooresville. This is the area where we're also seeing some very, very intense rain returns, especially south and west of Martinsville. This is likely going to move right over Martinsville. And again, I'll move the radar just a bit. In fact, right in there, probably seeing some larger hail returns. In fact, I want to go to that one cell that is kind of out on its own, the one we've been tracking that has the new warning with it. Also near Bloomington, we're seeing some of the heavier returns. I'm getting to it. It's right there. I'm going to pull the slice down just a bit because I have a feeling what we're going to see, especially right in there, we do have some hail cores that are aloft. Now we're looking up several thousand feet into the atmosphere at this point, but at some point that hail is going to fall. This is closer to, say, Bedford. Now let me see if I can reset this radar and just get out of that mode and go back to the normal radar to show you those storms, because I really want to keep an eye on that one that Sean was watching. Sean was talking about this cell. It's kind of out on its own. It's kind of using up some of the heating of the day here. There's actually two cells. I didn't even get to the one that's a little farther to the south. That one looks like it's developing a significant hail core at this point. I may get back into it and look at it. We're talking south and west of Bedford, likely heading to the north and east. Let me look at the velocity just to see if there's anything that's showing up. There's a good bit of rotation there, Sean, that I've been noticing. I see it. I saw it on your computer first, and then pulling it up here. What I'm looking at, what Sean's been looking at, is this area right in here. And I'll get in even closer just so you can kind of get an idea of what we're tracking. Not necessarily the strongest couplet that we've ever looked at, but we definitely have winds that are moving away from the radar, winds that are moving towards the radar. That implies a little bit of circulation. That, coupled with the appearance on reflectivity, and you will see that it's starting to get into that area where if we develop a little bit of a hook here.
We got a tornado warning.
Is it that cell?
Not that cell, actually. The one that's coming to Bloomington, a little notch is formed on the south side of kind of a jet streak that is now formed. You're going to see it pop in a moment. Jack, when you're ready, if we could go ahead and hop on to Channel 13 NBC. We'll join coverage with our NBC folks as their nightly news. Sean's pulling it up too. You're seeing the radar. It's going to pop up in a moment, but we do have a tornado warning that includes eastern Monroe County. It's the southeast side of Bloomington from Clear Creek. It looks like the couplet itself, the rotation wall cloud going over Clear Creek and headed east into Nashville. All right, we're joining in just a second. All right, thanks for joining us. We've got an update, new severe thunderstorm warning there towards Lawrence County, but then a tornado warning farther to the north. We want to take you to that storm. This is towards Monroe County on the southeast side of Bloomington. See this notch right over Clear Creek? That's where we have the rotation that's already crossed 69 and headed towards Brown County. Here's Nashville. We're just included right there in Nashville. This tornado warning will last for the next 40 to 45 minutes as this storm comes on through. I want to go ahead and show you a velocity. You can really see it there as this develops. And we have another couplet to the south that we'll have to get to too. But this is, for now, the only tornado warning that we have. Downtown Bloomington, not quite included, but just on the outskirts of the city. But there towards Clear Creek and headed to the north and east. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. We'll probably get a couple town names to pop up in a few more streets. But coming out of Clear Creek, I mean, we're starting to get into some rural country. We're getting into some of the hills here just north of Lake Monroe, but we've got Night Ridge there road, and then State Road 446, Gross Road. Some of these are just outside of Bloomington. So the city is just kind of clipped there on the southeast side. But this couplet, this rotation has just crossed State Road 37 and headed to the north and east, eventually headed to State Road 46, and then Brown County. We're going to be included there as well. You see Nashville is just right on the edge, but State Road 46 takes you from Monroe County and into Brown County. Belmont area, we're going to be included too. I do want, real quick, Rob, I'm going to send it to you in just a moment. I do want to get a quick just kind of estimation on the times of this storm as it pushes to the north and east. What would you say, about 40, 45? That's
They've been moving close to that. Let me get the official National Weather Service speed, efforting.
All good, all good. He's getting that speed because we want to get it as closely as we can. I'm going to expand this just a little bit more.
Northeast at 45.
Thank you, Rob. All right. and be ready to take over in just a second. I'll get this through. My goodness. It's going to have to be expanded because these speeds are still kind of
These have been moving so fast all day. They've actually
Yeah.
slowed down a bit from the 60 to 70 mile per hour
Thank goodness.
speed that we saw earlier.
Thank goodness. So we'll get that. You said 40?
45 miles per hour
45.
northeast.
Roger that. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and make it pop up any town that it possibly can. So, all right, here we are. Night Ridge, 6:52. That's here in 3 minutes. The Woodville Hills area, 6:56. Here just under 10 minutes. Belmont, right there at 6:58. And then downtown Nashville, we'll be there 7:07. We've just got about under 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes to go. State Road 46 coming out of Monroe County. This is skirting the southeast side of Bloomington and headed towards Nashville. Rob, you're checking the couplet as well.
Yeah, so a couple of things I'm tracking, watching that couplet, but also there's that one cell that's just to the east of it, and I'm wondering, and Jack, if we're able to go to, thank you very much to the links too, this is the cell that's just to the south of it that we're going to be tracking. Now, what's going to be interesting as we watch this is, will this be able to stay in its own little area here and hold together? And we just saw the new scan come in. So because we have the new scan, I'm going to do a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to try to dive in as close as I can to that couplet, just to get you an estimate of where that couplet is located. We're going to go street level if we can. So let's get in close. There's a couple of things we're watching. First of all, there's an additional couplet farther south that we'll keep our eye on. Let me switch products here just to show that one. It looks like the new scan doesn't look nearly as impressive as it once did. There is still one little area that we're tracking. I'll get in even closer just so we can get down to street level and show you some of the areas. A couple of areas here just on the north side of Lake Monroe where we do see some minor rotation here. It's a little bit tighter perhaps, but that's not necessarily as strong. Northeast at 45, so areas out ahead of that, it's going to stay within this polygon, within these red lines, the red box that you see here. Now, when you look at some of this, don't pay attention to some of these pixels, which I think are a little bit of noise in the data. What I'm looking at are these areas of bright greens next to areas of reds, usually brighter reds, but the rotation here has really weakened quite a bit. Here's Lake Monroe. We're going to see, tell me again, Jack. Okay, let me go to the NDOT camera. We do have an NDOT camera there in Bloomington, so let me go to that one. I'm not sure which NDOT camera it's on, so we'll test our might here with NDOT 1. Yes, this is the Bloomington camera. As you can see, the rain and the lightning continuing. The storm is just a little bit east of this camera, but I do believe this camera is looking east. I'll have to just make sure that that's exactly where we're looking, but definitely seeing the backside of this storm. It's the area out ahead of this that we're really watching for that rotation. I'm going to go back to the radar to show you this. A couple of areas that we're going to keep our eye on. One, it's this area, and I want to get in really close here because we're really looking at right at Lake Monroe, just north of Lake Monroe here. This is where we're watching, probably just on that one tip of Lake Monroe there. Night Ridge, Matt's been talking about that, and then eventually into Belmont, eventually West Overlook. The couplet has improved. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set the radar there. I can't do this on camera, but I can step back and show you what it looked like just a few moments ago, the previous scan. The previous scan is why they issued the tornado warning. This scan looks like it's weakened a bit. Now, I like to see that it's weakened a bit, but there's where the couplet was a little bit stronger. And that was just maybe about 10 minutes or so ago, not even quite 10 minutes or so ago. This is what triggered the National Weather Service to issue that tornado warning. Now, it has held together. We're also not as close to the radar potentially at this location as maybe if this were in the metro Indianapolis area, but still, tornado warning is going to remain in place for parts of Monroe County, also into Brown County. Let me very quickly just going to zoom out just a moment. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because farther to the south, there's an additional cell that we're going to have to keep our eye on that is also showing some rotation here near Mitchell. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because it's possible, especially since we already have one storm north of that one that has a tornado warning, we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm to see if we'll get an additional tornado warning farther to the north and east. That's going to put areas, say Seymour, and eventually farther north from there under the gun when it comes to additional tornado warnings. But for now, let's hold to this one. New scans continuing to come in. Radar rotation not as impressive. it continues to be very weak. What I think is happening is tapping into some of that area that's maybe just ahead of the storm, where some of the outflow potentially from the storm to the south is starting to weaken it just a bit. Still a little bit of rotation there. I noticed Sean Ash, just off camera, is looking at the southern storm, and that one actually looks more impressive at the moment. So we'll really have to see. Oh, I got to tell you, the radar presentation here certainly is impressive. Let me zoom out just to show you this. A lot of times when we look at these rotating thunderstorms or these bits of the line, we sometimes look at a little bit of a hook echo. I know you've heard about it. You hear us talk about it all the time. In addition to looking at that rotation, this is the type of signature that has us a bit of concern, because you can see that it's really wrapping in some of that heaviest rain around that center of circulation where we're watching that rotation. So I don't like the appearance of this in the reflectivity, although in the velocity, the signature looks a little bit better than it did, although still some minor rotation there. Farther south, this rotation, I think, is actually either holding together or potentially even getting a little bit stronger. But the tornado warning right now is just for this cell. This is the one that we have the only tornado warning right now, and I'm going to move that so you can see it, so it's not under the bar there. 7:15, that is how long the tornado warning is going to be in place, moving north and east at about 45 miles per hour. Having said that, let's remove it. Let's do a quick little storm track, show you where we're tracking, and I'm actually going to track it from where we currently have that center, that rotation signature. It's about right there, and let's see if we can get this to plot, because I do want to take this out at 45 miles per hour. It may not let me do it here from the chroma key, but I'm going to give it a shot, see if I can do it. Here we go, moving north and east at about 45 miles per hour. I'll have to do this off screen. It's just not going to let me at the chroma key wall here. Those areas that are going to be under the gun, I'll show you here.
Quick update from the National Weather Service, Rob.
Go.
We've got Randy Bowers, one of the meteorologists, on call. He is watching the rotation cross the county line into Brown County, just south of Highway 46. This is going to get close to Highway 46. That's where Rob is drawing into Nashville. It's still weak, but they're still going to continue the warning. They realize it's weak on the rotation, but the radar, the reflectivity, the colors that you see, what normal radar you would say, that's where you see that hook. And right now it is crossing right over. If you guys know some of these coves on the north end of Lake Monroe, the Pine Grove State Recreational Area, and then towards the Night Ridge Campground, this is where it's pushing north and east. And eventually it's going to go over into some of the marshes just north of the North Fork Wildlife Refuge, and then head into some hills before it gets to Highway 46.
Okay, so again, Night Ridge area, we've been talking about that rotational signature. It doesn't show up as well in the storm relative velocities, what we typically use to look for a couplet, but where it really does show up well is in this kind of hook echo signature that we've been seeing in some of the reflectivity. This is really impressive when it shows up on our radar. You can see where the heaviest rain is, but that's not necessarily where I'm most concerned. Where I'm watching is this kind of hook signature that comes around. This is where I'd be concerned if there was a tornado that was happening right now, and we haven't gotten verification of it, but we do have the warning in place. That is where I would be concerned that we do have a potential rotation. That is going to move north and east, and as it does so, we'll definitely see if it holds together, we'll see if it's going to continue to the north and east. And Matt, if you have some new information, feel free to pass that along.
A spotter has just now said that they can see the rotation from Woodville Hills. Rob, I'll go ahead and take over for just a quick second. If we could go over to Lynx 4, I'm going to go back to the radar. I'm going to get my thing kind of set up, and I'll go back to kind of just normal reflectivity. All right, so here's that hook. Looks very impressive there, but the rotation's hard to see. So if we zoom in just a little bit more, I want to show you Crooked Creek Road that eventually takes you to the Woodville Hills area. That's right here along State Road 46. The spotter is looking at this and can see the wall cloud rotating. So this is now leaving the Pine Grove State Recreational Area. That's kind of here on the north end of Lake Monroe, and now starting to leave Lake Monroe and kind of head into some of these marshes. You got some low-lying areas before you get to Woodville Hills. That's kind of the next town before eventually you push east right along 46 and into the Nashville area. Just kind of a quick time of arrival. We can kind of look just generally at this coming into the Nashville area here just within the next 5 or 6 minutes. So if you're in Nashville, downtown Nashville, Brown County, central part of the county, there towards Woodville Hills, all the way to 46 in Nashville. Make sure you get to your innermost room, get as many walls between you and the outside. Of course, this is not the only rotation that we are watching. This is I believe, still the only warned tornado warning cell. But down to the south, this one continues to kind of grow features. You're starting to get kind of that screaming eagle type of thing now starting to form. You got a little bit of hail likely too, but there's that rotation there coming into Lawrence County, just north of Mitchell, where we have that rotation, and that'll be pushing north as well. Right now has a tornado warning, but at any time, do not be surprised if we get a warning that comes up for just east of Bedford. Here's Highway 50, and then maybe the Brownstown area, Medora, we'd be kind of next up. But right now, the only tornado warning is the one. You can see the hook very clearly. We've also got a cell that really popped up and came into Nashville too. But the rotation is now just left Lake Monroe, right over the Woodville Hills. So say that one more time.
It's now in Brown County.
Brown County.
Yeah.
All right. So here's now completely Brown County. That rotation is now left for you guys for Monroe County. So in Monroe County, yeah, you still have a lot of heavy rain and wind, and you may still have the alert on your phone, but the rotation is now passed through. Here's another scan, at least from the reflectivity, a little bit kind of clashing with a bunch of cells, getting a little bit messy here. I want to go ahead and bring up the velocity, the speed of the winds, and it's a little bit tougher to see, but we still have that rotation south of Nashville right now. Woodville Hills is about here, and then we come into downtown Nashville, kind of near the Bartley Ridge area. That's just south of Nashville. Here's coming Highway 46 into Nashville. So here on the south side of the city is where we have it. This is deep, you guys, into parts of the Crooked Creek State recreational area, and then heading into just kind of the Brown County State Park area. This is some beautiful country, but rural country. It's over the forest right now and headed north and east, close to Nashville, especially I'd say on the south side of Nashville, you'll have to really watch. But it does look like the latest scan starting to, you see it, but it is starting to kind of wash things out as we're getting bombarded with a bunch of other cells. That kind of disrupts the flow. Here's a little bit of a wide view again. I want to zoom in just a touch more. We kind of zoomed out just a little bit too much. Here's kind of a closer look, but we can see all these cells that we've been tracking, these individual cells, how they're starting to run into that main line. But at times, briefly, as we kind of have these storm interactions, sometimes when you have storm interactions, you can kind of just wash everything out and it disrupts everything. Sometimes you can have storm interactions where they hit each other, and briefly you can get some of that brief rotation to form, and that's where we had that now completely in Brown County. So here's Brown County, here's Monroe County. It's out of Monroe County, even though the warning still extends towards the Bloomington area, but that notch is deep into Brown County, over the Brown County State Park, staying just south of Nashville for now. And of course, we're still watching that cell to the south, there towards Lawrence County.
Broad rotation there, but it actually looks better than it did before. Yeah.
All right, there's what you're talking about.
Yep.
There's that rotation. So weaker, not as tight. That's some good news. We'll see how this storm comes in and kind of interacts it. Maybe it will continue to kind of break it apart. In the meantime, guys, we still have a lot of wind with these storms coming on through. So you got a lot of wind, heavy lightning, or heavy rain, lots of lightning too. But we're getting these cells to kind of interact with this boundary. But it's that little hook that we've been watching there close to Nashville. Let's go ahead and get a little bit closer into Nashville again and kind of see where this thing may track. Does it come towards town? Does it stay just south? Let's take a closer look. I'm going to zoom in.
The couplet appears to have moved really along the southern boundary of the tornado warning. It's really riding that southern boundary.
Which is good because, guys, this is some rural territory right in here. This is the Brown County State Park. There's not a lot here until you get to Story, which is along Route 135 coming south of Nashville. There's Stonehead and there's Story, but that's south of Nashville. So this thing may stay just to the south of the city. And let me go back. Got a little too clicker happy. I'm going to go back.
There's still a broad rotation there, but it's much weaker. It's much broader.
The new scan, you don't even really see so much of that hook anymore. It's just about to also leave the tornado warning. I don't know if the National Weather Service has made a comment.
So far, no guidance from them yet.
No comment. And that warning goes until, did you remember off the top of your head, Rob? It went until,
it's going to go until 15, I think, after, but let me confirm.
Okay. So still technically 10, 11, 12 minutes of this warning, but it's starting to get washed out. You don't see as much of that feature anymore. I'll go ahead and turn the the velocity on, you can see the speed. You see it mainly south of Nashville and also kind of just leaving. I mean, this storm's fast, but it does look like it's leaving.
Until 7:15, but I can't imagine that since it's escaping the polygon that they're going to allow it to stay up. I don't know that they'll continue it given the rotation.
So what Rob's talking about is this is where the circulation is, and because it's leaving the Warren cell, and the National Weather Service has not so far put another warning yet, this may be enough that it is weakening. They may be seeing the same things that we're seeing. This storm has weakened quite a bit, but it has stayed south of Nashville. This is right over Story and Stonehead, so we'll keep an eye on it. But this eventually will start to leave Brown County State Park and eventually head back towards 65 once you get there into Bartholomew County. They're closer to Columbus. So that's some good news, some great news there on that front. And then, of course, Rob, we're still watching some of these cells back to the south.
And there's quite a bit of hail even within all of the storms, ironically, except for the one that has the tornado warning.
Let me go ahead and query some of those for you, too. Good eye on those. So here's the storm coming to Nashville, and let me put up the warning for just a second, make sure it's still there. All right, still there. The pink, kind of purplish colors, show you some of the hail. If you got the purplish color, that's about half-inch size hail, about a nickel size. Once you see some of this pink, you could have up to about quarter-sized hail. So we have maybe a little bit of hail in Nashville, not getting the rotation. That's staying south towards Story and Stonehead there in southern Brown County. But Nashville getting very heavy rain, a little bit of hail too, and hail extends south into the eastern fringes of Lake Monroe. That's kind of near the Crooked Creek State Park recreational area. That's here on the east side. Here's Lake Monroe. You guys who boat on the lake, you know that towards the east is Crooked Creek, and then there's Middle Fork there on the east side as well. So we got some hail there, and that is all evening east headed into Brown County State Park, and that'll continue east. But it looks like there is that hail that's going to continue to move east towards Columbus. So Columbus and Edinburgh, we'll be watching some of this hail come around us too. We have some hail reporting there around Martinsville and southeastern Morgan County.
And got some information, some new information from Brown County State Park.
Go ahead.
Numerous treetops taken out and trees toppled.
Okay.
Unknown number. That's from a ham operator.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's the thing, we were tracking it deep in the forest. And so it's very hard to tell as that storm was coming on through what exactly was going on, but deep in the forest, they would rather have it though deep in the forest than coming through a town, and it stayed just south of Nashville, so that's some good news. Still the warning is up. We'll see if that gets expired or canceled here in a moment. We're still kind of watching some of these cells. We just got another update. This was the cell that Rob was talking about a little bit earlier, how they were individual at first, and now they're starting to run into that main line. Let's see the rotation now. Still have a little bit, but there's not necessarily, it's a Lone Ranger anymore like it was, and it could just spin how it wanted to. It's starting to get influenced by this next storm. And of course, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this line. I mean, this is a nasty line from...
And where that earlier cell that you were just talking about, where it went through, I believe that's the one that went through Shoals, which is southwest of there. I am getting reports that there were some power lines and trees down. This is in Martin County, blocking West River Road in Shoals. So for anybody that may be in that area.
So let's go, so that's just east and just southeast of
South
Nashville?
and west of there, yeah.
Okay. So what he's looking at, let me pull this up.
It's not as a storm report just yet, so it hasn't been officially tallied.
For sure. So there could be some reports of, some tree damage here towards southern portions of Brown County. That's south of State Road 46, and that's kind of where the rotation was. So we'll try to get more information on that. What could have happened as the storm, the wall cloud that we did see from Woodville Hills. That's along 46 north of Lake Monroe. But that wall cloud went over the eastern side of the lake and kind of tracked here towards south central Brown County, right over the state park. Here's Nashville, just staying outside of Nashville. But Rob, what are you seeing? You're about to time out?
Yeah,
Is that you?
I mean, we're definitely, what's interesting is that we've still technically got, 7 minutes left on the tornado warning, which is why we've interrupted coverage, but we don't have, the rotation has exited the polygon and no guidance on from Weather Service just yet. I'm sure they're going to be adjusting that and likely letting it cancel.
So as soon as it's canceled, what we're going to do, just programming note, what we'll do is go right back to NBC, and they'll take it from here, and we'll continue our coverage here on WTHR Plus as soon as that goes away. Now, one quick update, and this is kind of what Rob was talking about too. What are they going to produce? What are they going to alert downstream from the storm? Not a tornado warning, but a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning. This does include the rest of Johnson County. This is mainly just staying south of Main Street there in Greenwood. So from Franklin and in Edinburgh, Columbus, we're now included, a lot of Bartholomew County. And then as we head south into the Seymour area, that's where we have Jackson County. What did you see?
They've issued a new tornado warning.
Okay.
This one is going to be for Shelby, Brown, Decatur, and Bartholomew.
Okay, we're going to see that populate in just a second.
Yeah, so it should populate here shortly. There is still some rotation along that line, but I'm curious. I'm just interested in that Shelby County has been put into that as well. Although looking at what you have pulled up there on your radar, now I do see the continued rotation popping up, even tightening up a little bit there.
Yep, a little bit there. Just here's 46. 46 takes you from Nashville into Columbus, and that's where they're continuing the rotation. Now you're still over Brown County State Park, all the way up to close to the county line, and then we still have some of those hills coming out of.
Yeah, there's your new tornado warning now.
There's the tornado warning. All right, you see that does include Columbus. So if you're in the Columbus area, if you're to the Cornbrook area, even Taylorsville. Taylorsville's just north of Columbus. You need to make sure in Edinburgh too. You need to make sure that you get into your tornado safe space with your family. You need to make sure that you put as many walls between you and the outside. But here's Columbus. So this warning will probably be expired here in just a second. We're really focused on now this tornado warning for Bartholomew County. That rotation just next to and south of 46 coming out of Nashville. This would be very close to the Stony area and Lonesome area. Very rural area, beautiful area, kind of driving out of Nashville, headed into Columbus. Eventually, we're going to be talking about, if you guys know, the Harrison Lake area. That would be here on the west side of Columbus. We're going to be next. I do want to time this out here.
Before you leave that, Matt, could you show people? I'm actually seeing two areas of rotation there, which is why this tornado warning, I think, is much wider than the previous one. There's that one kind of on the northern part of the box, and then there's another one from the previous circulation.
Yes. So what he's talking about is we do have this kind of a little bit weaker, I would say, if you had to judge between the two. But we do have this kind of small rotation that they're counting for, just keeping an eye on. But this would probably be your strongest one. So when we're talking about the two different ones, there's one that is just next to and south of Highway or State Road 46. And then the northern one will be probably coming in closer, still over kind of the Tager area. That's north and east of Nashville. This will be coming in towards Edinburgh. So you kind of see how the interstate curves. That goes right around the outlet mall, and here's Edinburgh. So Taylorsville and Edinburgh, you're going to be on the lookout. I guess I can zoom in a little bit there. All right, so Taylorsville, Edinburgh, this would be the rotation to watch. You're included in that tornado warning. Here's US 31. Here's I-65 coming down south. And then we've got that southern
And Jack,
rotation.
if I could ask you to get NDOT cameras in the slides again for us, please, that'd be helpful.
What they're going to try to do is probably get some cameras here coming up and down 65 here in a moment.
Exactly.
Here's that rotation. Here's 46. Once you start seeing more of these roads, kind of you can see the little more kind of a cul-de-sacs, and we're starting to get into out of Brown County State Park and back into kind of the outskirts of Columbus there, right next to Harrison Lake. Right down 46 into, let's see, once you get to 65, you've got the Texas Roadhouse and they're right at the exit. So if you guys know where that is, they're at the exit of 65 with Columbus. That's roughly where kind of this rotation, a little bit broad, is probably headed towards next to 46. If you guys know where, Harrison Lake and Stony and Lonesome, that's just up and down 46 coming into Columbus. I do want to time this out for you guys in Columbus. You're thinking, hey, I'm in Columbus. When's it going to be around for me? Let's go ahead and take a look. We just got a new scan. It's just now getting close to, we're right over Harrison Lake. We've got the country club there, the golf course, and that's moving east. I also do see, Rob, you're looking at still some rotation to the south, which we'll touch on in a moment. But I do want to time out.
Yeah, Sean's been all over that.
Is that Sean? Okay, that's Sean's. So Columbus here, 7:17. That's just in 5 minutes. This thing is coming right down 46, the Jonathan Moore Pike. Headed to the exit first for Columbus. They're at the Texas Roadhouse, and then the Walmart is right there too on 46. And then you get into Columbus, downtown Columbus, and you'll cross over the bridge over the Flat Rock River there on the west side, come into town, and that's where we're watching. But here in just about 4-5 minutes or so for Columbus. Let's go just a touch north. Let's talk about that cell that's just to our north, more for Ellisville, although it's a little bit weaker, a little bit more broad, not as clear. But I do want to show you if there is any kind of quickly tighten up, it would be here in the next 3 or 4 minutes as well. Here's about Taylorsville, Edinburgh's right here. So parts of Edinburgh were outside the warning, but some of us on the south side, just south of the outlet mall, here just about 5 minutes or so for you guys.
And Matt, briefly, just because it's such a contrast to the storm to the south, are you able to show us the storm south of the warning? And the reason, and just very quickly, because that cell has has had a much tighter circulation. Although from what Sean's looking at, I'm just looking at it from a different monitor.
We got a couple different things that we're watching. So Sean's looking at this one to the south. Sean, if
he's
you
actually looking at the one near Columbus too.
He's looking at the Columbus one.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, do you want to touch on the one that you do see a little bit farther south? I know you've been kind of analyzing both. What are you seeing right now, Sean?
It's first of all, it's on the southern flank, so it's got nothing nothing interrupting its inflow. At minimum, it has a emerging large hail core just to the west-northwest of Medora. If I were in Seymour, in Jonesville, you need to watch this thing very, very closely. It is producing a shear marker on live Doppler 13 radar that can sometimes be a precursor to an intensifying rotation within the mid-levels of the storm, and voila, there you go. That's a tightening of rotation right there as it's approaching Medora. So we may get a tornado warning. We're already in an area under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we may get an increase in this and get a tornado warning here to include the towns of Medora and Brownstown and Seymour. And if I were in those cities, I would just be taking my tornado precautions until this line can get to the east here. But it is a little bit different than what's moving through Bartholomew County. That's more of a longer line with these little indentions, if you will. Columbus, you should be in your safe spots, but that storm, that southern storm, is the one that may end up having
now look at the hail core,
greater tornado potential. But there's the hail core. I mean, that's it right there. When we see black on the radar, you can almost bank on quarters, if not larger, quarters to possibly golf ball there.
All right, let's, if we could, Jack, if you could go to links 2 for me at the wall. I want to talk about this. I've skewed the radar just a little bit so you can see we have this tornado warning, which is now going to be expiring. This is the new tornado warning that's going to go until 7:30. This does include Columbus. It is not quite yet to 65, but this is something that we're going to be watching very carefully. Sean was talking about the shear markers. Yes, it's showing up for that one, which does have a significant amount of rotation. If it tightens up, we could see that cell get a little bit, get more defined, and we could see an additional tornado warning farther to the south. As you can see, they've also now removed the previous tornado warning that was in place. Most of these areas that we're tracking, as this all moves east, it's going to continue to bring us very heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning, flooding rains, even outside of those tornado warnings. However, we do have the tornado warning that's in place. Let me get in as close as possible. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to move the radar back to full so you can see it here. Going right across, approaching, I should say, 65. It's already crossing 65 in some locations just north of Columbus. But for the tornado warning, there's also likely some hail within this. Likely hail. In fact, let me see if I can pull that up for you. I just want to... couple of areas that we're still tracking. Let me show you where we think there's still some rotation, and it's a little bit muddled in the graphic here. So what I'm tracking is this area right in here that's approaching the south side of Columbus. This is just where we had the previous tornado, confirmed tornado warning about a week ago that we had over the last week or so. We've had several events. One was there south of Columbus where I believe we had an EF1, it might have been a 2 that came through, and then an additional area here that we're tracking. This is not a confirmed tornado warning, so this is just one that we are tracking because it is radar indicated. Those are slight distinctions here. If we do get a confirmed tornado warning, that would be a little bit of a different animal. And what we've also been watching, and something I want you to keep in mind, is that when we look at this on radar, It's definitely not the presentation that Matt was showing you earlier with the hook. This is not that hook echo signature. It's difficult to find where that rotation may be, although in general, there is a bit of a curvature here to this cell. So there could be some rotation, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, south side of Columbus. That's the area that we're going to be tracking with this. That's where I think we're coming in. Even though the brightest colors are farther north from there, and Matt, I'm going to hand this to you here in just a moment, but where those bright colors are, that may be some hail located there, but I think the circulation is a little farther south. That's where it appears to be showing up, but all along this line, the winds are definitely turning, and it's what we're watching. That's why the tornado warning you see is pretty wide. The previous warning as it came out of Monroe County was a little bit thinner. This one encompasses a much wider area because there is so much noise in the data. Now there's the new scan that just came in. No major changes, at least in the reflectivity, but I know you're watching the velocities there, Matt. What are you seeing?
Yeah, the velocity is what we think is pushing this storm forward. And we have that rotation threat coming right now into the Columbus area. Right there, it's actually now just past the exit there for Columbus, and then coming into downtown Columbus from the Millrace Park all the way to the covered bridge there in historic downtown, and right down 3rd Street, coming right through 46, the heart of Columbus, and eventually towards, you guys know the Cummins Columbus plant there, the engine plant, that is just past downtown, and that's where we think that rotation is. I'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer, and then we'll take a look at that whole line as well. I'll go ahead and zoom in this, and then we'll also put a little bit of a track on it as we get to Decatur County, because in Decatur County we're also included. All right, here's 65. You've got 46, also the Jonathan Moore Pike.
Speaking of 46 at 65, the emergency manager in Bartholomew County does say they had a report to dispatch of a wall cloud turning into a funnel right at that location.
Okay, right at that location. He's what Rob is talking about. Funnel cloud reported by emergency management. And so once again, if you're in Columbus, you need to get into your safe place. That funnel cloud now would probably be, if it was still intact, would be over the Columbus area, downtown Columbus, right through Central Middle High School. Here's 8th Street there. Washington Street's coming in too. But right there in the heart of Columbus is where we've got that potential wall cloud pushing right over the Cummins Columbus engine plant. They're on the east side of downtown, and will continue off towards the east as well. Then you get eventually to some of kind of that commercial district here on 31, where you've got the Lowe's and there towards Best Buy. That's where you would probably look next for this rotating wall cloud to come in here temporarily. But right now it's past 65 in Columbus. You need to make sure that you're in your safe spot. Coming right over, it looks like Central Avenue.
I mean, this is almost the identical area where the previous couplet went through a week ago.
It was. So Bartholomew County can't get a break. Looking at storm relative, about the same. You know, it's mainly just due to this surge. You get a little bit of a surge right here to the south, and it's on this north end. We've got that little bit of rotation. So thank you, Rob, for that report. There's that wall cloud. It would be right over downtown Columbus, probably moving about 40 miles per hour to the east. So about the same speed as these folks are hopping on from the interstate into Columbus there on 46, kind of just traveling with those cars coming into downtown and then eventually crossing the river. But we think we're probably crossing Flat Rock River. That's downtown Columbus, there by the covered bridge coming into downtown. And then, yeah, right downtown, right there. Let's see, Central Middle School would be about here. We got a new scan. I'm going to zoom in again.
Tightened up a bit.
Yeah, it did. So here's storm relative. Let me just check base again. So basically the same. But it looks like it may be kind of tightening up there on the southeast side of town. This thing's moving fast. And so now we're kind of talking about there might have been a south tilt just a touch, but generally southeast side of now Columbus, there by Clifty Creek. We've got the Clifty Creek Park. You got a lot of the ballparks here on the southeast side of the city. We're getting a baseball season. You guys know what I'm talking about. Kind of near the Clifty Park is where we've got that rotating wall cloud, and a little bit south there on 46. Here's 46. It then meets up with US 31 about south and east of the city. You got Clifty Creek coming into the baseball fields on the southeast side of the town where that wall cloud would possibly be. It looks like most of downtown Columbus, that wall cloud is now pushed out. So 65 is probably good. And then downtown Columbus, we're very close, but we do think it's exiting downtown and coming more to the east side of the city. You're talking about, you've got Columbus East. You got the stadium here on the southeast side of Columbus East, right in here, and kind of going over the high school there and some of the ball fields there by Columbus East and Clifty Park. And so that would be where that rotation is next. And then I think that goes downstream. Let's go ahead and kind of track this out because we got Decatur County next. You guys in Greensburg are thinking, okay, I got this storm, what were we thinking? But this is why we had that rotation. Surge of air with that red, and then it kind of wraps in on itself, and we had that report of a funnel cloud and a wall cloud. Rob, have you or Sean have been able to look at anything CC? I know it's been kind of tough.
Sean did a
this
little bit
far.
earlier, but I don't know if he's looked at anything recently.
Sean, have you seen anything on CC?
I'm not seeing anything
Okay.
in terms of debris right now.
That's what we're asking, Sean. Are you seeing debris in the radar? It would get tough, but right now it looks like the tornado warning has now been trimmed. It no longer includes downtown, very downtown Columbus. I'm talking about they're in the city streets there by the river. No longer included, but the east side. So from Columbus East all the way past US 31 and Clifty Park and the ball fields and the river there, and then all the way south and east once you get, you're coming out of town. You're headed to Elizabethtown down to the south. So kind of the east side of Columbus is where that storm is headed next. I want to do a track. And then Rob, do you have, okay, let's do a quick track.
Go for it.
And I'll toss it to Rob. He's been tracking this too, of course. This thing's getting right over 31, so I'm going to move it ahead because we've already had the scan for another minute or so. Yeah, this is not much. Let's see. Let me go ahead and zoom out just a touch, and then I'll tighten things up. We'll kind of talk going into the Greensburg area. So I'm going to do this a little bit wide, and I'll push it forward. Let's do about 45. And it kind of had a southerly tilt. It wasn't going as far north.
It's got a little bit of an east component to it.
Yeah, it does. I'm going to just make this wide. Just make it. That'd be good. And then I'm going to add a couple more towns. Sorry, it takes just a second to kind of add in some of these. All right, here we go. Hartsville here at 7:35. Westport 7:43. Here's Westport. We'll see if it gets to us. We're southern Decatur County. But Greensburg, I really wanted to touch on Greensburg because we're kind of somewhat in range of this where it could possibly go if it continues. But Greensburg 7:51. Napoleon, once we get a little bit farther east, just after 8 o'clock, that'll also include New Point, Oldenburg. And then once we get into Franklin County, here's Brookville Lake. So Brookville, there, Franklin County, just keep an eye. This would be your next storm coming on in. But that rotation, Rob, does look like it's kind of starting to leave the east side, that's Columbus East, and headed just barely outside the city.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I mean, it looks so similar to what we were tracking with that previous storm a week ago that confirmed the EF2, I believe it was an EF2, south and east, I should say, of Columbus. You know, this area, and it actually shows up a little bit better on radar now. We are getting a little bit of that tilt. I'm actually going to step out so Jack can reassign it there. Thank you, sir. Wanted to show you, this is the area, the same area, I mean, the exact same area that we were looking at with that storm that moved through. We were talking about New Bern. I'll get in a little closer. You'll be able to see some of the towns pop up. There's New Bern right there, Jewel Village. These are the same areas that we were talking about. I mean, it's almost amazing within a week of each other to have two tornado warnings over the same area, but also to see that couplet within just a few miles of where we're looking at. Jewel Village, just to the south. This is that rotation. It's a little bit broader, but it's still there. This is the area where we're most concerned. This is US 31. It's likely now skipped over that, probably a little farther to the east. I'll get in even closer. This is going to be, I believe there is a State Road 9 in here. Yes, there it is. This is where we had the damage. I believe there were trees down and a farm that took a good bit of damage from the EF2 that went through a week ago. Now, just to your west, we have an additional couplet that's approaching. So if you're in this area, if you're anywhere in this area, and I'm going to take you farther out, I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can kind of see the area that we're talking about. New Bern to Hartsville. Angela and I were warning you about Hartsville a week ago from a couplet that looked much stronger than this, but certainly had a similar signature. When we get that next scan, we're probably going to see the cell somewhere in this area. They're not moving as fast as they were a little bit earlier in the day. This is now, as Matt was telling you, moved past Columbus, moving north and east. It has split the distance between Columbus and Elizabethtown, continuing north and east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. What you are looking at is what we call the storm radial velocities here. I can go back to the regular view on radar, show you that. There was a little bit more of a hook signature in the radar than what we saw perhaps a little bit earlier. There's a little bit of a hook signature here. That implies the rotation trying to ramp around, but something we're continuing to watch. Matt, I saw you look up, so I was seeing if you had some new information.
I didn't know if we specifically had spectrum width here in the Barron system because you can actually really see some of the inflow there on kind of the notch. I might be able to pull up your shear.
Yeah, go for
in a moment too. So if we go ahead and go back to links 4, there you go, thanks. And let me go ahead and put on any kind of shear rate. So yeah, so this would roughly be kind of where the spectrum with it. So what I'm watching is kind of this turbulent flow along the leading edge, and where you do have those kind of those little jagged edges. So you're outside of Columbus. We're kind of just north of Elizabeth town, and once again, just north of the Sarah, the softball baseball complex, that big one there, just north of Elizabethtown. I'll zoom out just a touch. Maybe I can zoom. There's Elizabethtown. All right. So this is kind of where we're watching. Here's 46 coming north, kind of meet with. They're coming out of Elizabethtown. It would be, let's see, there's 31. So we're just a little bit east of there on Route 7. Here's Route 7. But up to the north, there by 46, where we kind of start to curve just a little bit. Yeah, there's 46. Okay, so here's 46. It kind of makes its turn and then becomes State Route 9. And this is exactly where that Rob was talking about, where we had that tornado pass on through. So we do have Base Road. Can remember how Base Road was closed there a little bit on State Road 9 all the way to 46. This section here was closed, and that's where we had that rotation. We're watching that shear right now.
Couple of new reports coming in.
Okay, what you got?
53 mile per hour wind gusts southwest Bartholomew County. That's along State Road 58. Also looking at the sirens going off in Greensburg, of course, as we would expect. And the emergency manager in Bartholomew County is also saying that they're getting more reports of power lines and trees being reported down. This literally just came in a second ago. Spotted report in Columbus, Bartholomew County, fence blown down, no location given at the time. So we're starting to see some reports flow in.
Yep, it usually takes place just a couple minutes after the storm comes on through. So now we're out of Columbus, but there are some damage reports there in Columbus, so we'll watch those. But now the rotation does look like it's crossing over State Road 9. I think I just got another text from National Weather Service on maybe an updated
New tornado
warning. Is that going to go through Greensburg now? John, do you know?
Yeah, it's going to be Decatur and east central Bartholomew.
All right,
moving
so
east at 55.
East of 55. Thank you, Sean. Here's that rotating. Here's the new cell. Here's that new tornado warning. If you're in Greensburg and Westport, New Bern included that as well. You need to go ahead and make sure you're in your safe place. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thing's going to come kind of just south of the Hope area. We think this is the new activity zone. This is kind of having a little bit more of an east tilt rather than this complete northeast. There's that old warning that has now been expired. So Columbus, you can take a breath. You're no longer in the tornado warning. This thing is east of you guys. But we are watching State Road 9. This is where we kind of curve with this backwards L going north. We've got New Bern, and then we've got, once you get into Hartsville. So New Bern's first, and then the Hartsville area, they're going up 46. So 46 will take you right also into Greensburg. The storm has just loved 46 all the way since Brown County. But it'll continue down 46 through New Bern and Hartsville, and then come into Greensburg. I do want to get you a rough estimated time for the Greensburg area. As you're watching the storm, you're thinking, when is this going to come on through? And so new scan come in, you can really see that notch, and that's what we're watching right now. You've also got it on rotation, I think, on velocity, watching that too. But I do want to show you the estimated wind speeds, or the estimated arrival time coming into Greensburg. That'd be about 7:48, 7:50 or so for Greensburg. Westport, we may be just south, but we're included in the warning. You gotta be on your weather aware, even if it may be going to the north. But we'll see. Westport would also be about 7:42. So here in about 10 minutes for Westport, and Greensburg here in just under 20 minutes. Make sure you get into that safe place. I'm gonna switch to velocity. I think Sean's been working on some velocity too. Look at that. It's a little bit tighter now. So that's what we're talking. This is the notch that has now come out of Columbus, where we've had some damage reports. And then now this is just about to leave the Bartholomew County line. And then this is a Greensburg storm. Rob and Sean, if you have a chance to look at the one to the south, if there's any rotation, let me know. If this is the only one that you see.
Minor, but at the moment, nothing like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is the cell that's now a Decatur County storm. I want to zoom in a little bit more now. Remember, 750-ish, 748 coming into Greensburg. Here's 46. You've got New Bern, and then you've got Hartsville. That would be the one next. This would be kind of, if you guys know the Anderson Falls area, beautiful spot there for your family. That's about here. So if you know where Anderson Falls is, just next to Hartsville, which is right in this kind of, you see this curve right here? That would be the Hartsville area. And then New Bern is farther to the south and west. So New Bern, you've got to be in your safe place. Hartsville is next here in just about 7-8 minutes. And then we've got Greensburg next. So we're just watching this follow 46, kind of right now, maybe just south of 46. But 46, State Road 46 takes you right into Greensburg, and that's where this storm is headed next.
I was looking at
Yeah, what you got?
I was looking at the correlation coefficient. Matt knows what I'm
You see?
talking
Yeah,
about, but
yeah.
this would be something we look at to see if there's debris. There's a very, very, very weak signature. There's also a lot of hail cores that are
Makes it tough.
yeah, making it difficult.
So what I want to show you is exactly what Rob's talking about. Okay, so you see the debris detector, and I go back to velocity. So just kind of lining these up. What he's talking about, it's hard to say if there's hail in the beam or if this could be maybe some tornado debris on the ground. We'll have to see. And also, we're in between scans, right? Every 4 or 5 minutes we get a scan, and so anything could quickly touch down and pick back up. But if there was anything, it would probably be just next to New Bern. New Bern's right here. We already had that one tornado that came through a couple weeks ago, and it's just going to continue up 46, right through the Hidden Creek area, and then right into
Letts is
Hartsville.
the town
Yep.
of Letts is what
Letts.
Weather Service is really concerned about right now.
Let's, okay. I got to pop up.
So
Up at Letts,
they're
yeah.
they're definitely saying the rotation is passing south of Hartsville right now, but pretty close, about to enter Decatur County. Letts is one of the concerns right now.
Here's the edge with Decatur County. So Bartholomew County is now wrapping up. So the town of Letts. So we've got a couple different towns. We've got Forest Hill, about here. There you go. Yeah, I see someone has Forest Hill up. Okay, Forest Hill's about here. Letts would be about in this area, and then here's Greensburg. So I wonder if I can. Let's see if we just do. There we go.
If you zoom in a little bit, it should be
Maybe a little bit
southeast
more.
of Forest Hill. It may pop up on yours.
Yeah, it's sometimes tough.
Yeah.
All right, so getting real close here. Bear with me for a second. Here's Letts. Okay, here's Letts. Okay, kind of remember where Letts is. Here's Letts. I'll zoom out just a second so you can still see the storm. Here's Letts. Here's the storm with the rotation. Forest Hill would be about here. I think Forest Hill might be directly kind of in the path of this notch, but we've got Forest Hill. Then we've got Letts. We've got Harris City. And then we head into the Greensburg area. But also you might probably want to know the Ewington area and Craig, which is just on the outskirts of Greensburg before you get into Greensburg. This is all north of Westport. So this is some rural country. It actually gets really pretty in here because you've got some of the Anderson Falls area. So Anderson Falls to Letts is where this rotation is, just passing south of Hartsville. But you can see that notch right now. I'm going to go ahead and bring up some of the shear again so you can kind of see where we've been and now where we are. So it's that notch that we're watching. Sean, do you have, I think you've got a couple different things going on. You're tracking that rotation as well. You want to touch on this storm as it comes near Letts?
Yeah, I was kind of doing what we call a quad box
Yeah.
here. So I'm looking at
Links one?
multiple products at once just to go back to see if I can pick up on anything. And it's possible that we might have had a little bit of debris. I'll show you. Let me look at the lower right box on the debris detector. So it's possible there near 100 North Base Road. Now this was a few minutes ago. It's about 5 minutes ago. Keep in mind this thing's moving at 55 miles an hour, so it's well east of here by now. But it is possible that we might have had a touchdown. And as we move into current time, yet now I'm not really seeing anything on the debris detector, but we still have the hook as you've talked about, okay, right here. And then we still have, at minimum, we've got broad rotation. So if you're east of this, and so that's going to put it, there's over top of Waynesburg as we speak, Forest Hill, Pinhook, Westport. You should be in your safe locations, and Hartsville as well until this can get to your east. Forest Hill there, you see State Road 46, there's Bernie, and we're getting a new update now. So our shear rate product, even if we don't get a tornado out of this, we're likely going to get wind damage, high wind reports with it as it moves toward the east. So that includes Greensburg. Tornado warning continues technically until 8 o'clock as this thing's moving east at 55 miles per hour. So it's going to get there before the top of the hour if you're in Greensburg. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. And again, just broad rotation, but it doesn't matter if it's a tornado doing damage or not. But there you go, right over County Road 700 South. County Road 800 West there, near Letts Corner.
So yeah, I mean, if we're able to go back to the links too, I really want to dive in more to that, because what's interesting is that, and with several of these storms, couple of things. One, we've had a better look at them in the reflectivity than occasionally on the storm relative velocity. And what I mean by that is, with just the regular standard old radar, we're able to see this little hook feature, this little notch that Matt's been talking about. And that's really giving us a good idea of where that circulation is located. And in that 4-panel that Sean showed you, you can really get a good look at it. That's continuing north and east. What's also interesting to me, and I'm really just kind of shocked by this, is that this is very similar to the same path south of Columbus, very close to New Bern, north of Elizabethtown, that the tornado took just a week ago or so when it came through, that I believe was rated EF2. The difference is that while the rotation tightened up very quickly and then weakened very quickly with that last system, this one has actually held together pretty well as far as just the overall circulation. I'm going to go back to that storm relative velocity so you can see it. It's this area right in here. What we look for on this product, and we've shown you several different versions of it, is where the reds and greens are very close together enough that it implies the circulation. It implies the circulation. Doesn't mean that a tornado is on the ground, but you should absolutely treat it like that. Having said that, and seeing where that is right now, what I want to do is remove that and just get in even closer, just like what Sean was showing you, some of the towns and some of the streets in here that we are looking at. So the town of Letts, we've been telling you about that. This is the area east of Waynesburg where we're looking at that potential rotation. When the next scan comes in, you're going to see this move a little bit closer to Letts, maybe potentially right over Letts. What can often happen is that some of these rotating thunderstorms can put down a tornado and pick back up, but you should take it seriously enough that you think that that could be the case over any of these locations included within that tornado warning. Gainersville, we're looking at Horace here. These are the areas, and as I get in a little bit closer, we'll get some of the street names to pop up. So West County Road 700 South, also 800 South, really from 600 to 700 to 800 South. That gives you an idea of the mileage here, each breaking up to a mile. Then east from there. I'll zoom out a bit just to show you where Greensburg is located, because it is in the tornado warning. But watching this on radar, and I'll put it into motion here in just a second. There's the new scan. I think it's going to stay south of Greensburg. Although likely if you're southeast of Greensburg along 421, I want you to pay attention to this one very closely. Napoleon there, this is now moving just to the north of Westport. Let me dive in a little closer now that we have the new scan and show you exactly what we're tracking. It looks like it's going to move just west of Mapleton Corner, probably just to the north and west. Here's Letts. Just to the south. It looks like it maybe has taken a little bit of a jog to the south. I want to get in a little bit closer, see if I can get that street name. So this is State Road 3, likely directly over State Road 3 right now, just to the south of Letts. There's the town of Letts. This is State Road 3. It's that darker line right there. If you know this area, the center of what could be some rotation is just to the south from there, crossing State Road 3. Let me zoom out now and just show you where that's headed. It's included within the tornado warning, but if you're, say, in Greensboro and points to the west from there, I think, while there's still some strong storms moving through, I think you're going to be okay when it comes to that rotation. Let me put the radar back on, because there's likely still some very heavy rain and maybe even some hail going through right now. Yeah, what's interesting about this is where we're most concerned about the rotation is right here. But if you took a step back and just looked at the storm and said, where's the strongest part of the storm? You may think it's right here, and that may be where there's some very heavy rain and some hail ongoing. But this is what we want to track, moving to the north and east at 55 miles per hour. So it is moving at quite a clip, and that does put Greensburg within the tornado warning. Having said that, let me take this and just give you a quick little track, moving north and east at 55. So they are moving quickly, not as quickly as perhaps they once were. That's not going to pop up the town names for me there, but you can see that I think if this continues on that northeast track, it should put it just to the south of Greensburg there, and that would be good news. If you're south of Greensburg, I still want you to watch this, especially if you're, say, in New Point. If you're in Westport, I think this is going to stay just to your north. And there may also, I'm noticing on Sean's computer here, let me go to the velocity real quick. One of the things that I noticed he was looking at is that all along this line, there may be a couple of little areas of rotation. The strongest, though, is certainly right in this area, and not seeing any rotation from the previous storm we were talking about farther to the south. So again, just to kind of catch you up, tornado warning still in place. This includes Decatur County. This is going to go until 8 p.m. That's why we've broken into coverage here. What we're tracking right now is the rotation that's just north of where it says Westport there. This has moved past Columbus. This has moved past the area that dealt with a tornado just a week ago. It's now into an area where it's likely going to include Greensburg, but I think the circulation may pass just to your south. Even though I'm saying that, just analyzing the radar, Greensburg, you are still under a tornado warning. I want you to be taking your precautions and making sure you are seeking shelter appropriately, because I want you to know that tornado warning, even though I'm watching the circulation on radar, there are still some areas on the northern part of this line included within the tornado warning that you could still see some rotation pick back up. I want you to treat the entire area with caution. Having said that, let's look a little farther upstream where we're looking at New Point. I want to get in a little bit closer and also analyze some of these areas. This is likely going to cross Interstate 74 within the next 15 minutes or so, although given the trajectory, it may get close to 74 and then maybe ride just along it a little bit as it passes south and east of New Point, if it holds together that long. Again, there's still quite a while. We've got another 15 minutes on this tornado warning. Again, it's going to go until 8 p.m. I'm going to take a pause here and just see if Matt or Sean have any new information, because while I've been at the key, you guys have been looking at some of the new data that's been coming in. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Rob, I've looked over the past 5 scans, and over the past 5 scans, this thing has moved almost due east. So don't be surprised if tornado warning has to kind of be redrawn. Once again, like Rob said, you've got to take it seriously in Greensburg because we are under tornado warning. But don't be surprised if we get an extension more into the Napoleon area, and this would be into really northern Ripley County, and then also towards Oldenburg, and so kind of between Ripley County and Franklin County. I'm going to go back to some of the velocity and show you what we're talking about. And so once you get a little bit closer, see this notch? Right in here, this is what we've been tracking. So just past Westport, here's Letts. You know, originally it was kind of making a northeast run down 46, but it's really just stayed east this whole time. So Millhausen, I mean, we're technically just barely in the warning, but they're to 421 Slabtown, and then not included in the warning yet, but be on the lookout, Napoleon, and they're towards Lafayette there, and then Batesville. We're kind of downstream from this storm. This has just been moving east. I was looking at kind of the tornado debris signatures. There's not really anything over the past 2 or 3 scans, and maybe just a slight weakening too. I want to show you just the shear itself when we're taking a look. So I'll do this to the current one. It's still there. You still have that notch. So we just had that trim from the National Weather Service on the tornado warning, no longer including Letts. So Letts, you're okay. Forest Hill, you're okay too. If you zoom in just a little bit closer, we're leaving the Mapleton Corner area, coming through Pinhook, and here's Millhausen. So Millhausen would probably be the next ones up. Pinhook to Millhausen is where this rotation is going. I mean, we've still got Greensburg to the north, and you know, you could get some brief rotation along any kind of part of this line, but it looks like the majority is staying south of Greensburg. And I will say, on this new trim, a lot of Greensburg is not included anymore. They're towards the 74 exit on the north side, and then towards Adams, we're no longer included. It's the south end of Greensburg, that is. So the Honda plant is no longer included, but the south side of Greensburg is. So new scan came in too. Man, this thing is hugging the southern.
It really is.
It is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Right
Yes.
there towards Millhausen. And then here's Ripley County. We got the county line between Ripley and Franklin, but kind of going back downstream, I'll move the radar just a touch, just kind of see. You've got Lafayette, Ballstown, Batesville, Napoleon. Here's 421. This will be getting close here soon. I do want to put a couple kind of estimated times of arrival with you guys. So we'll time this out. Moving about 50 miles per hour now with the latest severe thunderstorm warning that's downstream. But Napoleon, 755, and then Ballstown, 802, Lafayette, there by 758. Millhausen, here just in the next minute or two, is where this thing is coming through. Batesville, if it can kind of do more of a northerly trend, although it has just not been recently, 804. So just over about 15, 16 minutes or so.
The Decatur County
Yeah.
Emergency Manager did say,
What does he have?
I'm just going to say what they said.
Sure.
Extreme wind, their words.
Okay.
Small hail and very heavy winds in Greensburg for last 5 minutes.
Okay. So, and that would make sense. Sometimes just north of where you have some of that rotation, you kind of see it on the radar too, there. Greensburg's still getting a nasty storm. So we're talking about maybe the best rotation south, but it's still a nasty storm over us. And as I've zoomed out just for a quick second, you know, we've got a lot of folks who are now getting a big thunderstorm, right? And because there's not anything in the debris signature, let me just for a quick minute or two show you what's now kind of lining up for eastern Indiana. New severe thunderstorm warning came out a few minutes ago. It does include southwestern Wayne County, so the Bentonville area, parts of Abington, and even downtown Centerville right in the corner of this warning. Goes right through from the Bulldog Country right into Spartan Country there for Connorsville, and then you head into Franklin County. So far, Brookville Lake is not included, but eventually we probably will be. The western half of Franklin is included, and then south into Ripley and eventually Dearborn County will be included. But right now, this is Ripley County, and this is kind of where we have that edge. Franklin County, Ripley County edge is where we're going to have that rotation coming through. It's right here. Here's Ripley County, so northern Ripley County would be next. And then we do have more of those warnings extended farther to the south as you get into Jennings County and Jackson County. They're to the south too. I think we just picked up another one. This is a little bit south of our area, but they're towards Salem. Those are headed eventually towards Scottsburg, Austin, parts of very far northern towns north of Louisville. But just to recap too, a lot of folks asking, hey, I've got this, am I done? Just real quick, Indianapolis, severe threats are down. Lafayette, Tipton, Kokomo, Marion, Muncie, we're good. Bloomington, you're good. Terre Haute, Linton, you're good. You're still probably going to get rain for a while. You could even get a rumble of thunder. But the severe threat is along this line. It's not as strong once you get into Wayne County. Hagerstown, we're getting pounded right now with a lot of heavy rain coming into Lincoln, Cambridge City. We got heavy rain. Cambridge City, we're kind of right on the edge. You got to go just south of the Golay Center to be in that severe thunderstorm warning. You got Fountain City, Northeastern, headed into Winchester. We're not included. Looks like we got a new tornado warning for Brookville. It looks like that has been extended into Franklin County. Here's what we're talking about. So still kind of a wide warning because we're still a little bit messy. New tornado warning, Oldenburg, Brookville, Sunman, and then just outside of the Cincinnati area is where we have this. This would include Osgood, just north of Versailles, but the 421 coming into northern Ripley County is where we have that rotation.
And Matt, they're giving you an east at 55
East of
direction.
55?
Yeah, which is exactly what you were talking about with the storm kind of making a little bit of a right turn, which is not uncommon in a tornadic signature.
So let's go ahead. What you see right here is this green sliver. That's the kind of the leading edge of this very disruptive wind, this shear, what we call it. But it's this notch that we're really closely watching. Notice how much they've extended that warning south, just to include, you know, if that keeps on an easterly trend.
I think that scan looks a little bit stronger actually in the velocities.
Let me go down a little. Velocities, let me pull that
Yeah, the
up.
velocities definitely look a little stronger.
All right, let's go ahead and get to, there we are. All right, oops, let me turn off the track there. Okay, so what Rob's talking about, right over Millhausen. Here's Napoleon going down 421. We'd be next, Laffreyville, Ballstown. Batesville, you're also included in this warning. You've got to make sure you're in your safe spot. Greensburg, we're probably going to see this trimmed eventually as the circulation is south. And kind of now, if you just look by longitude, you're now east of Greensburg. So Greensburg, we're going to be okay now. But Millhausen and Napoleon, Laffreyville, Ballstown, and then you get really into northern Ripley County here. And we're getting at far southeastern Indiana. But I do want to do a timing for this storm as it goes through northern Ripley. And here's Brookville Lake, southern Franklin County, Ripley, Franklin, and then Dearborn. We're going to track this east kind of through the Sunman area. I'll go ahead and put this track on. We'll see if I've got enough space to do it. We'll make it a little wide too. I'll do 45, that'll be close enough. Just remember, it could be a little bit faster than this time that we have. I'm gonna pop up a few more towns. We'll do even a few more. All right, here's a couple. All right, Napoleon, we're talking about you guys next, 7:55, that's just in 3 minutes. You've gotta make sure you're in your safe spot. Laffreyville, 7:58, and then after 8 o'clock will be Ballstown, Crossroads, Laffrey Switch, Lookout, Delaware. I went ahead and put everyone on here, so we've got some of these small communities now included, but we're tracking it for you guys. Morris, 808, Clinton, 810, and then Sunman, Dearborn, 813. And so that's going to be coming more eventually into Dearborn County. They're getting close to 74, but it's that rotation that Rob's talking about, that little bit more of a hook, a little bit more of a notch there in extreme southern Decatur County crossing into Ripley County. I'm looking at you guys. You also have some timing. I'm not sure whose screen that is.
That's Sean's at the bottom, yeah.
Okay.
But one of the things I
Yeah.
wanted to talk about, Matt, is watching this storm really over the last hour, I've been noticing that rotation hold together and that same area.
Yeah.
And there's the new scan. I actually think that the storm is pulsing up a little bit.
It is. It looks like it's starting to gust there on the south side, and you got the rotation. It's kind of wrapping in on itself there, right over Napoleon. Starting to leave Millhausen, coming into Napoleon. So this would be, I think we pretty much now crossed into, we're right on the edge. This kind of red dash or slanted line, that's the county line between Decatur County and North Ripley County, the northern part of Ripley County. So Napoleon area coming right down.
It's definitely
Millhausen
into
Road.
Ripley County.
Yep,
for
definitely
now. Yeah,
Ripley
definitely
County.
Ripley
Okay.
County.
Just in Ripley County now. We're coming down Millhausen Road right into Napoleon. So downtown Napoleon, this is right over you guys next. And so when we get a scan in, you got to kind of already look downstream a little bit. This thing is crossing here at any time, here next minute or so, even less, over 421, coming through Napoleon, and we'll kind of head east towards. You got the mining district here on the east side of Napoleon. That's going to come on through and then continue on 229 or State Road 48. That'll take you into Behelmer Corner. So this thing's kind of following State Road 48 once it gets through Napoleon. But this thing, once again, like Rob said, it looks a little bit more impressive. I want to pull up the shear. You can see that hook there. So what we're talking about is this, kind of this, almost like an L right here. And that's where we've got that rotation crossing 421. There in Ripley County. So we're probably going to see the Decatur County warning expire. And just checking up and down this line, just real quick, I just want to make sure we don't see anything too much. We've got some wind coming into Connorsville and Columbia. That's in Fayette County.
And that
Yeah.
warning is still in Decatur County. They're still holding on to it. I think just because
Okay.
it's so close to that line.
is.
I
Yeah.
think once you get past Decatur County, technically our viewing area, it goes into the Cincinnati viewing area, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so Ripley County would be Cincinnati. Okay, so we'll kind of wrap this up, get it through Decatur County, because what Rob's talking about is this storm itself, partly in Decatur, also here's North Ripley. Most of the rotation seems to be in North Ripley, but we really needed to get it past the county line, the eastern county edge of Decatur County. If we get it there just past Millhausen Road and past the mine there, and we get onto 48 coming there towards Sunman Dearborn, then that will just be completely North Ripley County and no longer included. However, we've got Franklin County still in this whole warning, and it still includes Oldenburg. It does include you guys in Brookville. You need to make sure that you're in your safe place well. Could this, you just never know. Sometimes, for a while it's been moving east, but at any time it can start to kind of meander to the north, but it may just stay east. We'll see. That's been the trend so far, but this warning is wide just to kind of account for, when you have these lines and these notches, they can kind of change direction pretty quickly, but for a while it's just been charging to the east. I do think, real quick, we do have an extension of more severe thunderstorm warnings there for Wayne County and then Wayne County, and then southern Randolph County, not technically including Winchester, but they're towards Lynn, and then Fountain City, Webster, and then you get into Richmond. We're included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Some nasty winds coming through, maybe a little bit of hail, maybe a little bit stronger though, coming through southern Wayne County from Dublin through Cambridge City, from Lincoln, right into, we got the new scan coming right now through Lincoln, the Golay Center, here's Centerville, we're into completely next. Abington's gonna be next too, coming right through Connorsville, Columbia, and then Blooming Grove. Are you watching that?
Yeah,
rotation?
I'm watching
Yeah.
a couple of areas of rotation actually within that warning. Once it gets into Franklin County, one of the things that I've been watching is not just that main circulation that we've been tracking,
Sure.
Which is in the southern part of the tornado warning, but also in the northern part of that tornado warning, there's an additional bit of rotation, kind of near the Oldenburg area, where it's a very subtle hint.
It's weak, but it's
weak.
there. And it's just enough there, keep the warning up, right? Because we've already issued that warning, National Weather Service issued that warning. And once again, this line can easily create its own quick notch again. The main notch looks south, but at any time you can see a little bit more of a notch form there on the north side of Oldenburg. But it doesn't look like there's as much. It's just kind of harder to tell farther to the north there in Fayette County. We're also getting farther from the radar now here in eastern Indiana. It does get a little bit tougher for us. Here's Brookville Lake. The southern end of Brookville Lake is included in this warning. That includes the city of Brookville. But southern half of Brookville Lake, right into Mound Haven, Cedar Grove, and that's really getting more towards the Cincinnati area like Rob was just talking about. The Camden area kind of included in that too. But the north end, the Whitewater State Park, that is not included on the north end of Brookville Lake. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming on through. Severe storm with winds and hail and a lot of lightning too. In fact, I can pop the lightning for a second. Yeah, you see all that lightning coming on through. I will show you maybe a little bit of hail also trying to pop on through too. And so that is pushing east. You could have up to about quarter-sized hail coming on through. So what we're going to be doing is we're watching this storm that's in southeastern Decatur County. And then once we can get this storm fully past, let me put up the shear rate because I think that helps. We're just about through Decatur County, and that warning will probably be expired. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and toss it back to NBC. NBC will take it from here, and we can continue some coverage on WTHR Plus. We're just waiting for that expiration. It's mostly moving into, here's Franklin County, here is northern Ripley County. And so Decatur County is kind of this box here. Still a lot of lightning and thunder over us, but we got to get this line on through. Just to kind of recap, as we'll probably be wrapping up here in a minute, or a few minutes, not exactly sure. Do you know if it goes till 8? Do you know if they have that cutoff at 8?
Yes.
Okay, so here maybe in a minute we'll see if it just gets expired. But for this last minute, I do want to show you what we're tracking. If you're in Indy, Greenwood, Carmel, Westfield, Greenfield, all the way to Brownsburg and Avon, the severe threat is done. The tornado watch has now been expired. The tornado watch will continue to be trimmed as this line pushes on through. As the line gets out of here, you're done from the severe threat. You may still have some rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder. I mean, we got some good rain there over Muncie and there towards Tipton and Carmel. But that'll be wrapping up shortly. Cooler air is also moving on the backside. We're drying out in Lafayette, but we're going to sleep now well here for your Newcastle for your Sunday night. We got to get through Wayne County. So a couple counties that we still have to watch will be Wayne County. We're really in the mix of it right now in Fayette County. It is coming hard down in Connorsville. Here's Union County. So Liberty, we're going to be next there in the north end of Brookville Lake. And then we're still watching Decatur County. That will probably be expired here in a moment as most of the circulation is probably out. I mean, you can see the leading edge of that storm is now pretty much firmly in northern Ripley County and headed into Franklin County. More severe thunderstorm warnings getting extended into Ohio. Did that do it? Let me see.
They've yeah, I mean, there's no expiration yet of it technically, but it's until 8 p.m. for the Decatur part of that storm because it's moved through that county essentially at this point.
And I think it's off the map now too. I think, okay. So you guys ready to wrap this on? Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue some coverage on WTHR here on Channel 13. We are finished. Thank you for joining us. We're getting the storms out of here. We'll have to take a look there in Bartholomew County. Maybe we can send some crews there to kind of see what happened as we had that rotation to come on through. But we appreciate your time. We're sending it back to NBC. Join us on WTHR. Make sure you keep it here. Keep it local. As always, we'll keep you advised. All right, thank you for joining us. I'm 13 News meteorologist Matt Standridge. I've got meteorologist Rob Ellis with me and meteorologist Sean Ash. We've been watching this line from the Illinois state line now to the Ohio state line. Many of us are done. Many of us are just getting some good rainfall right now, and the temperatures are dropping, but we still have some nasty storms for southern Randolph County. Wayne County is getting hit hard from Centerville right to Richmond, right to the Shelton fireworks about to get hit next. And then you head south into Abington, we've got it. Fayette County, man, look at this lightning coming right over Connorsville right now. It is loud over Fayette County. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. So there's Connorsville, home of the Spartans. We're headed east into Union County, so Liberty, the Patriots there, we're next. The rain's just starting to reach the northern ends of Brookville Lake. Then we get into the southern half of Brookville Lake. We get into the Mound State Park area there towards Brookville. And that's where we have that tornado warning. That does include much of the Brookville area because we've had a main rotation south of 74, kind of just past Napoleon. But there's still kind of some hooks that we have to just watch. Some of these little notches that we just don't like to see that we're watching closely. That's why the tornado watch is fairly large. But here's Brookville. We're going to be next as this line comes on through. But the tornado warning includes Franklin County, northern Dearborn County, and then northern Ripley County. We're now off Channel 13, off of NBC. They're going back to America's coverage there on NBC because Decatur County, who we technically cover from an NBC standpoint, no longer has that tornado warning, but my goodness, it is raining heavily there on the southeast side of Greensburg, starting to lighten up there by the Honda plant. A lot of lightning. Also in these storms, a little bit of hail, not as big as some of the stones may have been in other states, but we had maybe up to a nickel, maybe up to quarter-sized hail in some of these storms as they're pushing on through. We're getting farther away from the radar, so it does get a little bit tough, but there's a lot of lightning coming through Connersville. That's one of our loudest spots right now. You guys know what I'm talking about in Fayette County. But here is Union County, Liberty. We are up next. We've already got one lightning strike already trying to pop up there west of Liberty. Northern Dearborn will be next too. So Indy, Greenwood, Franklin, Fishers, we are now looking a lot better.
Your traffic cameras are showing exactly what you're talking about right in there.
Let's go ahead and pull up some of those that you're talking about.
Sure.
Actually, I guess I can do it. You've got, maybe start with
I can take them if you'd like.
Yeah. You go ahead and take them. Rob's going to walk through some of these cameras with you. You get a lot of flashes there too. You can see the flashes a little bit better now that we're getting a little bit darker outside.
Yeah, so let's talk about that and kind of get into it. I'll get you to some of those traffic cameras just to make sure that you can kind of see what's going on in various locations. Let's start with NDOT 1. I'll step out of the way. You've seen a lot of lightning flashes. I've been watching it off camera, and this is an area where we were concerned about potentially that rotation moving through as this passed into Decatur County. Thankfully, it stayed south and weakened a bit before it arrived in this location, but still watching, you see some of those lightning strikes, still watching the traffic moving, which is good news, but definitely a lot of rain that's moved through there. Let's go to the other NDOT camera and show you that one. I believe this one's going to be a little farther to the west. Let me actually clear that one out and bring the other one back up because this one, is that the same location? It actually may be both cameras set to that. So more lightning, more lightning, more lightning. In fact, these areas take a little bit of a power hit. We may lose our camera here. Let me go back to the radar. A couple of things that we've been watching, and I want to kind of back this up just a little bit. We've been tracking these storms since they moved across the Illinois state line. Because of that, and I'll set this back into maybe the last 3 hours, you'll be able to see how the storms evolved. Several tornado warnings that popped up, one here just to the south of Bloomington, then an additional one south of there. I'll step out of the way so you can see the one that popped up as it moved through Columbus. That rotation held together for quite a while as it moved south of Columbus, then moved south of Greensburg, did impact some locations there. Let me switch this product just a little bit because I want to do a couple of things. I want to show you where the National Weather Service is going to be looking to see if there was any damage in the area where there was rotation to confirm whether or not this was a tornado that came through. I'm going to turn on our velocity. We've been talking a lot about this. I'm also going to go back to the last 3 hours or so, and you're going to be able to see this little couplet that spins up. I'll point it out. There's the warning. I'll step out of the way very quickly. I may have to step off camera to do this just because I want to be able to stop the radar at specific times. There's the couplet as it moved through. Let me step off and show you exactly where this was moving through because for a while it held together quite a bit. It was pretty significant for the few times that we saw it. So I'm going to just switch to a little bit of a different product, just going to brighten up the radar just a little bit. I'm going to zoom into Columbus because this is the area where we had some pretty significant couplet pop up, and I'm just going to back the radar up. So I'm actually going backwards in time. The area that we're looking at right about here, and I'll step back to the wall so you can see exactly where I'm looking at. This is just to the south of Columbus. We were concerned about rotation right there. In fact, there was reports of a funnel cloud here at State Road 46 and 65. So this is the area where not only did we have confirmation on radar because there was a hook signature, we also had confirmation because we have a pretty strong couplet, but we also had confirmation in a funnel cloud. We had 3 ways to know that this was a potential tornado that could touch down. Then it continued moving to the east, and I'm going to step through the radar to show you that. It held together together for quite a while. Continued moving through the same area that we had confirmation of a tornado about a week or so ago. Then that same little bright green and bright red spot continued to move south of Greensburg. And what's interesting here is it did start to take less of a northeastern jog and more of a due eastern jog. And this is why, thankfully, we did not see this move closer to Greensburg than it did. Now let's take you to where we are with the radar live. All of those storms, for the most part, have pushed east, and I think we're really seeing things begin to wind down. I want to go over some of these storm reports that we've been looking at, because now that the system is exiting, which, by the way, just looking at the radar, some very strong winds moving through Connersville, approaching the state line with Ohio. When I set this into motion, you'll see just how quickly these storms are racing. There it is. And that's bowing out a little bit. It's pushing out ahead of the line. Generally, that's where you'd see some of the strongest winds. We also have to watch that because on the south side, you can get a little spin up, hence the tornado warning there, but also on the north side, you can get these little bookend vortices. We've talked a lot about those, and we've actually seen a lot of those in the past couple of events. All right, let me pause the radar. Once we got a lot more of these storm reports coming in, look at how they light up the radar here. Look at how many storm reports we have showing up, even some in the metro area, especially plenty downtown. Most of these are either hail reports or wind reports. Downtown, we did have several hail reports. I'll just go through those. Beech Grove, you had hail of a ½ an inch in diameter. Let's see if we can hit another one of these. We had quarter inch, this is pea-size hail that happened in Warren Park. Let's hit one on the south side there. Another pea-size hail report on the south and southwest side near Homecroft, 4 miles west of Homecroft. We had 3/4 inch in diameter hail, so this would be about dime to maybe penny size. And then going south from there, the reports, especially of some of the wind reports, were pretty impressive. So west gate of the Brown County State Park, this is exactly where Matt was tracking the storm when it moved into Brown County State Park, the same area we were talking about. Numerous treetops taken out. And trees toppled, unknown number at this time. This is from one of the emergency managers here. So these are the areas where once these storms were able to tap into some of the energy that was left in place by those warm temperatures, a lot of moisture, and the dynamics that were in place, they were able to really produce these strong gusty winds. Let me remove that one. Let me put on a few other reports because there are still a few more reports that are showing up. This is also in Brown County. Tree branches snapped. A trampoline was thrown 100 yards. This is the time was at 7 o'clock p.m. That was estimated by radar. We'll remove that one. Let me go to Indianapolis. I believe Indianapolis had a report as well from the airport. I wanted to say 60-mile-per-hour gusts showed up at the airport once this came through. So at that point, we were in tornado coverage because we were still covering what was happening with the tornado as it moved through Brown County, Monroe County, Decatur County. But thankfully, those now have moved east. Very quickly, I just want to update you on what we're seeing with the remaining tornado warning outside of our viewing area, but we're still going to cover that for our friends that are down here into parts of Ripley County. Let me go ahead and get you the information here. This is also for Franklin County. It includes both of those counties until 8:15. One of the things that I'm also noticing here is that much like what we've been seeing over the entire evening, not only are these storms ones that we're able to see the couplet structure, that red and green together, but we've been seeing these little hook signatures, these little notches, as Matt's been calling them, that indicate where we think there's likely a good bit of rotation. It's been a telltale sign. You know, each severe weather event has its own mode and how the radar kind of behaves looking at those storms. I should say how the storms behave and how the radar picks it up. But that's where we're looking at. You know, if you were just to look at this radar, you'd probably think these are the areas where the storms are the strongest. It's actually south and west where we're seeing the strongest storms. And Matt, if you have anything, just feel free to chime in.
If you look north near Liberty in Union, there towards Union County, your mic may still be hot, but
Yeah.
maybe towards Liberty, there could be a small notch. I'm looking at spectrum width, maybe Shear would pick
Okay.
it up, but that would be just north end of Brookville Lake.
One of the things that I've noticed is they've kept this warning a little bit wide, I think on purpose, because there have been a couple of areas of rotation. I want to bring that rotation up just to show you what Matt's talking about. We've seen a few areas here. Let me actually use the velocity. Now there's a little bit of rotation here. Is this the one you're talking about
Yes,
right there?
a little bit farther north there, coming in close to Liberty. Weak, but something just to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And there's no tornado warning at this time for this area. This is just what Matt is looking at, and I agree. There's some weak rotation here. The other thing that he also mentioned that I agree with is we're looking out quite a ways from the radar. We're starting to get into the Wilmington, Ohio office's domain because they have a Wilmington, Ohio radar that probably picks this up just a little bit better. Let me see if I have that on my list here. I do not. But I do want to say that you're far enough away that we're looking up high in the atmosphere. So when we're looking at this, even though we may see some rotation, we do take that into consideration where exactly in the radar is looking at. Let me dive in a little bit closer. Thankfully, this looks to stay southwest of Liberty, but the lake here is certainly the north end of the lake for sure, is likely to have at least a strong storm roll through it. I want to see what that looks like on the reflectivity, see if it has the same signature. I mean, you can make out a little bit of that kind of notch or that hook signature that we've been seeing so often tonight. A lot of times with these linear features on radar, sometimes we just look for a little bit of a kink in the line. These have been much more hook in nature, which is a little bit surprising. Let me go back to the velocity very quickly and just kind of track that just to see where we are. Let me take that off of the screen here. This is the velocity that I really want to get an idea of. Next scan looks like it may have come in. Not too much change here. I think the other thing we might be getting in here, Matt, is that I think we're maybe seeing a little bit of the outflow boundary.
Yes.
It's possible that's what we're looking at. We're also kind of, again, up in the atmosphere. So wind's pushing out ahead of this, and maybe the velocity that's calculated from the radar is taking into account a little bit of that. Let me go back to the tornado warned cell just to see what the rotation looks like. Sunman, Matt was talking about Sunman almost an hour or so ago, and it looks like the rotation with this cell is just passing right over Sunman, maybe just on the northeast side of town, where we still see the same rotation that moved through south of Columbus, that continued through Decatur County, right on the Decatur County, Ripley County line. This is the area where we're looking at a bit of rotation. Here's Sunman, just north from there. I don't want to put too much stock into the exact location because we are up higher in the atmosphere. So the center of circulation or the rotation may actually be off center from anything that could be near the surface. Just take that into account. But here's North County Line Road, just north of Sunman. Here's Pentown. These are the areas that I'd be concerned about with Hubbell's Corner out ahead of that. And then farther to the east, we're going to be looking at areas maybe closer to the Ohio kind of line. Let me go ahead and back out just to get you updated on what the overall picture is here. The reflectivity, the storms have pushed through. I still have all of the storm reports on, and that's impressive. I mean, especially the cluster that came through Terre Haute earlier. Lots of hail there. There were lots of wind gust reports as this moved through. There's a couple of new reports that are coming in. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is in Bartholomew County. That was when the storm was really at its peak moving through Bartholomew County. There's a couple of more reports. I think that one might be the airport there. If my computer wants to let me get it. No, these are the down trees that we're talking about. Tree bark gone off of trees. This is the area south of Columbus that we'll have to watch. This is 4 miles southwest of Columbus. The reason I'm mentioning that is because that's where we had the rotation move through, the potential funnel cloud that the emergency manager had reported, had gotten a report of, and also additional wind gusts that have came through Seymour. This is a 54-mile-per-hour gust here. We're looking at a 3/4 inch hail that came through Jennings County, just west of Hayden. So there are a lot of reports here. I'm actually impressed with how many reports of hail, wind, and yes, even that report of a funnel cloud that we saw have come through. Plenty of hail reports over in Terre Haute. We did have a couple of 1-inch size hail reports. This is 3/4 inch hail. This was just south and east of Indiana State University. Then as the storms continued pushing east, we lost a lot of the energy north of the storm, and that's because the cells to the south near Bloomington started to take up a little bit of that energy. We started to get that first tornado warning south of Bloomington here. This is the one that eventually moved across through Brown County. I just want to see if there's any new reports that have come in, because more and more of these are going to start to come in. I mentioned that west gate of Brown County. Just going to stick the view just a little bit wider here. Now the tornado warnings have crossed over into the Cincinnati area. That's going to continue pushing east. The line still looking pretty linear. The other thing I'd be watching is this little structure right here. And again, we just kind of watched the radar the whole night with these little hook echoes. Sometimes we don't see that. It's not, I know you've heard a lot about hook echoes, but we don't often see them as well defined as what we're seeing on radar, almost kind of textbook examples that have been in place all night. Even a better indicator, I think, than the actual rotation that's showing up on the radial velocities. This little feature here is one that I'd keep my eye on. Let me very quickly just go to the velocity, see if anything is going to be popping up there. If my computer wants to do it. There's a little bit of minor rotation there, but nothing to write home about. So let's reset. We do still have some watches and warnings in place. Let's put the radar on. We'll take all of the other extra data off that we've been tracking because there's so much to keep our eye on. I'm going to turn off some of the storm reports as well, just to make sure that those aren't on the screen anymore. We'll put the reflectivity back on. There's the radar. Let's set it into motion because I want to show you the last 3 hours as this line continued to push across, move through Indy. Watch the southern end of the storm really take up a lot of energy and start to rotate a lot more than these areas that were north of Indy. This part of the line really moved a little bit slower, and so the gusty winds were there for sure, but we think it might have been robbed by some of the energy, which is good. We don't necessarily want those storms to continue through Indianapolis, even though we did have that 60-mile-per-hour gust. Heavy rain still ongoing. It's a good soaking rain once the first batch of storms move through. Certainly good for the gardens, but again, we want to make sure that there was no damage that occurred there. I'm also looking at some of the rotation that's now still moving through. What's that county east of Franklin County there? We're looking at looks like the rotation might be picking up just a little bit. I'm just seeing it on a different computer here. So very quickly, just want to talk about what watches and warnings are still in place because we do still have some. There are still some tornado warnings. Let me put this back into what's currently happening. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to stay in place for us until 8:30 p.m. This does include Rush County, but really for the most part, Rush County, you're just a part of the larger severe thunderstorm warning that has continued to the east. There is one tornado warning that is still on the board. This is for Butler County, Ohio. That one's going to go until 8:45. This is within the Cincinnati viewing area. And of course, Richmond, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. It's really a part of the larger line for Wayne County until 8:30 p.m. West from there, all of the watches have been dropped. Temperatures have cooled down quite a bit. The rain has really stabilized the atmosphere now that that line of storms has moved through, and things are going to improve. We're probably going to stay with this for just a little bit longer until these warnings expire across Indiana through much of central Indiana. We'll stay with you here on WTHR Plus, making sure that we're keeping you updated on what's happening. But really, west of that line, things are much improved. Unfortunately, and I'm going to step out of the way so I can maybe bring this up on my computer, we may have to do this all over again on Wednesday. I don't know that I have the day 4 up in my show, but the day 4 Storm Prediction Center. Matt, are you able to pull that up for me? I'll give you a few moments to do that. I'll talk around it, but I definitely want you to show people what to expect coming into, I believe that's going to be Wednesday, where it's going to be a very similar location to what we're seeing today, and this is almost an exact kind of carbon copy of that. May not be the same severity, may not be the same mode, may not be the same type of severe storms, but that's the area. And actually, Jack, if you could stay on my computer because he's going to effort to try to make a couple of adjustments here. So if you're able to stay with links 2, yes, thank you very much. I'll give him a moment to try. I threw a curveball at him there because most of us, we weren't dealing with day 4, we were dealing with day 1 because we had so much going on. The line of storms continuing to push on by. The watches are dropping. The severe thunderstorm warnings are dropping, but there's a couple of areas from Richmond, say down to maybe areas near Cincinnati. Matt, do you have that available for us?
Yes, I believe I think I fixed it. Links 4. We'll see if that pops in for day 4 of the Storm Prediction Center in just a moment. But you are looking at that line, and there may have been a new tornado warning for Ohio County. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
south
of Cincinnati.
And Switzerland County. So that's far. But this is what Rob's talking about. All of Indiana is in that upgraded severe risk. These are the colors you get when you're more than 3 days out. And this is what we're looking at. All of Indiana included. You know, the upper level pattern, this kind of dipping this jet stream, stirring up the atmosphere. This one coming in on Wednesday is almost double the size. It's a lot bigger. The jet stream overhead kind of producing these jet streaks will be, 20, 30 miles per hour more when I was looking at it a little bit earlier today. I haven't looked at it in the past couple of hours, but this could be Wednesday or very early look, more Wednesday evening and maybe to the overnight hours. There's still a few days to work on this. But Rob, we've already put out a weather impact alert day.
Yeah.
That's coming up Wednesday.
And for people that may not realize this, for the day four, we often talk about having this 15% shading, this kind of look ahead. It's not terribly common that we get the next shading up.
No, many times we get the yellow. In fact, when we were looking ahead to today's storm system, we started with this yellow, the 15% for kind of the southern half of Indiana, and then we saw it expanded farther to the north. And then I don't know if really a lot of Indiana, if ever, we had the 30% for this past round. So we do think the severe weather threat, if we can warm up, and I think that's a big thing, I think we'll be able to. We're headed to the 40s tomorrow. It's going to be a cold, raw day. I know meteorologist Sean Ash, she's going to have your noon forecast, and that just might be the same temperatures we have throughout the day, mid-40s. And so we're going to be pretty chilly, I think, throughout your Monday. So Sean will be having that tomorrow, midday for you. Then we'll rebound a little bit more Tuesday, and then by Wednesday, if we get back in the 60s and 70s, which it kind of looks like we will be talking more about this next severe weather threat. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar, show you how we're kind of wrapping things up here in far eastern, southeastern Indiana. We've got a mix of tornado warnings due to some rotations along the leading edge, and then also the severe thunderstorm warnings. Indianapolis, in fact, the rain's starting to wrap up for downtown. We'll zoom in just a little bit more. I do believe, is that Emerson Avenue?
It is,
okay.
yes.
Let me go ahead and pull up some NDOT.
I'll see if I can get some information for you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, possibly not really, well, it depends. We have some rain still in the area, but I do want to take you to Emerson Avenue, where just real quick, and then we get back to kind of what's going on radar-wise. All right, so this is 74. I think it may be.
And when you do pull it up, it is hard to tell exactly what we're looking at. It appears to be a semi on its side.
Yeah, look, here's what Rob's talking about. Tilted over there on its side. Looks like we got a Meyer semi ahead of it.
It's a semi.
Semi, okay, thank you, Sean. And we got multiple emergency crews responding.
The thing that's interesting, though, is if that's the headlights that I see coming towards you, it's going the wrong direction.
Ah, sure.
And that's
maybe it turned, if that is a headlight, unless someone's got some spotlight over there looking. But yeah, it could be. Maybe that is the cab. Just hard to tell. It's getting dark, so bear with us, But we do know there is a crash there on I-70 by Emerson Avenue. There's still a lot of rain. I mean, the rain will be wrapping up, but there's still a lot of water on the roadways. Look at all that road spray that's behind some of these vehicles. So I-70, a little bit slow right now past the Emerson Avenue exit there in Indianapolis. Now I'm going to go ahead back to the radar. And here shortly we'll be wrapping things up. We've left kind of the Indianapolis viewing area, but we still have some friends and family that are here in southeastern Indiana, so we do want to touch on those. And we still have our radar loop that we have as well, that you can check that out on Channel 13's website. But I do want to show you kind of a little bit of a loop just over the past 15 minutes as these storms push east, and that new tornado warning for Ohio County. That's this little county right here in southeastern Indiana, coming into Florence, Kentucky, and then eventually into Cincinnati. So we'll zoom in a little bit more. Once the rotations for Franklin County are pretty much out of here, we'll wrap things up. So here in a few minutes, we'll wrap things up. You see the extension of these warnings. It does look like for Wayne County and Randolph County, the worst of the storm is over. We're wrapping up there by Forest Hills, there on the southeast side. Also the Boston Airport on the southeast side of Wayne County. Still a lot of lightning there, but the heart of the storm now coming into Eaton and Camden. Here's Oxford, Miami University. We've got the rain and thunder coming on through too. Here's Union County. We've got Liberty. We're right in the middle of it with the lightning and the rain and some of the wind, and you could even get some pea-sized hail. I've been looking at you guys. You guys have been great because you've been putting in, hey, I got pea-sized hail at my house. And so we appreciate that for letting us know. It kind of gives us some ground truth to this. And then we get into Fayette County. It looks like these severe thunderstorm warnings will probably be expired here soon. But Franklin County, we're just about through for that leading edge, that's the severe side with also some of that rotation. They're coming right through the state line here in just a moment. We just got that new scan. I'll go ahead and pause the radar and we can just keep it on there for a moment. Did you get any updates on
I did.
What did you find out?
When you get back to that camera, I can give you a little bit more information.
I'll go ahead and do that real quick.
Yeah, well, just because I think it's compelling video and it's interesting to look at. It's hard to determine what exactly we're looking at, but this is Interstate 70 at Emerson Avenue. There is a semi. The response was that there was a personal injury and they need a tactical response. And that means, I had to ask the desk what that means. It means that they're going to need some additional help with this because the semi is on its side. It's beyond all of the flashing lights that you're looking at. What I'm trying to figure out, if it's exactly what I'm seeing or not, is the cab on the right side of where you see the trailer? And if that's the case, it's worrisome because it's going the wrong direction, which means that is it something that did it hydroplane and
Right.
and move around?
Right.
But again, it appears there is a personal injury with this. That's the only information we have at this time. And thank you to Rob at the desk, who was able to pass that information along to me.
So roads, I mean, the severe threat's over in Indy, but there's still a lot of water on the roads. Look at all this road spray. It's just not fun driving out there. So give yourself maybe a little extra time if you're traveling anywhere from Indy to the east side of the state, there towards the Ohio state line, because we still have the rain and the rumble. So we'll go ahead and we'll be wrapping things up here in a moment as the severe threat, the leading edge where there would be some rotation is exiting there in Franklin County. Still Dearborn County, we've got it, but it's just about to cross into Ohio. Here's the state line with Ohio. There's Harrison right on the state line. A lot of lightning too, but the green color kind of shows you where that leading edge is, and it looks like for Franklin County it is exiting. So this will be now more Ohio. It's still very noisy on the south end of Brookville Lake and Cedar Grove into Dover and Bright. We're getting that heavy rain and thunder too, and those are those positive strikes, those big strikes, the yellow ones there. But we're just about to cross the river, get close to the river, the Ohio River there towards Lawrenceburg and coming into the Cincinnati area. Once, and this is Cincinnati, but we just are kind of covering it for just a quick moment because this is the state line with Indiana. So
I want to
Franklin. Yeah.
I want to pass this information along, and I
got?
know Rob on the assignment desk is listening to us at the moment, so I'm passing this along as much to Rob as I am to you. Bartholomew County, also from the emergency manager, 2 reports of trees on a house, one in Columbus and the other is near Grandview Lake. So thankfully no injuries reported with that, but this is that same area where we're seeing the strongest of the storm roll through, and it appears we do at least have some trees down.
Yeah, and as more of those come in, you're probably going to see more pop up on these maps. Some of them are unofficial reports, some of them are more official, kind of it depends on where the source is kind of coming from and how it's disseminated, but we're going to probably get more reports throughout Bartholomew County. I know Jenny Runovich, she is working on Bartholomew County right now and trying to get as much information as possible. And here coming up at 11, our newscast at 11, we will have more updates. We're going to try to get as much information over next 2.5 hours to try to figure out everything that's going on. If you know anything, if you're in the Columbus area and you say, hey, I've got tree damage here, I've got a fence down, let us know. We will pass that information also to the National Weather Service. And if there's enough and the National Weather Service thinks, hey, there was rotation, there is some damage here and there, we want to go check it out. And it's not just Columbus, but it's also other parts of Bartholomew County. The sheriff, Bartholomew County Sheriff's Office has been reporting some trees down here and there too. So we'll take a closer look at that, and it really will be easier once the rain ends. And then of course now it's getting nightfall, so it may be tomorrow morning before we get just a little bit more information. But Bartholomew County is kind of the hot zone, if you would say, for some of these reports of a little bit of light damage. But we're wrapping things up right now for Dearborn County. Here's Franklin County. The leading edge is now pretty much in Ohio. Just checking the velocity edge. It gets real messy here. We're getting far. We should switch over the Ohio Wilmington radar. But all right, so here's what we'll do. We have got more coverage through WTHR Plus with a radar kind of, we've made a specific one for today, kind of highlighting different parts of the area. You'll show you the loops. We're going to have more information coming up tonight at 11. But for central Indiana, we're wrapping up the rain. It's still heavy in Wayne County. It's still heavy there towards Jay County. Muncie Ball State, it's coming down in a big way. It's still pouring. But then you go from Indy back to the west. We are drying out. Finally dry now in Avon and Brownsburg to Lebanon and Zionsville. Carmel, we're just drying out. Westfield, maybe a couple light sprinkles, and then we're done. Noblesville's wrapping things up too. And we'll be watching Bartholomew County. We still have some light rain, but we still have a little bit of ways to go because it's all the way on 46 getting close to Bloomington. So we got to get through Brown County, then Bartholomew County up here shortly. But we do have tornado warnings for far southeastern Indiana. We have one now for Switzerland County. Here's Switzerland County. And then here's Ohio County. So we're still watching that storm kind of come on through extreme southeastern Indiana. And then this tornado warning will be trimmed here very shortly. Therefore, well, I think some of it has already been trimmed for Franklin County. So that is some good news for us in Brookville. So now I think it's also cleared for most of the northern half of Dearborn. So it's the southern half of Dearborn County. So South Dearborn, Manchester, Sparta, we're still under that warning coming into Cincinnati. If you got friends in Cincinnati, they've got this storm that we've been tracking all throughout the afternoon. I'll go ahead and do a wide shot. We'll wrap things up. Unless, Rob, do you have anything else?
Nothing new that's
okay.
through.
Nothing
No.
new. Okay, so we'll take a wide view. I'm going to take some of these storm reports off. We've had a lot of heavy rain. We've had thunder and lightning. Everyone's gotten some rain at some point today. But the nasty line is now coming into Kentucky and Ohio. We are now done here in central Indiana. We're wrapping up. It's pretty heavy, though, in Richmond, south into Liberty, and the east end of Brookville Lake, but now it's really headed into Ohio. We appreciate you sticking with us and trusting us as your weather source today. It's been an active day. We've got more active weather ahead, kind of like Rob was just talking about. Wednesday is your next day to watch, and talking with Sean too, we went ahead and put on the 7-day weather impact alert on Sunday or on Wednesday. So keep advised as we get to the middle of this week. Another round of severe weather could possibly be on the way. We're going to end with this shot looking over Indianapolis. This is coming from downtown. All those lights there you see at the bottom left-hand corner, that's the new complex for IU Health there on the north side of downtown. A little bit of light there, but still some clouds. There have been some really pretty rainbow pictures across parts of central Indiana. Hopefully you had one. The rain is wrapping up. But we appreciate your time. Let us know if you have any storm reports. We'll pass those on to the National Weather Service. In the meantime, stay warm. Temperatures are dropping quickly. We're down to the 50s. We were in the 70s here just about 2 or 3 hours ago in Indianapolis. We appreciate your time. Make sure you keep it here. Keep it local. As always, we'll keep you advised.